Hey there, welcome to Light and Shadow. I'm Lee White and I'm going to be your instructor on this journey. This class in particular is one of the most important ones, in my opinion, in your foundation series because this is the class that's going to teach you how to go from a drawing to a finished toned drawing or a finished painting. Almost everybody's work at some point when you're doing a professional job or getting things ready for your portfolio is going to be a tone drawing or a painting, and there's going to be light on there, there's going to be tone on there, and the question is, how do you do that? And that's what I'm going to try to address here. After teaching students for the past 20 years, I noticed that step is a very clumsy one, and a lot of students, once they have the line drawing, there's no specific methodology to getting it from a line drawing to being a painting. And I want to clear that up. And so without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I've got a couple of different goals for this class, and I want to walk you through those. All right, so the first goal is develop a simple step-by-step approach to adding value to a scene that works for most scenarios. You'll see the line drawing on the screen right now. This is what people typically have, whether it's a ball or an environment or a robot or still life kind of thing. Most drawings or most images start off as a line drawing. Well, the question comes, what do we do? What do we do next? And that's what I'm going to try to clear up. You'll see here I've got the line drawing on the left and then the tone version on the right, and this is exactly what I'm going to show you how to do. Go from a very simple object to more complex object, and I'm going to show you what the common denominators of that process is, what's the difference between doing a complicated scene and a simple scene, and more importantly, the step-by-step I'm going to give you is easy, and it works almost every single time. Doesn't work for everything, but it's going to carry you most of the way on most lighting situations and most images. Goal number 2, avoid mistakes in problem areas. This is a big one. What you see on the left, this image over here, the image you see on the left over here is what typically happens when students are in their foundational mode and they're learning some of this stuff. Instructors tend to overcomplicate this stuff. We're not going to be tracking a bunch of shadow lines back to the horizon point. Look how complicated this is. If I just need to light a box and have a shadow coming off of it, I think I can do it in a lot simpler way than what you're seeing here with all these lines shooting everywhere. There's no need for that. The real thing about lighting falling on an object within a scene for an illustrator is, does it look believable? And does my audience buy it? And am I controlling the scene? We're not trying to be photographers. We're not trying to mimic what happens in nature exactly. I'm just trying to get you to think as a viewer of an image, hey, there's light falling on this object and it's casting a shadow, and I can control that. I have a lot of liberty there. I've got a lot of artistic license on where that lands. So we're not going to be doing all that complicated stuff. The next thing that happens when students learn lighting is they typically start here, and we're going to start there too. You almost have to start with something very simple, light falling across an object, casting a shadow. Well, so students learn this, and then it comes time to draw an interior scene or an exterior scene, and the same steps don't apply from the ball to these more complicated steps. And that's what I really wanted to address, because that happened to me, and I've seen it happen to hundreds of other students where I understand this, I don't understand this. And so I'm going to try to bridge that gap for you guys. Well, number 3, figuring out what kind of lighting is right for you. You'll see here that we've got 6 different images on the screen, and they all look different. That's because the lighting and the tone and the shading has been handled in a different way in each one of them. This is Jake Parker on the left, Will Terry in the middle, John Klassen on the right, Gregory Manchess on the lower right, this is me in the middle, and Ezra Jack Keats. We're all using lighting in a different way and using different methods to get there. Just because you learn photographic lighting and all these elements of light doesn't mean you have to do that on every single image, and you can kind of pick and choose each of those things, and it will land you in a different spot, whether you're going to be really simple and stylized like Ezra Jack Keats, or almost realism like Gregory Manchess over here. We'll talk about that, because I don't want you just making realistic images because you learned a bunch of lighting. I want you to make the image that you want to make, and that might mean simplifying some of the things that I teach you here, or taking it to its extreme where it's going to be like photographic realism. The last goal for me for this class is I want to prepare you for the more advanced classes. This is a foundational level class, and I'm going to walk you through just typical scenarios and typical settings. I'm not going to get fancy with it. There's always a situation where what I teach won't work. It'll be an alien ship coming down and abducting a cow off a farm. Could be a specialty lighting situation that I'm not going to cover here, and my methods might not cover it, but those kind of things will be covered in more advanced classes. You can see the dappled light coming into the shot that Will Terry drew here. This was for a painting color and light class, but it's what I'm going to teach you is going to apply to a lot of different classes, and this is just step one in a you can go a lot more advanced than what I'm going to teach you here, but this is going to set you up really nicely for it. So how's this class going to work? I'm going to give you this line drawing, so we're not going to worry about that. I don't want you struggling with the line drawing. I don't care how well you can draw for this class. I'm going to give you these drawings so we're all on the same page, and I'm going to walk you through doing all of this stuff here, from simple ball to the more complex outdoor scene. And again, I'll show you some of the overlaps and things that work for one and don't work for the other, and we'll talk about each one of those things, compare and contrast it. So I'm really excited to get to this information. I think you're going to find it really useful, and let's get started. I wanted to go ahead and go over just some basic tools for you guys before we get into it, just in case there's some people that aren't familiar with it. We are going to be using basic Photoshop. All of the techniques that we're using here in this class do transfer to other programs, like on the iPad Pro, things like ArtRage and Procreate, some of these other sketching programs. It works pretty good. All you need is some basic brushes and some layers to duplicate some of the stuff we're doing here. Even working traditionally, these techniques I'm going to show you guys hold up. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen right now and get into Photoshop. This is Photoshop Creative Cloud, but you can use almost any version of Photoshop, and you should be pretty good to go. Okay, so there's a couple things I want to show you guys. We are going to be using the very basic brushes. That's what we're going to go over first, is brushes, selections, and layers. Those are the only three things we're really going to do here. Very, very easy stuff. And I've got the basic brushes selected. In my Photoshop, they're called legacy brushes, depending on which version of Photoshop you're using. These are just the basic Photoshop brushes that come with Photoshop. We could use some more like tricky brushes and textures and all that kind of stuff, and that comes later. We don't need that for this video. I don't want to complicate it by getting into really custom brushes and all that kind of stuff, because that's its own thing. So we're mainly going to be using two brushes. Those are the hard brush and soft brush, and that's all we need to paint the things that we need to paint. I'm going to select hard brush right now. If you select on window and either color, that brings up this, or window and swatches. Swatches is right there. It brings up this one. Those are just two selection tools. I like to use the color wheel like this. I'm going to turn off my swatches. This will just give me a good range to pick from different grays. And this class is going to be all grayscale, so it should be pretty easy. So you can pull up color if you like. And notice I've got my hard round brush selected. I'm going to move this over this side just so I can have room to paint. Let me move this over as well. You can start to tuck these little things into each other. If you hold each little palette window over the next one, it will group them together. I can hook it to the side over here and get rid of this one. And so they're a little more organized over to the side. You can kind of tuck them away, which is a nice little feature. So you can move them as a group. I'll go ahead and do that one more time. I'm going to be letting you guys see all the mistakes in this video. There is a lot of people think that you need to know Photoshop inside and out to do good paintings, and you don't. These are very basic things. I want you guys to see, even though I'm using Photoshop for 20 years and I'd use it every single day, there's stuff I can't find, and I'm not editing that out. I'm just going to show all of it. When I'm struggling to find something, you're going to struggle right along with me, or you're probably going to yell at your screen saying, "Oh, it's right there." Sometimes I lose where things are, and I'm just going to leave that in because I want you guys to see that the process isn't perfect, and just go through it. It's no big deal. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is bring up my brushes, make sure those guys are somewhere in here. Didn't I just tuck those in? There they are right there. Hard round, that's the one that I want for this first one. So we're going to use a hard round brush, and you'll see that it makes a almost stamped kind of look. You see these little dots right there? Not a very good looking line, definitely doesn't look like a painting. How Photoshop treats these brushes is it basically stamps. If I did it in slow motion, that's kind of what it's doing. And if those dots get close enough together, it becomes a line, right? And so that's how that works. But right now, the default Photoshop brush is pretty clumsy and pretty clunky. It's almost unusable out of the box. And so I want to show you guys how to control it a little bit more than that. So if you go under Window and go to Brush Settings, it's going to bring up this palette right here. This is your brush settings palette, and there's a lot of power within this. So this is brush settings. On this first little line, you'll see brush tip shape. Notice if I go down to my spacing and I start to move it out, you'll see those dots, see? And if I come in, those dots get closer together. Well, we want those dots to be invisible. I want it to be a smooth looking line. So that's the first thing I want you to do is adjust your spacing on your hard brush. So we get a smooth line like that. You might ask yourself, why wouldn't I just go ahead and just go all the way down to 1%? For these brushes, you can go all the way down to 1%. When you get really fancy brushes that have a lot of attributes to them, sometimes when you go down that low, it will start to create brush lag. And so that's one reason just one thing to think about for more advanced stuff. But you'll see that we can just kind of move it around. And as my spacing is at 1%, that's totally fine. I want you guys to do that first. Adjust your spacing, make sure your line is really smooth. Now to adjust the size of your brush, you can hit the bracket keys. Those are the your little keyboard. Looks like this, like this. That's the one that I want you guys to hit, and that will change my scale. You can see my brush getting bigger or smaller. Really easy. So a lot of times I have my keyboard just to the right of me, and I'm just clicking those buttons and just changing my scale. Or, this is even better, if you click Option, if you hit Control, it'll bring up this box right here, and then you can just drag and pick whatever size you want. So if I hit Control and hold it, it just brings up this thing, and I can change my size. So either one of those methods works pretty well. So you can go through and click the brackets to change your size, or you can hit Control and bring up this dialog box and just kind of drag it like that. But we are dealing with a 100% hardness brush. So notice that the edge is hard. There's no opacity control. It's just literally like taking a Sharpie and dragging it across. It's a pretty clumsy looking line, but we always want to start there. One of the problems that I see, remember earlier I said I'm going to identify some of the problem areas. One of the problem areas in Photoshop is people overusing soft brushes and low opacity, and you see it a lot where it looks real airbrushy. So we're going to focus on hard brush with hard settings because it's going to take care of that problem, and I'll show you guys some examples of that as we move forward. But okay, so we've got our 100% hard brush, and we're not getting that little dotted kind of look like we had before, so that's what we want. The next thing we're going to do is control how wide or skinny the mark is, and that is this little icon. Whoops, this little icon right here. It looks like a bullseye with the pencil going through it. If you just click that, you'll see over here in my brush settings that my icon changed. Look at that. As I click on and off of that, you'll see that dialog box change from a sharp edge to the round edge. We want the sharp edge because now you can see I can now control the width of that brush and that line with how hard I press down. So some fun exercises to do is just controlling when the line gets fat and when the line gets skinny. And you can do these all day. I love to do these kind of exercises where I'll go thin in the middle and thick on the edge. It's almost like a calligraphy type thing. So I want you guys to do that. So you need to be able to get your line to be able to go thick if you press down and go thin if you lift up. That's all there is to that one. It's pretty simple. Oh, there's one other thing I want to mention. I'm going to put a couple of values on the page. See, if I click my color box, you can see this comes back up and I can just kind of, paint whatever color I want. Now, as you get into a painting, if you don't want to keep going over here to the color palette, if I hold the Option button, I'm on a Mac, by the way, and so you may have to adjust a little bit for the PC. I don't know those corresponding keys, and so just play with it until you get the right icon. If I hit Option on the Mac keyboard, you'll see that it's gives me a little eyedropper, and that'll select that color. So it's pretty fast. Once you have an image with a bunch of tones in it, or if you're painting a color image, a bunch of colors, then you don't need to keep going over and selecting new colors. I just select from the image because I already have a bunch of stuff already drawn. All right, That's pretty easy and pretty straightforward. So go ahead and get a couple of marks on there. Play with Option and your color picker button. That's all we want to do there. That's pretty simple and straightforward. The next thing we're going to do, so I'll check these off over here as we go through them. So that is our hard edge brush. We got that. Oh, it's a grayscale image, so it's going to give me a gray check mark instead of red. Now we're going to go to the soft edge brush right here. That's the next one. So let's go ahead and go up into our brush palette. You'll see that Photoshop has brushes called soft round brushes. Some of them say different things like pressure size. Different settings have already been selected on there. We only need really the basic one. We'll go through some of those settings. So you can see up here my size setting is still on. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off so I don't have any settings on there. And now you'll see how different that looks from my hard edge brush. I'll leave one hard edge line up there just so you can see how that's going to look. So see the difference? It's a really soft edge line. And so let's go ahead and do that. Get a really soft edge brush and paint. Same things apply to it though, making a big mark with my bracket keys, making a little mark with my bracket keys, selecting control, brings up the same thing, and I can change my size there, go real small. Easy. So make a couple of marks there. I'm gonna get rid of some of these so I have a little bit of room. And so make sure you can get a hard edge brush and you can get a soft edge brush. That's pretty much all we're going to need. Now we're going to open up a little bit of control with this one as well. We're going to click this little button up here. If you look in my menu, hopefully you guys can see where my cursor is and that I'm selecting this little dot right here with the pencil line going through it. That is your opacity control. So if I select black, if I barely paint down, it's going to give me a light gray. If I really press down, it's going to give me black. And so that controls how much ink is coming out of this. If you think of it almost like an airbrush, that's how it kind of feels. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. So I want you guys to go ahead and open that and go ahead and make a brush that can go from very light. If I'm barely pressing down right now, but black is selected. And then as I press down, it'll go dark. So go ahead and try that. Pretty easy. Same thing applies here. If I press Option, it gives me my little color picker, and I can select whatever I want. Now, like I said earlier, one of the biggest problems that I see for Photoshop painting is this brush right here, is a soft edge brush, and people do the whole painting with it, and then the whole painting looks real soft and fuzzy and gives it a very digital look. And so we definitely want to avoid that if we can. So I'm going to probably have you painting with the other brush, this hard edge one, a little bit more to control the edges, but we'll go over controlling edges and with a couple of different ways. So that is the soft edge brush with 100% hardness. If I turn this off, that's 100% hardness. If I turn this brush, this little setting on, now I have opacity control. So it's not 100% hardness. It's just based on how hard I press down. I get some people asking, do I need a tablet for this, or do I need a Cintiq for this? I'm going to be honest, it's a lot easier with the Cintiq. If you can see what you're doing on screen, it's a lot easier. That said, this class in particular, I would be able to do this one with a tablet pretty easy. I can't draw that well with a tablet, but I'm going to give you guys the drawing for this class. So this class is actually pretty easy with just a tablet, but I always favor the monitor-based drawing tools a little bit more than just a tablet where it's not, you can't see what you're actually doing. All right, let's go into the, let's see, so opacity control has been checked. And go over to my brushes. So I got my hard edge brush. So we got the soft edge one has been done. The opacity control is done. The size control is done. Now we need to go to the eraser. And that is right here in your menu bar. And that's just going to erase the stuff that I've already drawn on there. Now, if I go back to my brush, you can just click B on your keyboard. It'll go back and forth. If you click B on your brush and then E on your brush, it goes back and forth. E goes to eraser, B goes to brush. So you can see my cursor changing. So I can go to brush, and then I can go to eraser. So you can practice that if you want to. Some people really like using key commands. Other people don't really like it that much. It's not that big of it. Doesn't matter to me which one you do. But the eraser is just fairly straightforward. We're not going to need too much of a soft edge eraser or anything like that. This hard edge eraser will be fine. We're not going to do too much erasing except for on initial fills of objects and things like that, so we're not going to be messing with it too much. You can control some of the other stuff with eraser, like a softer, same thing, opacity control up here works, and so some of those features are available for multiple tools in the menu settings. I already talked about the option click. If I hold option down, it gives me that color. So that takes care of our brushes section. We're already done with that. That's all we need. It's really, really, really basic. The next thing is going to be selections. We're on number 2 right now, and same thing. These are super easy. If I go in my menu up to the marquee tool, that's this square looking tool right here. This is just going to give us a basic shape. If I have my brush selected, I can just paint within that shape. Easy. I'll leave that there maybe. If I hold down, it's going to give me a circle. And we will use that to make our circle. There's no reason to have to freehand something if they already have a pre-established shape. It's pretty easy. If I go just under that, that's the lasso tool. And I've got 2 options here. I can just make a free-form shape. And you guys can do this. Just make whatever shapes and then just paint within it. It's really easy. To turn off your shape, you can hit, for the Mac keyboard, Command D, or you can just select the lasso and click anywhere outside of it. It works just as well. Now, so that's a free lasso. Notice how I can make any shape that I want to, no matter which shape it is. I can come in, and if I make a shape inside there, I can erase into a shape. And we'll do that. That's an easy way of drawing. If you want to, a lot of times make a rough drawing, and then I'll erase to get a really smooth edge, and so you can kind of try to do that as well. If I hold option down, notice how now my lasso tool is very straight. I can still make whatever mark I want. I can, like if I wanted to make a star, for example. It's still going to give me that star shape, but it just gives you a little bit more control. If I try to freehand it, you're going to see it's real wobbly and kind of looks hand done. And I do that a lot. And then also, if I need precision, like say I'm doing a house and I need a roof line to be just perfect, I might do that. And I'll just fill that in. So make a couple of shapes and just make sure you understand how to make some really basic selections. We'll also we might use the path tool. I'll go over that later as we get into it. But see, that can make just a really nice roof, and you can make it without too much struggle. Make the side of it. Easy breezy. And then left a little piece right there, which I'll erase. And the eraser, by the way, works the same way with the bracket tools. I can scale up or scale down as needed. I can make my picture bigger. Here, I'll do that. You guys need to see my face big as possible, I'm sure. Okay, so magic wand and the lasso. We haven't done the magic wand yet. So we did the marquee. That's the basic shapes over here. The lasso tool. And the next thing is going to be the magic wand. Once you have a selection, you can click this little thing right here. It says Quick Selections Tool or Magic Wand Tool. If I just click anywhere, notice how it's going to automatically select everything that is a similar tone. See that? All I have to do is click in there. And so that's an easy way to set up a drawing. Is just make different values of different things, and then you just click on it and you can paint within it. For example, if I needed to do a gradient on this this roof, I could just paint it black at first. Could select another color. I'll select a very soft brush. I don't know why I'm going into this example. Probably shouldn't. So now I got a big brush with my opacity control selected, and I can lightly paint in a gray. And so just the mixing and matching some of these basic things, soft edge brush, opacity control, a basic selection, gives you a lot of power. And you'll see that as we get into it. It's just these same couple basic things really do allow us to control our image quite a bit. Move some of this stuff out of the way. The one thing about Photoshop is it does starts to get all over the place. I like having a big monitor, bigger the better in my opinion. So sometimes you're trying to work on an iPad and all this stuff is crammed down, or you're trying to get the smallest Cintiq you can, and all this stuff is crammed on the screen. You don't really have that much room to work. All right, last thing we're going to go over is layers. If you go under Window and select Layers, this box will come up. I'm going to go ahead and close some of this other stuff. And layers just allows you to put things on multiple layers. That's all it is. If I go here, you can, if you click this little button over here, you can say New Layer, or you can click some of these quick, easy little buttons down here to get a new layer. But I'll go ahead and say New Layer, and you can call it whatever you want to. I'll call it Next Layer. And let's go ahead and I'll just put another shape on top of this roof. Notice even if I paint with a soft edge, as long as I have a selection, even if I paint with a soft brush, the selection is what keeps the edge of that hard. So there we go. We got this circle in front of this kind of roof shape, and I can just turn it off and on. And there's other things that we can adjust too, which I'll go over later. If you just click some of these options up here in your layer menu, these are really cool little things, and I'll show you when and how to use these things to get special effects and to help your production process along the way. So it's really easy, but we're not going to get too complicated with that. The big thing I want you guys just to understand is just the layering of a top layer item and something underneath it, and just keeping those separate. Pretty simple. So that's it. Brushes, selections, layers. I think that's all we're really going to need for right now. I'll go into each one of those a little bit more in depth as we get into each of the demos, because there's some little specialty little settings, but I don't want to confuse you right now. So that's it for now. Just play around with those things: brushes, selections, and layers. It's really all the ingredients we're going to have for this. And let's go ahead and dive into some of the actual content. Okay, thank you very much. All right, as we go ahead and get into the video, I wanted to show you the 4 steps that we're going to be using. And I've simplified this as much as I possibly can, and broken this process down as much as I possibly can. And basically toning comes down to 4 simple steps. The first 2 being extremely important, and the next 2 being not as important, but important nonetheless. And I'm going to go through each one of these in detail. You don't need to write down too much right now. The 4 steps are local tone, shadows, light, and extras. Almost any scene can be broken down into those specific areas, and that's how we're going to start as well. Again, don't need to take too much notes on that, but we are going to go ahead and dive into step 1, which is local tone. If you don't know what local tone is, this is going to be an eye-opener. This is the #1 thing students leave off or don't truly understand, and it's probably the most important thing as well. So it kind of works really well. We're going to be able to cover some really good information really quickly, and it's quite simple. So what is local tone? Some people refer to this as local color as well, and so sometimes you might hear me say local tone or local color. It's the same thing. It's local tone when it's in black and white or grayscale, and it's local color if the image is in color, like what you're seeing here. But local tone is the actual object, actual tone or color of an object when evenly lit from all sides, no highlights, and no shadows. And so the way to think about it is, if you were in a grocery store and you're holding an orange and there's all, that really even lighting all over the place and white walls and everything, and you're just looking at the orange, that's just the orange that it is. It's not the shadow side of the orange, it's not the light, it's just literally the color of the peel. Like if you took a piece of the peel off and scanned it on a scanner, that would be local tone, and that's an easy way to think about that. I've got this image up here because I wanted to try to express a little bit more about local tone, and I'll be able to talk a little bit more about it. I'm going to go ahead and switch my screen over to Photoshop. All right, so you see the same image, local tone. I've got this image up here. So what is our local tone in this image? So I got my color, same stuff that I went over in the tools section. I got my color open, I got my brushes open, and I've got my brush settings. I'm not going to need any brush settings really, because I'm just going to be picking tone. But the way to think about local tone is just what's the actual tone of these items without the lighting falling on top of it. So let's talk about the background first. We'll start there. Is that a dark tone? Is it a middle tone? Or is it a light tone? It's probably somewhere into the middle darks. So the actual tone of the background might be something like that. And I'm just guessing. I can always adjust it. There's no harm, no foul. If I mess up, maybe it's a little bit lighter than that. Okay, so that's the local tone of just this background area. Now notice it's light on this side, it's dark on this side. That's not what we care about when we're doing this first step. It's really just what is the background if we're looking at it in completely even illumination. Okay, so this picture, what is that? Is that a dark object or is it a light object? That's an easy way to start, and I'll show you another example of that in a second, but I'm going to say that's a light object, probably lighter than that. So again, no lighting, and I'm not trying to draw these objects, by the way. I'm just showing you kind of the local tone of the objects. So maybe the natural tone of that picture is this value. I'm probably at 15%, 20%, something like that. What about these grapes? You know, you got the highlight up here and you got the shadow down here. And so what we're really looking at is the middle value, not the highlight, not the shadow side, but just that middle value. Again, if it was evenly lit and you're holding it with lighting on all sides of it, what's the tone of that grape? I'm going to say the grape is probably pretty dark. Now the question is, and this is where local tone gets tricky, is it darker than the background? Maybe a little bit darker. Here we'll make little dots just because it's a grape. Okay, again, I'm not trying to draw the object. I'm just showing the natural local tone of each object. I'm going to show you some more examples of this too, don't worry. Okay, now we come to the pear. What's the natural value of that? Well, it's probably lighter than the background. It's darker than the picture, right? Somewhere around that value. So it's just a way of breaking down the scene. Here, I'll put each of these values on the object. That's the value of the pear. There's the value of the grapes. Here's the value of the background. And the value of the picture. And this is without lighting, without anything on it. And that's kind of your relationship of your values. And so that's what we want to talk about first is local tone. Local tone is the first thing we're going to do for toning all the objects in the lesson I'm going to give you guys. So local tone, if that's just the natural tone of the objects, and we're not even dealing with lighting or anything yet, so you may be saying, hey, that's super easy. Why are we messing with that? I thought we were going to be talking about lighting. Local tone has to be there. It has to be included first to have something to drape light over. It seems easy. Again, it's the number one thing that I see left off of student work or not truly added as much as it needs to be. So you got this image here. I just found it on the internets and I don't know whose it is. There's a little bit of local tone back here in that this rock is darker than the pumpkin, right? Well, look at all these objects. Basically, this artist is shading as if each one of these things is a white object, right? And that's what I typically see when people start to think about lighting and adding shading to something, they forget about local tone and you get a drawing that looks like this. Basically, it looks like all the fruit have been spray painted white and then there's now light falling on those white objects. And I see it over and over and over again. All these have this problem. If you barely squint, almost all of these objects look like they're the same value, right? You wouldn't see like what we saw in that still life that I pulled up of the grapes in the picture. You wouldn't see that really heavy dark object and the real light picture and the medium tone background. This all sort of looks the same, even though there is lighting being applied to it. And in this case, there's reflections being added to it. And there's, some very nuanced drawing, but it's always going to be a poor drawing because it lacks the first step, which is local tone, local value, local color. And so that's definitely where we're going to start. The basic idea I want you guys to ask yourself is an object a light shape on a darker background, or is it a dark shape on a lighter background? If you can make that distinction, then your illustrations are going to become a lot easier. Your shading and how you tone an image is going to become a lot easier. So you could say, hey, this is going to be a dark house. Well, then that immediately says, okay, I need a medium or light background. Or if it's going to be a really light house, then that means I want to probably have something behind it, a forest or something that's going to be a dark background. And so you can kind of see these just basic shapes as almost stand-ins, but it's the first thing I think about. If I'm doing a character for a book that I want to carry through a bunch of pages, I think to myself, what's the best way. A lot of times you'll see I use real dark hair because it's the easiest hair to put on a light object, dark foreground item on a light background object. And so it's just an easy way to break down kind of what we're doing, the overall tones of a scene. And that's definitely going to be our step one. Again, I want to go back up here just real quick because it's interesting once you look at something through that lens, like look at this pumpkin scene with all these basically white fruits down here, and then I switch back to the still life here of this photograph, how different it looks, how much value is already there. I'm not talking about the lighting, I'm just talking about the value of each object. There's dark objects and there's light objects. And without that, your drawings will look weird, but you won't know why. And so it'll be one of those things like, oh, I added all the lighting, it's really nuanced shading and all that, and it still doesn't feel right. And that's probably why, is that you haven't explored the local tone far enough. So that's going to be our step one, and we're going to go ahead and get into that in the very next video. Thanks. Okay, it's time to go ahead and start painting some of this stuff, and let's just dive right into it. So our first step is obviously going to be local tone, and we're going to make it really, really easy. And that's a good thing about this method, is anytime I'm trying to come up with a technique for painting or some kind of process, I try to make it as easy as possible. And so this first step, you're going to maybe get into it and think, oh my gosh, it can't be that easy, but it actually is that easy. And it's a really good thing because you can, as long as you break down complex tasks into simple steps, it becomes very easy and very relaxing. And I think one of the problems that a lot of students have is they try to tackle drawing and perspective and value and color and edges and all the stuff, texture. They try to do that all at once, and then they get in trouble and they don't know which part they're actually having a problem with. And so by breaking it down to these simple steps, we can isolate problems and fix problems as we go. Because if you're just working on the shadow, for example, you know if what you just added is wrong or right. And so you can say, hey, I just either did it right or wrong, and I need to adjust it. If you're doing all that stuff at once, you might not know which thing it is. Maybe it's a perspective problem, maybe it's a shading problem, maybe it's a texture problem. And so it gets away from you pretty quick. So let's go ahead and dive into it. So I've got this file on screen. Let me clear my screen there so I just can look at it. If you hit tab, it'll get rid of all your windows, and you can look at your file without the complexity of all that, all the menu bars and stuff, everything in the way. So this is the file that I've given you guys, same exact file that I'm going to be working on. I could have done these in individual images. It would have kept the file size down a little bit. But what I like about this format in particular is we can see everything. We can see the effect of each step that we go through. And we can see, if we wanted to start on this one, we can see how that's going to relate to this one, how that's going to relate to this one, and so on. And so that's why I built this document the way that I did. And it should be really interesting to build each one of these things up, add a step at a time, and watch each one of these images change. I also made sure to put the reference paints in here, and they're not perfect. I don't need them to be perfect. Oops, I need a new layer for that. These reference paints here, I don't need them to be perfect. I just need to show you guys where we're going. Sometimes I've been taking classes before where I'm following a teacher and I really have no idea of what step they're doing. They're talking about something, telling me it's important, but I can't really see the effect of it on the finished painting or on the finished work. And so that's why I like having the reference picture over there. You can see, oh, I'm adding this thing, and that's how it's going to look in the finish. And so it gives us a really easy guide to kind of look at. So that's why I built the file this way. I'm going to walk you through each one of these. We're going to do each step one at a time, and we're going to do local tone for this one, local tone for this one, local tone for this one, and we're just going to walk all the way through them, and that way you can see how each step actually works, instead of just painting the ball in its entirety, and then you might not even really see how we got there or get confused or whatever. So we're going to do each step one at a time through each one of these, and we'll be able to see how it changes, and I can talk about the similarities and differences. So let's go ahead and dive in. You can either open up your file and paint along with me, or you can watch the video, do it on your own. Either way, however you want to do it is fine with me. Same window options that I had before, which is the layer, got my layers open, my brush settings. I don't even need my brush settings actually anymore because we're just using simple brushes. Okay, so now I've got my brushes, my layers, And I'm going to move this a little bit. You can drag these little windows around. If you see, as I get to the bottom of each one of these, it'll become a little arrow. You can kind of scale them if you want. I've got my color selected over here. Really, I'm just picking values because this is a grayscale file. And so that's gonna work just fine. So I've got finished paints on one layer. I've got your sketch outlines on another layer. The reason I've got the sketch outlines by themselves instead of having all this on one layer is we're going to slowly, as we paint, these lines are going to get in the way. And so we're going to slowly remove them from the process. And I'll show you how to do that in just a minute. So step one, we need to go ahead and grab. If you click down and just hold it up, you can move and switch your layer options. Now notice, because this is just a big white sheet of paper, it's almost like I scanned it, like I drew the image and scanned it, and now we're seeing all this white. It covered up our paints. We want to get rid of that, and so this is always a step I do, whether I sketch traditionally and bring that file in and in a scan, and then now I'm working on, I want to paint that thing I just made traditionally, or sometimes I sketch in the computer. I almost always switch my layer to multiply. Now what multiply does is basically only sees dark. When you switch this is called a blend mode. And when I set it to multiply, it only sees dark in the layer that we're on. It doesn't see light. It doesn't see white. And so anything that's white basically goes away. It's like turns it clear, almost to glass or something like that. So we're looking through it. And now we've got now we can see our finished ball and finished our finished paints everywhere. And so we're looking through it. We don't want to paint on this layer. We're going to leave it alone, because if you see opacity right here, I'm going to slowly start to ratchet that down. See how the drawing goes away? And we're going to do that because we don't want heavy outlines on, in this particular class, we want our values to hold the edge of the image. I like to use line in a lot of my illustrations though, so don't think that line doesn't have a place here, but for this class, it's not going to. So the next thing I'm going to ask you to do, so you switch your layer to multiply. Most sketch programs have these options, by the way. Procreate has a multiply layer. If you use Sketches on iPad, which I really like, it has a multiply layer. So most sketch-based programs have multiply. So you're going to need to do that. If you're painting traditionally, I like to equate some of the digital processes to traditional. And this one, if I was painting this traditionally, you would eventually just lose your line work, but I would paint transparently so I can see through the line work. So I'd just like to mention that. So what next step we're going to do is, if you see this little icon right here, this little square icon on your layers palette right next to the little garbage can, if you just click on it, it's going to give you a new layer. See, it says layer 1. If I double click that, I can call this layer local tone. I do want you to do that step. It's important to label these things as we are in learn mode. When I'm painting for myself, like everybody, I forget to do I forget to label all my layers and they get away from me pretty quick. Okay, so we got finished paints on one layer, we've got local tone on another layer, and we've got sketch outlines on its layer, and it's set to multiply. This is just going to be set to normal. Pay attention to which layer you're on. Sometimes you'll just forget and you'll start painting on a layer, and then you're like, oh no, I painted on the wrong one. Then you got to go backwards. And so just pay attention. We don't want to paint on the finished paints. We do want to paint on the local tone. Now, like I said, this is going to be a super easy step as we go through, so it's going to be pretty easy. I am going to save these in different videos though, just so you can go back and pick one if it didn't make any sense. And we're just going to paint a ball, and that's super easy, and there's a million ways to do it. First question I ask, again, going back to local tone, like what's the value of this tone? Is it a light tone? Is it a medium tone? Or it's a dark tone? I think this one, I would say it's about right in the middle. Now, is it important that I get it perfectly right? Nope. But we do want it to be, sorry, I'm going to be sniffing a little bit because I have a cold. I'm going to go ahead and turn on, remember, so this brush that I'm painting with now is just a flat brush, pretty ugly. There's no settings on it at all. I'm going to turn on my size control, and I can just draw the ball. And we are on our own layer, so I'm going to show you guys. I'm just going to paint outside it just for fun on this one. Now, if this was me, it is me, I guess. I would typically just use the marquee tool that is a circle, and then I could get an absolute perfect circle. But I don't need to do that. If I was just sketching, or if you're like come from a traditional background, some people hate to use the selection tools. I really like them. In this case, we have our line, so I don't need to mess with it, but I'm going to do it in both ways. So I'll typically be pretty messy. And then on the Cintiq, or if you're on a tablet, if you just press the front down, it'll become the eraser. So I don't even need to be messing with, I don't even need to mess with going back and forth on my keyboard or going over here and pressing my eraser. I can go back and forth. If I just let go of it, I'm now painting with my regular brush. And if I press down, that's my eraser. So you can see that we can start to get pretty close. You're just going to start to nuance it. You're going to have to make a smaller brush. Now for me on this one, like I said, I wouldn't do that because it takes too much nuance to paint a circle. If I just grab the marquee tool, it's going to give me a perfect circle. I just happen to get that very, very close. It's not perfect. So I'm good. Actually, it's the drawing that's not perfect. That is a perfect circle. I just drew it and it wasn't perfect. You can change your selections. If you go up under select and say transform selection, it'll give me these little bars. If I hold down command, I can actually change the orientation of it, either left or right. I can skew it any direction I want to. I'm just going to get it close because we're going to lose that line anyway. No big deal. Okay, so you can see my little marching ants. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And I'm just going to fill that thing full. If you hit Option Delete, it'll fill with your foreground color. That's Option Delete. Or you can go under Edit and say Fill and just pick your foreground color. But that's it. we've got our local color. It's just a ball. So that's going to be all for this video. Now I'm going to do that same step. Obviously, we're going to get more complicated as we get into a drawing like this. It's going to be a little more complicated to do that, and that's we're starting with the easiest one. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to save these, like I said, in each different video, so you can select as you want to, but all we really need to do is fill this thing completely flat. We are seeing through a little bit to our outlines. I could lower that opacity and it sort of starts to go away a little bit there too. So I'm going to do that probably with the next one, but I'm going to save that as another video. Okay, thanks. All right, time to paint the next one in our list, and we're going to go ahead and do the beach ball. So yeah, these drawings are a little bit clunky. Like I didn't worry about if it's like perfectly straight or not. If I was going to actually paint some of this stuff and it needed to be perfectly, you're going to have to take your time, and there might be some other tools to use, like the path tool or some other ones. But since we're just painting right now, I'm not too worried if you have a little bit of wobble to the line or whatever. So don't freak out about that it's not photographically real perfect. We're really trying to get just the principles of all this stuff down. So as long as you get close, that's really what we're looking for. So next ball, so this one's a beach ball. So what is the local tone? Well, the local tone is a light ball with darker stripes, right? Or it could be a dark ball with light stripes, depending on it's equal either one. I'm going to call it a light ball first, and so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. So I'm on my circle selection. If you don't hit Shift, if I just hold Option, I can make this thing any shape I want to. Or if I don't hold anything, I can make it any shape I want to. If I hold Shift, it will be a ball. So I'm going to get it somewhat close. And then I'm going to do the same thing we did last time, which is transform my selection. Again, since it's a ball, why worry too much about trying to freehand that? All right. Same thing. Now all I need to do to get the first part of my local tone is just pick a light tone, and I'm just going to fill that. I'm going to go ahead and do that a different way. I'm just going to paint it in. I'm going to pick a really big brush, and I'll just paint it with my stylus. All right. Next question I ask myself always is that too dark or too light? I never just keep going, kind of look at it. Now, that's not light enough. The ball is white, typically, with, like if this was in color, this might be a white ball with red stripes. You got to be careful with white and black, pure white and pure black. Rarely do items in nature, rarely are they truly white or truly black. And the reason for that is the light isn't hitting them directly. So, you see a white car driving around, or you see white snow on the ground. You can't just pull out just white and paint the whole thing. A lot of times it's going to have tone. It's going to reflect sky color. It's going to be toned down a little bit if it's not directly in perpendicular to the sun. And so anytime I have like a white ball, I immediately switch that to having a light ball, if that makes sense. Same thing on the dark side. I rarely go to black. I'm going to lower my sketch outlines a little bit too. See, I can still see the lines if I'm only at 17% there. Let's go to 20% just to make it an even number. I can still see those lines really clearly, no problem at all. But it gives me a good guide. I can go down to 10. A lot of times I paint with it 10. I'm going to keep it at 20 here just in case your monitor's not showing it that well or whatever. So I've got my light ball. I've got my hard edge brush, and this is full opacity. Like there's no opacity at all showing on this thing. I'm not changing my opacity. Did I do that on the wrong layer? Okay, I'm good. Make sure you're on your local layer. Like what'll happen is I go to the sketch outlines layer, lower the opacity, and then I just start painting and I'm still on that layer. So that's an easy thing to happen. All right, so I'm on my local tone layer. I'm gonna pick, that's probably a mid-tone, but it's a little bit darker than our other ball. Here, I'll pull that one down so you can kind of see the difference. And that looks about right. I'm always constantly evaluating what's going on. And I'm a lot of times just changing it as I go. I want to show you something else. This is a really cool trick. I don't know if the other programs have it like Procreate, but Photoshop does. See this little button up here that says lock? What that means is locking your opacity. And what's cool about that, so we've got our base tone down here, right? That lighter tone. But over here, there's nothing. If I click out of here, you see there's no paint. I turned off the lower layers. And so what that little button does is anywhere you painted, you can still add more paint. But places where there's no paint, like out here, it won't let you paint. So watch, if I just do this, you'll see that I don't have any selection done or anything, but I can't go outside the ball. And that's a nice little speed saving technique. So a lot of times if I have a really complicated item, like what we're gonna do here, I paint just the interior of the robot and then I'll lock it and we can change up the local values. That's sort of what we're doing here is we've got our local lighter color and I just locked it in place. And so what I'll do here is I'll just paint back and forth. It's still 100% hardness brush. And this may be unique to you guys who haven't really painted this way. If you're used to always having the opacity control on where you're getting different values all the time, that's just confusing. There's absolutely no reason to start with opacity control on, especially when you're trying to decide what are my local colors. Now, when do I turn that stuff on? When I'm doing subtle lighting and other things where I need gradients and all that stuff, but I don't need that right now. So I just go back and forth, and I want to encourage this kind of painting where you're just kind of picking one tone and drawing it in there and then picking another tone. So I'm picking either the dark tone or the light tone and just cleaning up what I did. I'm just on one layer too. You want to watch out for being a layer warrior where you get hundreds of layers going at the same time. There's really no need for that at all. So you can clean this up as much as you want to. Like I said, I don't care about a little bit of wobble there because I really just want to get the principle across, and that's going to be good enough for us. So we got our local tone for our ball. We got our local tone for our beach ball. And I wanted to do this. These are similar lighting situations on these two objects, but just adding in the ball portion down here, adding in that design changes how people approach it. I mean, if you don't have this approach where you're starting with local tone and then adding lighting on top of it, you have all these gradients here. And so I get people painting and then they're painting a light area right. So I've locked my opacity. Painting a light area right here, and then as that gradiates down, then they have to pick a darker color here, and they have to keep picking new colors as they go all the way around, or new values as they go all the way around. Whereas, how easy was that just to paint this thing just straight flat? And so that's the bonus, and that's why I like showing this. I gave this beach ball, as a painting exercise for a sophomore class that I was teaching at the Art Institute of Portland. And we were doing it in color, but these guys were either juniors or sophomores or juniors, and they had so much trouble painting just a red and white beach ball. It either looked too dark, like a sad beach ball, or there was values all over the place. And it was actually a really difficult exercise. And so that's why I've included it here, because it seems like it would be an easy one, but it sure isn't if you haven't done it before. So that's going to do it for this video. Pretty easy. We're going to move on to the boxes next. Okay, we're back and we're going to do the same thing for the boxes. Now this one's pretty fun because we've got a variety of values. I'm going to go a little bit darker actually in this one. I meant to have a fairly light colored ball, a medium value, what do you call that thing? A cylinder, and then a dark box. And so we're going to do the same thing that we did before. Now with a straight edge objects like these, I may start to go to other selection techniques. Like I can just use my lasso tool, and so that's what I'm going to do. And again, don't worry if you get it perfect. All I'm doing is holding Option here. And that'll be fine. I'm not worried about the weird perspective on this box. Yeah, it's no big deal. We can always adjust it too if you're freaking out about it. Okay, so first box is going to be a light color box. Well, there we go. Do I want to keep it that value? I'm going to go a little bit lighter because I know what I'm trying to do with the other boxes. I'm going to go even maybe a little bit lighter than that. There we go. Now, sometimes if I've drawn something really complicated, now in this case it's not complicated, but if it's really complicated, I may go ahead and make another layer on top of it. I call these temp layers. That was stolen straight from another artist who runs the Control Paint website, and I love that site too. That guy's really, really good, and I like his videos. So it's just a temp layer. We want to keep the layering very simple, like I said earlier. I'm just going to paint this one in regular, and I'm going to go for a mid-tone. I'm going to go a little bit darker than I did before, because I really want it to be different than the box down here. And in this one over here, I think it got a little too close. Zoom in. Sometimes you can zoom in as close as you want to, but the reason that I don't zoom in that much is, especially at the beginning of a painting, is because it's really dangerous to get micro-focused on detail too early. So a lot of times when I'm painting, a lot of times I'll be painting way out here and just trying to get it in there. But I see a lot of artists, man, they're really zoomed in and they're worried about some detail way too fast. See, now this gives me the benefit of being able to, so I've painted it on the temp layer over here, and now I can go around and I can just kind of erase as needed, or I can draw back in as needed. Again, I don't care if this is perfect, but we got to get it a little bit better. If you hold Shift, you can paint vertically and horizontally perfectly straight. So you can try that if you want to go down the sides with holding Shift. It may not match my drawing perfectly. I just sketch those things anyway. Another thing that can help with this initial stage is I just have trouble drawing this stuff. And so if you hit R, you'll see that I get this little rotation icon, and you can rotate. See, my wrist naturally can go this way. And that is the direction that the bottom of this thing is. So we'll just get it close. And again, I go back and forth between my eraser and my drawing instrument. I just want to get it close. And I'll flip that thing around, pressed R again, and then I select B. That gives me back to my brush. And that gives me my natural stroke here. If I'm trying to make a stroke like this, it's super unnatural to just our anatomy. And so I like to give myself, like I can make really swoopy lines like this pretty consistently, but going the other way, I don't have that. I'm having to fake it a little bit, and it's much harder to control. So I'm always going to either give myself this wrist movement, the elbow movement, or a shoulder movement, and it's all pretty natural. What's so cool about this method is you're just painting in one color. There's not like a lot of mess to it in the beginning. It's just so simple. That's good enough for me. I'm going to hit Shift. I hit R again, and I'm going to hit Shift, and that gets me back to my original state. I'm still on this temporary layer. I'm going to go ahead and do this box same way we did the first one. This one's going to come out a little bit over the edge of that first box. This is going to be a darker tone. You do not want to go too black because we still need some room to do a shadow. So you see this is not even close to black. If I zoom in, not even close to black. We're still at about 80%, 75% or something like that. So, and that's where we are here as well. All right, once that looks good, and that looks fine, you know, if I zoom out, it's fine for what we're doing here. I don't love my edge right there. Maybe I'll just adjust that just a hair. Again, don't get too caught up in making it perfect, but it sort of bugs me. Geometric shape. I rarely draw anything like this. Like Jake draws all these very complicated things. I just draw, I'm real loose in most of the work that I do. All right, that's going to do it for that. I'm going to drop that thing down. I just hit Command E, and that basically will combine this layer and that layer. If I go over here to these little lines at the top of the layers, you can say merge down. It's the same thing, Command E or merge down. Okay, now they're all on the local tone layer again. And we're done with that one, just as easy as the rest of them. Now, looks like I've moved this box, or excuse me, this cylinder back a little bit from the drawing that I actually did because I wanted it to sit back. And so I think I may go backwards and go ahead and adjust that. So I just went backwards, I got my temp layer. And that's where you can sometimes leave your drawing behind. I always use my drawing just as a starting point, and I can even, if I want to, change the size of that a little bit. Transform selection, I'll make that a little smaller. I'm sorry. I don't even need to transform my selection because we already have something in there. I'm sorry about that. So you hit Command T, and that'll give us the option to change the scale of something. So I'm going to make that a tad bit smaller. And I'll just move it off the edge there. So you can leave your drawing behind. Most of the time the drawing is just used as a guide. I do not stick to it really hardcore, and I would advise you not to as well. All right, that's going to do it for that one. Let's come back and let's paint in the local tones for the robot. All right, time to paint the robot. I didn't drop my temp layer yet. I'm going to go ahead and do that from before. I'm going to go back to my hard brush. And on this one, all we want to do is just start creating different local tones so we just have some variety in the designs. Jake already had this character done earlier, and I just took it and kind of messed with it a little bit. So mine doesn't match his as like he actually originally drew it, but you can do it any way you want to. For this demo, I'd love it if you guys just follow along with similar values to what I'm doing here. And that way, if you're not trying to do a super dark robot or something like that, and all of a sudden you get into trouble, because I can't help you. If you follow along with me, you're going to be able to match it just right. So do this one first, and then if you want to do other variations of that, a real light robot or real dark robot, do that. But for this exercise, try to stick with me. Sometimes in the classroom, I get students that they haven't done something before, and then they just want to immediately go ahead and start doing like the hardest version ever of that thing. And I don't recommend that. So when I'm toning something that is complicated, where do you start? For me, always the start is going to be, what is the biggest thing I can draw? And for me, the biggest thing here is the robot's body. And notice I just paint right through the middle of it. I don't try to like get detailed with the little bits or anything like that. I just paint right through it. In other words, I didn't try to paint around the 3, or I didn't paint around this eye line thing. I just kept it pretty simple and just paint that big thing. Okay, so the top part is a little bit darker, sort of a mid value, lighter mid value. There we go. And I realize a lot of you guys are just going to fast forward through this stuff, which is fine too. But it pays to watch it and to listen, because there might be one little thing that we talk about that is changes how you paint. Again, I'm going to go back and forth between my eraser. I'm just holding the end down, and you can see it's pretty loose painting. All right, now I evaluate. Again, I don't want to just barrel towards the finish. I think this area that I made is a little bit too dark. So I'm going to lighten it up a little bit. There we go. Looks pretty cool. continue moving on. Now that I've got this, I can start selecting around. Anytime I do a design, I try to mimic those values all over the place. And again, I'm using my drawing as just a rough starting point. I can do the same thing I did before by rotating the canvas just so I can get that more natural edge right there. It doesn't have to be really that perfect of a drawing. Once you start to add light and all that stuff onto these things, it's amazing how much you can get away with. Okay, so the arms, I think the arms are pretty close to that value there. It might be a little darker, but I'm just going to select that for right now. So basically I have 3 values in here for the most part. I've got a light, medium, and then we've got these little kind of rubberized areas, and those are medium to dark tone, not too dark though. Again, we want to save black for later. Again, I'm fairly zoomed out. Again, I could, if I wanted to really nail these, like if the line work was really important, which it's not in this one, thank goodness, I would zoom in here, but I don't need to. Just keep it loose. We'll just make some of this stuff up as we go. Technology is that way. I think, in my opinion, when you are drawing technology, don't get crazy about it, all of it working exactly or whatever. You're just basically making a bunch of shapes that repeat. Better to have a pleasing design than be able to like explain to someone exactly how something works. Like I see those guys who like, oh, I made a spaceship and it's got the flux capacitor over here. It's got all this stuff and it needs to work perfectly. I'm totally not worried about that. So we're just going to go through and just make this stuff up. Pick basically light area, medium area, and dark area. And notice how simple I keep those values. Like I don't need all the values that is offered over here in the color bar. Just need a couple: medium, dark, light. Again, is it a dark shape? Is it a light shape? Either or. Oops, I forgot the drawing right there, but you can kind of make it up. And another cool thing about this is how relaxing it is. You guys, if I was trying to figure out all these lighting and shadow and detail at once, it's kind of hard. But doing it this way is pretty easy. So you can watch movies or talk to people or whatever. If I was doing this without talking to you guys, I would be just flying, and I'd probably have a movie on, and I'd just be having a blast. It's really almost going back to being a kid and drawing. Just filling stuff in like a coloring book in a way. I didn't draw the fingers there. You can just make them up. Again, you're just trying to draw shapes and such. So there's that medium dark shape. Now the shadows is going to make all that darker because you may be looking at this going, hey, this is sort of dark, but this is really dark over here. So, but we'll get there. Don't worry. That's going to be that medium. And if you ever draw with markers, it's very similar to this process. I just fill it in, and then I'll add the shading on top of it, and then I'll go in with a light colored pencil and pull out some highlights and stuff like that. I'll explain the lighting and that kind of stuff as we move forward in the next section. That's where it really starts to come to life. This section is just getting it all All worked out and all filled in. And remember, you can, if you mess up, you can just select, because since we're painting flat, you can just get that exact color. This is that dark tone. This is that mid tone. Dark, medium, light. Be surprised at how much you can get away with by just doing dark, medium, and light values. 3 values. When I'm really pressed, I'll do 4. I feel like if you can't get it in 4 values, or at worst 5, then your image, there's something wrong with your image. You need to retool it. And again, depending on your client, I've just sort of indicated what this stuff is. I have no idea what this little piece is. I just kind of faked it. And again, you can get a long way with just faking stuff like that. So that's that side. I'll do the same thing over here. And if you guys want, I'll promise that I'm not going to say anything profound. You can speed up this video and kind of watch kind of the fast version of it if you don't want to sit here and watch me just make stuff up. But you're welcome to hang out with me. So there's a plane change here. See how it goes up and around like that? So I like to include that in terms of adding detail work. Just want to acknowledge where that plane change is. I don't need to be crazy about it. It doesn't have to be perfect. But it does help show form. And I didn't put some of these details in the drawing because I want you guys to kind of mess around. You can add some of this detail, add some light detail, add some dark detail. Another great thing about this methodology is you get to back up and check it out. Like you can sort of see the robot coming to life and say, do I like that pattern? Do I think that's a neat design? Maybe I do want to go like super dark with the body or something like that. You know what I mean? You can start to evaluate your design without putting much effort or time in it. And I love that aspect of all this is I don't want to spend a bunch of time on a painting or drawing and need to correct it because I don't like what I did. I like to put the bare minimum in and evaluate it and say, hey, I do want to go forward with this, and then I'm happy with it. Or if I don't like it, I just bail quick. So I'm just going to go for a overall just general dark in here first. Remember, the biggest shape I can draw, and then let's go in and mess with that. You can see as you look close, these are pretty clumsy kind of lines. You don't need to have it perfect. All right, some other little details. Three tones. That's where my 3 comes from right there, if you're wondering. Pretty sloppy, but it's going to be fine. Okay. Now you're going to see all these like little lines and stuff. I love when I'm doing technology, stuff like that. I love adding wires and lines and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm going to go ahead and add a couple of those little bits and stuff too, little dots and things. Now for the circle, that's the only time that I actually like to use pre-built thing, because if I try to like doing this goofy circle, it's gotta be right. And so there's a couple ways you can do that. I'll turn off my shape control. So now I've just got a flat brush, right? I'm gonna make that smaller. And if you draw real fast, you can freehand a circle. And you may have to try a couple times. See if I can get it. Nope. Nope. I'm gonna practice this stuff. Nope. No, I'm terrible. There we go. That one would be close. You can use that. I'll grab that. I'm right on top. And now I can adjust that a little bit as needed. If I hold command, I can pull like one side of it down so you can skew it if needed. A lot of times for this, I would not do a hand done thing. I would go ahead and just draw. I gotta fix that little spot right there. Because I'm gonna add a highlight to that anyway. See like the little highlight that goes along this edge. Doesn't have to be perfect, but for this I would actually use the circle marquee, and let's go ahead and do that. So I got a circle here, perfect circle, and I go under image or edit and I say stroke. So that's under the edit command. Let's do this value and I'll say 5 pixels and we'll see what happens. That's pretty good right there. I can go more if I need to. I'll do 7. So again, image. Oh wait, where'd that go? I just lost it. There it is. Stroke. Let's do 7. Perfect. All right. Let me get rid of that other one that I drew, sloppy one. When I'm doing freehand stuff, I love to have a couple of things that are actually perfect, and then that starts to hide how poor my drawing is. But look at that 3. It's like not refined at all. We can always refine it later. Like I don't need to worry too much about it. But I love having that thing just be, you know, that circle that we just added to just be perfect. Sorry, I'm just moving that thing around a little bit. Command T gives you the ability to scale. Good enough. All right. I'm gonna go back to my line. Now remember, I'm still on just a flat drawing. It's not a tapered line. It's just a flat line at this point. Whoa, that's way too fat. And I'm just gonna freehand this stuff. The thing you can do, by the way, is, again, I'm going to go ahead and do a temp layer here, and I can adjust it. You can hold Shift, and that'll give you a straight line. That's an easy one to do here. Maybe we'll do that. And see, I'm on my temp layer. I'm going to go to my eraser. I need to adjust some things. I don't want that eraser to be tapered. I go back to my brush by hitting B. All right. Same thing we did earlier. I'm going to rotate this. Just get a line here. Same thing here. I'm just going to freehand this. Whoops. Somehow I cut off this stuff. I don't know how that happened. Photoshop, weird. And if I was doing this for production, I would probably need to figure out what these shapes are a little more than I have, but it's fine for now. We'll consider this just basically a rough concept design. Very small lines here. Tapered edge right there. See, when that's on its own layer, I can come back and just erase into it a little bit. But you can see how, you know, versus our first drawing that we did, which was the ball for the local tone, how much more time like this takes. It's not, I mean, it's a simple step, but it's, you still gotta go through it. A lot of times, for some reason, this step feels to me like I hurry through this stage a lot because the other stages are so much more rewarding. I don't have much patience. Good enough. For those of you guys who are just real particular drawers, this is probably painful to watch because I'm not paying too much attention. I'm going to do the rest of the details and stuff in here later, but I'll go ahead and just get the eyes in there. Why not? I'm going to leave these little details, though, for later. All right, we can come back and make any adjustments we want to on the next step, but that looks pretty good. Look how when we zoom out, how close these items are. Let's go ahead and get all of them in there. How close all these items are to, and get a tone. There we go. All these items, look how close they are. We haven't really done anything. All we did is just fill them with flat color. That's the power of local color. That's how far you can get with it. If the local color is in place, it's almost, I don't want to say half done, but I would say it's close to half done once the local color has just been established. And that's just making easy tones, making your decisions, whether it's a light tone, medium tone, or dark tone, and it goes a long way. Let's go ahead and get into some of the little bit more complicated ones. Okay, we've got the ball done. We've got the beach ball done in terms of local color. We've got the cube and other shapes done. We've got the robot done. Now it's time to move to the interior and then ultimately the exterior. So you know the drill. It's the same sort of thing. I'm going to leave my temp layer here, and I'm going to have my local tone. I'm going to start there on my local tone. I'm going to use my marquee tool, and I am just going to make a big old rectangle. And I'm just going to fill it. Now remember, the only thing that we're trying to do is figure out whether we want something to be light, medium, or dark. I'm always going to generally favor something to be mid-tone in terms of a background or something like that. That way I can always move things around on it, go darker and lighter. If you start really light, that means everything has to be darker than that, and vice versa. If you start really dark, everything has to be light on top of that. One of the things I like to do if I'm doing an interior scene is think about whether it's going to be daytime or nighttime. And I do start thinking about where the light sources is. I thought to myself, okay, it's going to be a night scene. And it doesn't change the approach that much because I could do the same scene in the daytime. But it's just all helpful to think about before you start. But I'm not going to worry too much about lighting, just like we did on the other ones. I'm going to go ahead and just paint the thing up. All right, so I'm going to start with a mid-tone. My midtones are showing up pretty dark for some reason. That's pretty good. It's about a 35% type value there, and that's all we're going to do. Easy to do. I'm going to go ahead and put all the items on top of that on the temp layer, and I'll just go back and forth. Sometimes I'll have 2 or 3 temp layers. Ultimately, I'm going to drop all those together and just put them on one layer. If I'm doing a book, though, I might keep them separate in case I have to, like say I've got this chest down here, and my client, here's a chest. I'm just drawing this with the freehand magic one. So now it's a dark item on a light background. Well, if it's on my local tone layer, I can't move it around. So on a temp layer, now I can move it around if I need to adjust it or something like that without messing too much with the background. So sometimes I do like to keep things. I'll typically have no more than 3 layers for filling in local tone. I don't like to have a ton of them, but in this case, it's going to work out okay. That looks all right. A lot of times for my just initial block in, I will do that method that I just did. Now it's very, you can do whatever you want to in terms of what's comfortable for you. Some people are going to feel more comfortable with painting these things in, and they like the option of making these strokes. I love going in and just using my, this is the magic wand freehand tool, and just making shapes real quick, and then I'll adjust those shapes with the brush and with the eraser. So let's go ahead and do that. So I've got a mid-tone, sort of a light mid-tone background, and I'm going to just be going lights and darks on top of that. Get rid of that. And I'm going to try to do that fairly quick. Again, I try to think like, what's the first thing that I fill in when you have a room and there's a ton of items? What do you start with? Well, a lot of times it's going to be the focal point. If there's a character in here, they're probably asleep or in bed reading, or whatever. They could be on the floor. If there's toys and stuff down there, so I might focus on that. If there's subject matter, I will typically start there. But if not, I'll start with the biggest item. And what's the biggest item in this room? It's the bed. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Now you notice I missed that line right there. And I'll show you how I do this. So one of the things that I don't like to do is just painting around little stuff. And so I'll just paint bigger items and have, like I said, a couple of layers, and I'll do a item on the background like this headboard, and then I'll put the pillows on another layer. And again, at the end, I'll just bring them all together. So I just drew that. If you hold the Option key, you'll notice that my little lasso tool becomes a minus. There's a little minus that happens. If I want to take something out, I can just do that. As long as I'm holding Option, I can take any shape and cut it out, and it will remove that as a selection. So it's a nice little selection option. You can see I missed my drawing right here, so I'm going to go ahead and just do that. And like I said, I'll adjust this. If I hit Shift, you'll see it becomes a plus sign. And so it becomes a really easy option for changing your selections up. I'm gonna do the same thing here. And you can see I missed that one pretty badly. It's okay. Oh, I didn't add it. I don't know why. Let's try that again. Missed it again pretty badly. That's all right. We just start with something and then we can start adjusting it. As always, I'll hold Option key and get rid of my little minus signal. All right, that's pretty good. I'm just going to do Option and delete, or you can come up here and go to Edit and go to Fill, or you can just paint it in. Maybe let's just do that one. I'll go to my brush, go really big, and just paint that whole thing in. Now notice I don't have to worry too much about the pillows and all that kind of stuff. You can see I've got pillows over here in the reference material, or the reference painting that I did. I'm not going to do that because I'm going to just do that on its own layer above it. And you can see I went over my cabinet, which I had already painted, or my little chest there. I'll call that layer temp 1. This will be temp 2. And I could even do a temp 3. And I'll just kind of go back and forth between those on what needs to be in front of what, if that makes any sense. Okay, so this is going to be on the, do this on the same level. Maybe we'll just go ahead and continue with the bed for now. So these are going to be sheets and they're going to be light. It's so easy to paint this way because you're not worried about all the stuff that's in there. You're just kind of painting around. Again, you want to watch out for pure white. So I'm going for it's a lighter value, but it's not super light. I'm going to go ahead and put those pillows. I'll just do that on the same layer because they're going to be light colored as well. And it's just a rough sketch. Don't worry about if you're exactly in the lines. I always feel a little bit like Bob Ross when I'm doing a paint demo. Happy little pillows there. Easy enough. I'll go over the bedspread at the end of this little demo because I'm using a texture there. What's the next biggest thing we can do? Maybe this background here, which is the wainscoting that goes along the edge of the wall. It's just a dark shape. It's behind our bed layer, so let's do it on the one that's just above the local tone. Again, I sound just like Bob Ross. I can't not hear that now. My drawing's a little bit off there. Just don't worry too much about it. You want to watch out for having to have perfect sketches, especially when you're painting. There's not really a huge payoff there. And it just takes a lot of time. I'm going to go for a mid-tone. So again, that's a dark shape on top of a lighter background. We can adjust all these too when we get done. But the beauty is I don't need to go in and paint all that little stuff right now. So my dressers are going to be a little bit darker than the wainscoting. Let's go ahead and do those. And like I said, I just draw through everything. And again, you can paint these. You can use the lasso tool like I'm doing here. Whatever way you want to get there. Maybe try a couple of different options. See, I had a real wobbly line there. I'll just straighten it up. Try a couple of different options and see which one you particularly like. Any way you want to do it, it's going to work. Whatever's the most comfortable. The important thing is I'm using all hard edges, and I'm painting 100% opaque. Now, when you paint this way, sometimes things start getting in the way. Like I had to erase that sheet out of the way. I'm going to be combining all these layers anyway, so I'm going to get a chance to adjust all that stuff in a few minutes. The lamp is overall just a light value. I'll put that on the top layer. And again, if I was doing this for a client and this was a really important piece, I'd be going slow. I would want to really nail this drawing. In this case, I just need to get it in there. Oops, wrong value. So I'm just hitting Option Delete, and that gives me my value. Now again, I can go in and clean up the edges just with my brush. If there's some shape that I didn't get right. Something like this calendar up top, I try to just basically move around and get things of different value. There's calendar, I'll do just freehand. And again, we'll add all the lights and darks later in the details. We just need to get the big stuff locked in. Too dark. Little stuff like this on the wall, I don't want it to call too much attention to itself. So you can see I'm just trying to find the value there. Oops, I forgot to put the little hanger in my reference picture. That's okay. So again, light over dark, dark over light. No big deal. Do the detail on that later. Oh, that's way too dark. So you want to watch out for contrast. For me, I'm always thinking about contrast, and I don't want anything that's on the wall here to be too loud. I don't want it to be too contrasty, if that makes any sense. So all I'm trying to do is either go a little bit lighter than the background, a little bit darker than the background. Not too worried if I'm staying within the lines. And I'm going to go ahead and turn on my my size control, and that way I can get a little bit more nuanced drawing. I don't know what this detail is up here. I just made it sort of maybe it's like a little landscape tree there. Now I really sound like Bob Ross. Let's do a happy little sun over there. All right, dark curtains. And again, I'd love for you guys to kind of hang with me, and you don't have to match it exactly to what I'm doing here, but get it close. And then if you want to change it up and have something be completely different, feel free afterwards. More curtains over here. And the cool thing after this one, once I do the next little drawings, I can just turn off the drawing. Look what happens when I turn off the sketch. Look at all these other things. Like we haven't really done anything, but I don't need the sketch too much once this stage is done. Let's go ahead and get that dark for the background in. Or excuse me, the sky back there. Too dark. Remember, we want to avoid that real dark. All right, next layer up. I'm just kind of bouncing between layers. There's not a lot of reasoning for which layer I'm on, other than what's in front of it. Like I put the curtains already on this layer, so I just want to go in between those two layers to add the trim. Notice I'm still fairly zoomed out. I'm not zooming in too much. For this stroke, I'm going to turn off my shape control, and I'm just going to press once, hold shift, and then it'll just make a straight line. That's pretty cool. If you just keep shift held, it'll just keep making straight lines. So I know I want this to be a straight line. I could freehand it if I want, but why? I can just do that. And a lot of times I don't remember what's on each layer, and so I get a little confused while I'm doing it, and that's all right. this lamp on this top layer. That's going to be lit up anyway. Almost doesn't matter what color this is because we're going to add, it's going to be so bright because the lighting is on top of that. I'm going to turn back on my shape control just so I can have a little more control. Dark shape, excuse me, dark line for the pole. I have just a variety of different tones here, dark tones for the pillows or whatever. I'll just put those on any layer you want. And again, we're just painting flat. This kind of scene, if you had no plan, could get away from you real quick. I'm gonna do like a mid-tone there. Be sure to save if you haven't saved, by the way. You need to save every now and again. I'll go light with this next one. I'm just gonna go ahead and do that, even though it covered that up. Let's paint that back in there. All right, and then one more light pillow. I'll just do that with the brush. Like I said, there's no rhyme or reason. You can use the magic wand, you can use the lasso tool, you can use the brush. A lot of different ways to do the same thing in Photoshop. And so part of the thing that I want to stress is you guys are finding how you like to work. But if you didn't have this methodology for a scene with this much stuff in there, a shot like this could get away from you real quick. Just going to do a real dark rug. Again, dark over light, light over dark. Too dark. There we go. All right, these, like I said earlier, these dressers need to be a little darker than the wainscoting, but a little lighter. Don't want to go as dark as the bed, but they do need to be a little bit darker than the wainscoting and a little bit darker than this background. So that's pretty good, maybe a little darker. And it's cool, as long as you think foreground, middle ground, background, and what's in front of what, you can just kind of draw freely. See, if I fill this whole thing in, like that, that's a lot easier than picking a brush and trying to paint around all this stuff. That is what takes just a mountain of time, is painting around little edges, and especially if I was already thinking about lighting and which way the light's coming and all that. So if we go over here, you can see our light's coming from this direction. And so if I'm trying to paint this shadow in and I'm trying to think about the light hitting this little bear or whatever, that's needless time. It's going to burn too much time. We don't need to mess with that. All right, see, that's already blocked in there. You just got to be careful which layer you put it on, which I was not. And see, now that that's in there, I can just erase some of the edges. Good enough. All right, this bear is going to be just a little bit lighter than the dresser. Same thing though. I'm just going to fill the whole thing in. Not too concerned about the drawing, because all that can be refined anytime you want. So notice how we move from big to small. And the second thing I'll add there is we want to move from loose to tight. Big to small, loose to tight. That is the easiest way to work your way through a painting. Paint this globe. Just trying to separate it from the bear just a little bit. And I went with a lighter tone. For this thing, I could have just as easily gone dark, because all I wanted to do is basically separate from those tones. But in the case of the example, I went light, so I'll just stick with that. Dark picture frame. I'll do my lasso tool. Too dark. There we go. And I bounce between the lasso and the brush. A little bit lighter than the background here. So that's my background value. I'll go a tad bit lighter. Make up a little beach scene in there. Want to draw a sailboat over here? Yeah, sailboat. Yeah, all right. What else we got? Oh, this rug over here. Okay. Using my lasso tool here. Fill the whole thing. Oops, messed up right there. I'll just erase that. Okay. To make the stripes, I'm going to go ahead and lock my opacity like I did before. See, now I can't draw outside of that. So I'll just make some stripes. Three big stripes and then some smaller ones in the middle. Easy. A couple little details need to go ahead and get in there, like the these little stripes on the lamp. Well, they're a little darker than that. I'm going to go ahead and sometimes I'll go ahead and start turning down my drawing just to see what I have. And nothing has to be perfect. You can adjust these as needed. Just a couple of stripes. Now I'll kind of go around the image and I'll go ahead and just throw all these layers together. And that way I don't have to figure out which layer everything's on. I can just clean stuff up. So I'm zoomed in a little more than I was before. I'll go ahead and turn off my sketches entirely. Look how well this holds up. You know, see how loose that is? Well, I haven't added the texture in there. Let's go ahead and do that. And you can see how the scene comes together pretty quick, though. Looks almost complete, except for that weird bed, because we have no texture there. So I'm just going to open up a file real quick. Give me 1 second. Here's this big old texture that I have built. You can use any texture that you want. I'm just copying it. And now, this is really cool. This is a new little trick that we haven't gone over. This is going to be called a layer mask. So watch this. So I'm going to go ahead and just select. I'll just draw around the bed. It can be loose, don't worry. You can always adjust it. See, I missed the edge right there. All right, watch this. So I've got a selection. It's sort of the rough version of where that bed sheet's going to go. If I go to edit and say, oh wait, yeah, I'll do that. Go to the edit and say, if you go to paste special, it'll say paste into. And there's my pattern. Pretty neat. Now, if you look over here to our layers palette, you'll see I have got my pattern here. You can almost see that little picture right there. And then you can also see the mask that I just made. So it's almost like holding up, having a sheet of construction paper and cutting a shape out, and you can only see through the construction paper, and everywhere the paper is, you can't see through it, right? It's the same thing here. If I hit Shift and just select that, you can see I can turn off that mask. So the whole image is here. I can move around this texture, and this is, you know, using that analogy, that's my construction paper. So if I want to, I can move the construction paper and you're just seeing that texture underneath it, or I can move the texture underneath it and that construction paper right there sort of blocking it, so you're just seeing like a little window into that shape. Well, I can paint on this, which is really neat. It's called a layer mask, and that's what this little black thing is right there. Again, Shift, you can turn it off and on, however you want, but you can paint on it. if I go to my brush, you can use any of the painting tools, and if I paint in white, I'm actually blocking the construction paper. If I paint in black, I am revealing more. See that little white spot right there? That's sort of that's just a little icon for the hole that I've made in, using that construction paper analogy. And I need to be able to have the bed block some of that. So let's go to our temp layer over here, and I'm just going to select that bed shape that we made. I'll go back up here. Remember, if I had black, it basically blocks the little window, and if I had white, it reveals the window. So I'm going to go to black over here. This little area right here in our toolbox is what color you're going to fill with if you select Option Delete. So I want that to be set to black. Option Delete, and now look, it just, all I did is just block that more of that texture. See, if I turn it off, there's the full texture. Pretty neat. And that's all we really have to do. I'm going to add a couple of other details around the room. Notice there is some individual kind of stuff. There's stuff within the image. There's some of these lines in the wainscoting, and we want to go ahead and add that stuff. But we don't really need to add we're not adding shadows or anything like that yet. We're just adding some surface detail to some of this stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. And go ahead and save if you haven't done that yet. And I'm going to clean up some of this other stuff too. Since now it's all on one layer. Basically, I've got my background. My background in the window, all the stuff that's on top of it, and then that pattern and texture. So I'm just going to work from right to left, I guess, and we'll get some detail. Now you can make another temp layer for the little details if you think you might be adjusting them. Most of the time I would not do that. Don't need to. I'm going to make the shape in the pillowcase. Let's get the edge of that, wherever that pillowcase is. Remember, you can use your eraser tool once you go outside that edge. So the whole process is paint it in and adjust it. Paint it in and adjust it. You don't got to go nuts with the detail. It doesn't have to be perfect. Unless you're photographically, if you're a photographic kind of painter, you're going to take your time here. I do not, if I was going to do that here for you guys, it would take, it would take me 10 hours to paint this thing like perfectly with all these textures and shapes and, so I'm just sort of indicating it. But the principle is the same, whether you do it fast for like you're a concept designer, or whether you go slow and you're doing like realistic paintings, or even finished art. So this is how I paint a lot of times when I'm doing comps for a book. I'm just kind of cruising in, I'm indicating things, but I don't need to be, super specific. I'm actually doing a book cover later today. This is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just looking at the reference because I'm kind of trying to match the reference a little bit. I don't want to leave the reference too far behind. Just making little pictures there. So just stuff. You don't got to worry too much about it. A little portrait. I don't know what that other little thing is in this picture frame. See, look how clumsy this is drawn. It's real clunky. But again, once you move back and look at the whole, it's fine. What did I have over there? Let's draw a portrait of a cat, maybe. Cat portrait. A little landscape painting on the wall. Need a lot of detail there. You don't want people looking back there, that kind of stuff. Okay, let's get some detail on this pillow. So I made some spots on this darker one. Don't like any of those, you can just either paint them in or just erase them because we are on our temp layer. You notice each one of these steps takes a little bit longer than the one before. Like that ball, the first ball that we did, this one just painted in there, just paste it in there. Next one, we have a little more detail. Next one, we have a little more. Next one, we have a little more. And now we have a little more. The next one's actually easier though, because interiors are, in my opinion, are much harder than exteriors. Get a couple of little kind of continents going. And I'm just going to hurry because I don't want to spend too much time doing all this stuff. Notice how I'm always going from big to small, loose to tight. Do some of those details later. All right, that's going to do it for me for right now. I'm going to go ahead and finish painting in just a little bit of that wainscoting. I'll go ahead and do it. I was going to say I'll do it off camera so you guys don't have to wait. But I'll do it here because sometimes it's annoying when I'm watching a video and they do something off camera and I'm like, hey, wait, what'd you do? All right, all I'm doing is going back to my regular temp layer that has all my detail on it. I made the selection, and now I'm just going to paint similar values. I don't want to go too dark or too light here. That's the important thing. And I'm just going to paint up and down, and then I'll put the top little railing on there. I could do that on my temp layer if I want to. And here we go. See, that's way too dark. So a lot of times when I'm trying to pick value, I'll pick the actual value, and then I will slightly move off of it. And I'm just going to randomly come across here and make some strokes. And I'll, again, just like we've been doing before, I'm going to erase some of that stuff. So I'm just doing this randomly. Let's paint it in real quick. Now I'm going to pick the background color and I'm going to go a little darker. Get a little bit of variety going in there. Again, once we get enough little, basically vertical stripes, nobody's going to care what it is. They're going to know that it's just wainscoting. They're not going to pay too much attention to it, hopefully. And again, this is dependent on how tight or loose that you paint. If you're somebody who is painting really realistic, everything has to be matched to that level. And now I'll take my eraser and I'll start cutting into some of that too. And I'll do some half strokes. So like, you know, half the board is there. Maybe it changes value a little bit. I'll back up and look at it. Out of that again. And you can hold shift too if you want to, if you want them to be just perfectly straight. For me, I don't care. But if you want yours to be perfectly straight, you can do that. All right, we got a bunch of these values in there. Maybe I will go ahead and make my top bar. So I'm going to go a little bit darker just because I want this to show up. Turned off my shape control, so now I just have basically a flat kind of brush. And I'm just going to come across and hold shift. And that'll give me that top bar. There we go. Done deal. I can adjust that more as I go. I don't know if I want to mess with it right now too much because once we get lighting on there and stuff, I just don't think it's going to matter that much. Add a little bit more detail, but not much. That seems good enough for me for right now. All right, other things that we can do, if I wanted to, I could add some design to this one, and feel free to go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and do it. I'll just add a little bit of darkness just to get some variety going. Turn back on my shape control. So you see how we're always kind of going back and forth? All right, easy enough. That's going to do it. We've got the local tone in. Let's back up a little bit and look at everything we have together. So we got our ball, we've got our beach ball, we've got our cubes, we've got our robot, and now we have an interior that's just laid in terms of local value. And we're going to get to the last one, and then we'll go to some real fun stuff with starting to add lighting. Okay, thanks. Time to do the final local tone drawing, or fill in, I guess, depending on how you want to call it. Again, we have our local tone layer, and then we have our temp layers on top of it. I could drop that down if I want to right now. Matter of fact, I will. Let's go ahead and drop them all down. So I'm going to call this local tone. All right, so the next step is to figure out what our value structure is going to be here. Now, I drew this one for you already, so we already know what the value structure is going to be. But if you were starting from scratch, before I was going to lay in something as complicated as a background, you really need to do a little bit of research here. And so for me, I mean, if it's not specific to a story, I would probably want to go to the Google search and see what's out there. And so I'm just pulling this up just to show you guys, like, it's really hard to make things up out of your head. The bigger that scenes get, the more I want to lean on some kind of reference. And so I'm looking at this reference saying, okay, what's the average thing that I'm seeing here in terms of doing a house? Almost every house that I pull up is a light value on a somewhat darker background. So you can see this light gray on this forest patch here. Here's a lighter house. Again, darker background. I saw that over and over and over again. Sometimes there's an exception, if it's going to be a log cabin, these might be lighter, or maybe I'd put a sky behind it. But again, we always go back, no matter how complicated the scene gets, always go back to, is it a light shape on a dark background or a dark shape on a light background? But I mean, over and over, I saw this kind of relationship. And so that's where I pulled the value structure to our image, even though I just sort of made that scene up. I definitely want to look to reference to get at least a guide on what I'm doing there. Okay, so this is going to be a lighthouse, not a lighthouse, but a light value house on a little bit darker of a background. So I'm just going to go ahead and start painting away. Same thing as we've always done in the previous models, except for this one is a little more complicated. I think the interior is actually the most complicated one out of this grouping because there's so much little unconnected stuff. Landscapes are pretty easy. I think easier than interiors by far. So let's go ahead and lay that in there. All right, I'm just going to lay in a background. And I always just paste it in there and then start adjusting. You don't have to match mine exactly, but we can try to get close. So again, what's the biggest thing? Two questions I ask myself. What's the biggest thing that we can start with? And then also, what's the farthest back thing? Because then I can just keep adding things in front of it. So a lot of times I'll start with, in terms of an environment, I'll start with the backmost object, which is the sky, and then I'll slowly work my way forward. So there's the background. I like how fast this stuff goes. It's pretty quick. I'll add a similar value, maybe a little bit lighter. Oops, a little bit lighter. Than the sky. So now I've got a grass tone and I've got a sky tone. Now what's the next biggest shape I can add? Well, it's going to be the house, but I'm going to go ahead and go on top of this one and make this my first temporary layer. All right. Now I'm just going to use my lasso tool. This is easy, holding Option. I can just make my shapes. And I don't need to worry too much about the roof because I'm going to put the roof on top of this. And we want to get the biggest bang for the buck is going to be just getting these big shapes blocked in. Here, I'm going to make this a little bit smaller maybe. I know I can get it all on there. I want to have the scene in view so you guys can kind of see what I'm doing and so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, so there's my ground plane is blocked in, my sky plane is blocked in, my home is blocked in, and I can always change that stuff, but I'm not gonna even mess with that right now. I'm gonna get some more stuff in there. So my house is on this temp layer. I'm gonna call this temp 2, and that'll be for things closer to us, a little bit closer to the foreground. And there might be a little bit of roof showing here. So again, I'm just holding Option. I'm on the lasso tool. And I can always adjust this stuff, so I'm not that worried if I don't get it exactly right. All right, again, that's not gonna be totally black. Look, we've got, if I go to this area, that area on that dormer is a little bit lighter, or on the porch is a little bit light or darker, sorry, than the main roof. So here, I'm gonna lay it something like that. Enough room to where I can still, I could go so much darker. Look, if I just paint on top of that, how dark that goes. And so I just want to organize my values as best I can. Okay, so we've got ground plane, we've got the house value. Now, the one thing here I would start thinking about is like, what's my trim color going to be? I mean, my house value is pretty light, so I think I'm going to go just a tad bit darker with that. I'll pull out my magic wand, and I'll just paint in a slightly darker value. Or I could just fill it with a darker value, whatever you want to do. In this case, I'll just paint it in. Now that is almost the same color as the sky, but I'm not done filling things in. So let's go ahead and get some more bigger things in if we can. I'm going to put that background layer. It's another temp layer. So there may be a few temp layers in this one. So there's our house, there's our roof. So I'm just going to block in those trees because that's a really important feature back there to separate the house from the sky. And I'm always doing that. Remember, even in the reference, it did that. So I'm not making it up all the way. But the big thing that I'm thinking about is, dark shape over light or light shape over dark. And so anytime I have a light shape, I'll just add something that's dark. It becomes an exercise almost in design. Like a lot of people, when they're doing illustration, they're thinking too much about logic. Not that it shouldn't be logical, but a lot of times I'm just thinking, I need something dark back there. What makes sense? And then I'll come up with something. So you do need to think about the logic at some point. But it's a really important part of this is just saying what's dark. And I need that house to separate. See, look how once I add that dark right there, that house separates real nice. And again, I can come back with my eraser and chop into this stuff. And so I do that quite a bit. Just paint it in, come back, there's going to be like a couple little bits sometimes that you can see through. And again, if this is for production, I'm going to start thinking truly about, okay, what kind of tree is back there? Do I need some specific shapes? My shape control is turned on so I can get a real thin line or a thick line. But I just sort of play around until it feels right. And a lot of times I'm making strokes like this where I'm lifting the stylus and so you get, just a little bit more variation back there. Like maybe there's branches or whatever sticking up. I don't know. So if I use my eraser, I can almost imitate some leaves kind of sticking up. Same thing over here. I've got that just sort of drawn in back there, but I'm not paying attention to that really that much. And it's amazing how quick a outdoor scene can come along pretty quick. A lot of times when I do lectures like this, if I'm doing them live in person or at a workshop or something, people will say, "Oh, do you do this every single time?" The answer is sort of. I'm always thinking about this. Sometimes the approach is different depending on what I'm doing or what the scene is or whatever. But I'm always thinking about this. Is it going to be light over dark? What's the easiest way to move my image forward? And the answer to that is almost always going to be, what's the next biggest thing I can paint? And what's the next biggest thing I can draw and fill in. See, we're doing pretty good. If we back out, it's starting to look pretty sweet. All right, so we've got what we just did is a we got basically a middle ground. Oops, middle ground. Got a background, and then obviously our sky layer. For me, even though it's not in the drawing, I kind of want a foreground layer, and so I may start to think about that. I don't want it to be too important. So I'm going to go ahead and just draw some of that stuff there just to start to separate it. And the beautiful part about Photoshop is you can just imply this stuff and paint it in without having to have a super accurate drawing. So when people ask kind of how I draw and paint, a lot of times my drawing will be barely anything there. Just enough to indicate stuff. And then I just go ahead and go paint it and start just messing around with these shapes. So just make some kind of foreground shape. We can always adjust that because I don't want to get detailed. Remember, you want to always think about your focal point with all this stuff. It's not just, again, we're not trying to learn photographic realism from a camera. And I realize it may seem like, we've done all 5 of these things. As I back up, we just got local color. We haven't even started talking about light and shadow, even though that's what the class is about. But like I said earlier, this is the most important part, is to get this stuff laid in, and then everything else will fall right into place. Okay, so we need to go ahead and get some of the detailing done with the house. The next, I think, most obvious thing and most important thing is going to be the windows. So I could do that with the lasso tool or whatever tool really you want to play with at this point. I think this one's fast. You can see my drawing is just barely there. Very good. Always adjust this stuff as I go. So I'm going to put the window value in there, this dark, again, dark light shape, and then these dark details. Kind of funny when you start looking at the world through this lens, everything just organizes itself so easy. It's either light shape on dark or dark shape on light. It's not, let's say it's a trick, but man, once you start noticing it, it's sort of important. And again, the more finished, I'm just going to go, notice that your vanishing point here doesn't match. If you guys have already watched the perspective video, I'm not too concerned with that here because I got a railing and some bushes that's going to block that window. So I'm not that concerned with it. All right, let's go ahead and add the trim in there. So my roof line is there. My house is here. So I might add one layer in between those, and that makes it super easy to just go ahead and get my trim in there. And I'm just going to go full value because I'm not worried about the lighting yet. Remember that. This is just local color, and we have a real light trim here. So I'm going to do it like that. Sort of messed up on my roof line here. Let's fix that first. I'll make this little board. I think it's called a fascia board, but I don't know. And I think I did have some kind of reference for this, but not a ton. Sort of just made up some of the details and stuff. And again, the more realistic this is going to be, the more you really need to think about, doing an accurate version of where all this stuff is. I'm just kind of blocking it all in. There's that continuing fascia board back there. Oops, a little bit big. And remember, I can adjust all this stuff if I want to, so I'm not that concerned. These columns here. This one's going to be blocked by a bush, and so I can just go down to whatever depth I want to. That's why it's important to have pretty good studies too with tone, so like, hey, I don't need to draw the bottom of these things because they're just going to be blocked by something anyway. Or way back here, same thing. It's blocked by those foreground bushes. And that's very, very intentional. If I can block a bunch of stuff with one big old dark shape that doesn't require a lot of work, that's going to be definitely to my benefit. It makes it easy. There would probably be a little board right here for some trim, but I'm not going to get that detailed, which I'll talk about that in just a few minutes once we get to the next layer. Well, I can go ahead and start mentioning it now, I guess. The farther back your camera moves, the more you don't have to worry about detail. As the camera pans back, those little details like a board being right here on this window become lost in the minutiae anyway. They're just such a small detail you don't see it. You know, if I looked at that reference picture that I just pulled up on my internet search, you can't see those little boards. You can't see hinges on the window, and so you got to be careful about trying to over detail a scene like this. If I get in there and start really looking at the hinges and the nails in the wall and all that stuff, it's too much detail. As we zoom out, the detail sort of goes back and the bigger picture stuff becomes more important. Same thing if I kept moving back and now I'm showing a whole neighborhood. Well, I'm not showing any detail at all, really. It's just basically the lights and darks that kind of fall on the house, no detail. And then as I move all the way back, it's a whole city. Well, they're just cubes and dark shapes and light shapes. And so, you know, if we're looking at this robot, he's going to get a lot more attention to what the detail actually is than the house needs to. Now, one little cool trick, you can see my window here is in front of my column, but I don't want it to be. So I'm going to, if I hit Command, and again on the PC, I don't know what that key is, but it's the one right next to the space bar. If I click in my layer and hold down that key, it will select anything on there. Here, let me turn that off and I'll do it again. Click, see how it selects that? And now I'll go up to this layer that's on top and I'll just delete by holding my eraser down that little section right there. And now the column's in front of that. So I hope that makes sense in terms of detail and how much you need to be worried about individual little things. In a case of a house like this, there's so many of these little detailed things that once you get all this stuff drawn in there, people are just like, oh yeah, that's the trim, or that's you know, all these little details. They don't care that much. Or they don't pay attention. I don't want to say they don't care that much. They just don't pay attention to that level of detail. And I see so many people really over rendering, over detailing images. Get that door in there. And that's going to also be blocked by a bush. Little shutter. So a lot of these the reason I'm sticking so closely to the to using this lasso tool is because we're doing things that are architectural, and because I can make straight lines with my lasso tool, it's beneficial for that reason. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit darker chimney. Oh, I got some more trim to do over here and the shutters and stuff like that. Okay. This stuff goes pretty fast, especially when you're not talking like I am right now. Got a window over here. I'm going to do the chimney now. Too dark. Just right. Now I got to come up on top of this to do the top portion of the chimney. Just make one more layer. Oh, I didn't actually carry it above the roof in the demo. Whoops, those people are going to be in a serious fire danger. We'll see how that works. I may change the value later. It works okay for now. All right, next thing up is going to be some of our darks in the foreground. So I'm going to go ahead and start adding all that stuff. I may go ahead and just pull all these temp layers together just so they don't start getting away from me. So I've got my house by itself, got all the stuff on top of the house, and then I've got my background. 2 items, my sky. All right, let's go ahead and add some darks. New temp layer. Remember, the temp layer on top gives us the chance to paint something in and then erase it back out. So we don't want to be as dark as the roof, but we do want to be darker than some of this other stuff. It's very subtle how dark that's going to be. That's about right. If I was doing this for myself, I may even pull out a texture brush, but I really just want to keep it to the basic brushes here. I do not want to all of a sudden get into that mess where we start to talk too much about brush quality, because this is not a painting class. This is really a value class. All right, so get a bunch of stuff in there. Start chopping into it with your eraser. It's kind of cool how much you can do with that eraser. So I'm just always chopping away. And sometimes you get cool marks that you like, sometimes you get stuff that you don't like. I get a little bit more intricate than I have over there, but not too much. All right, remember, we're not adding shadow yet. I'm just going to leave that by itself right now. Don't worry about following my guide exactly. You make your own. These are just dark shapes. And we'll layer those in a minute too, just so it's not just so boring. But like I said earlier, this is, I mean, it may be boring to watch me do this, but this is where people always run into problems when, you know, I can show you how to do this all day long. And I could show you that in 15 minutes and you'd be like, and then if I said, okay, now you can light anything, well, maybe not. There's more time is spent on this first part of building an image than the lighting or anything. It's really just getting this local tone in there and making sure it's a dark shape here, it's a lighter shape here, it's a darker shape here, and everything separates. Like I said just in the initial lecture, what's light, what's dark, and how is everything separating. This is going to take a little bit of time to get it nuanced because there's just some tricky little bits like where the ground meets these bushes right here. You need to think about that and how to indicate the grass in here. That's always a tricky one if you haven't done that before. So I'm just making dark shapes and I can go back in and erase into it, make little dots and stuff. Most of the time art is made from dots and little blips and things that you're just making up. Nobody has to know what it is. You don't have to think too much about it. Man, this really comes alive in the next step. This step is, like I said, the most important, local tone, but that next step is what starts to really give it that dimension. But without this, it doesn't work. And I'll come back to this because I don't want to get too lost doing this stuff. So for the grass area, and I do have it looks like I do have a walkway and some trim. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then I'm probably going to stop this video and then I'll pick back up for some of this detail. I'm going to go on top here. And maybe I'll make one more layer actually between them. Because then I can make my railing. And I'm just going to freehand this stuff. Because it's such a small detail within the image. All right, I'm going to go for a little bit darker stairs. I may need to turn up my drawing a little bit so I can see what I drew. That's the top of the stairs there. I'm going to come out with that dark a little bit farther, just so I don't have to draw the steps. That's a little secret for you guys. Always put bushes in front of steps. You never have to draw them. And sometimes I'll go to a big brush and just start to try to unify some of this stuff together. I get my shutters in here. Dark. I'm always selecting around the image and bringing stuff in. Turn off my sketch layer and see what we got. I don't mind these little funky angles. It almost looks, it has like an animation type feel because everything's a little bit wonky because I'm going so fast. I'm not going to worry about the details yet. You know, things on the door and the lines in the house and all that stuff. We'll add that last. That comes under the extras category. Today I'm going to start to indicate some of this grass and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and do that, and we'll make that be the end of this video, and we'll get into what's next. So I'm going to group these together. Add another one on top. Now my focal point is going to be here. So you do need to think a little bit about lighting. I'm going to have some light coming in. My lighting's going to be coming in from this side. This is all going to be in shadow. But it creates this big area of openness that I don't like in a composition. Like if I was just going to leave that all just being grass that's lit by sun, this would start to take up too much dominance on the scene. So I chose to have a little bit of light, like maybe something's casting a shadow in through here. I'm not going to get too much into that shadow, but I do want to break up some of this grass a little bit. So I'll select that grass color and I'll just start to play around. I'll have a small brush and I'll start to carve into some of these other shapes, and that starts to get us into just a little bit more interesting stuff. And you can do like kind of sweeping big strokes and then cut into that with your eraser. So now you're just kind of picking your tone and playing around with different values. We want to just basically get some different spots and things like that. And see, that's all these are up here. It's just little spots and stuff. Maybe a couple of these are a little bit lighter, especially as we get towards the house. I'm going to go darker over here. Oh, I forgot my trees. So these are not shadows yet. They're just changes in the grass. And I'm going to make sure my brush is a little smaller now. And we'll still be able to come in and add shadow. This will just take me about 3 or 4 minutes. You can speed up this part of the video. Like I said, if I was doing this for a portfolio piece, I may have some custom brushes that help me along the way here, but you don't need that. And I'm not going to get too detailed here because I really want to get that shadow tone in there before I go too crazy with all this stuff, because the shadow tones are going to change it a little bit. And get a lot of stuff in there and just carve it in with your eraser. Now, this grass is looking a little longer than my demo version, but that's okay. A lot of times, by the way, the strokes that I'm making, I'm kind of starting to go like that, where you're starting to rotate as you go around. So the stroke is like this. It's a little more believable. It's so cool because all you're doing is just adding all this flat, super flat color, and the image really comes along. I mean, look at how far we are. If I just back out a little bit, you can slowly see the whole thing starting to come together. And we haven't even used any, we've used one brush the entire time, just the hard edge brush. Same thing with the cloud. Just rough it in there and erase into it. Go a little darker here too. We're almost done. Don't worry. Don't freak out. Like I said, and then we're going to get to the fun stuff. See, all these are just squiggles. All right, I'm going to just continue to finish this up off camera. This is all I'm doing, so you guys have got a sense of it. I'm going to draw these two stalks in here. Or let me back out and show you all of them. So there's all of our images, just local tone put in there. Pretty easy. We don't have the sketch layer on at all. It's completely turned off. And now we're pretty much ready to start adding light. So let's get to that. All right, now it's time to get into some fun stuff. We have our full local value in all of the different parts of this file. And now it's time to start adding some shadow. Remember, so number one, in terms of our sequence of techniques, is local color or local tone. And number two is going to be shadow. That is the second most important thing. Very important that we get that in there. I want to talk a little bit about shadow and labeling different parts of a shadow. So let's go and look at the ball here. So there's two kinds of shadows. Where I can draw something. There we go. There's two parts to the shadow that we're looking at. There's form shadow and cast shadow. Form shadow is just simply the shadow that falls across a form. If my face is being lit from the light coming on this side, even though there's a lot of soft light in here, that's the light coming from this side, and it's a form shadow on the rest of my face. And so in the case of the ball, this is all form shadow. This is all form shadow. Anything that's on the object, form shadow, form shadow, form shadow, form shadow. So it's basically just an object getting hit with light and then rolling into shadow. Pretty simple. The other one, cast shadow, that is the light casting the shadow and that shadow falling on something else, like a ground plane here. So that's a cast shadow. Cast shadow. Cast shadow. This box, the light is coming from this way, and here, this little area right there, that's a cast shadow. This little bit right here coming down, that's a cast shadow. So if it's on the form, it's a form shadow. If it's being cast by the form, it is a cast shadow. So like this little shape right here, cast shadow. That's the light coming in, hitting the top of this thing, and then being blocked. Same thing right there. Cast shadow. And same thing up here. It's very, very simple. Like on the lights coming from this side, this box, that's form shadow. This over here is cast shadow because it's being cast by the object. Cast shadow right there, form shadow right here. So it's a very, very simple concept, and there's only two parts to it. It's either on the form or it's being cast by a form or an object. So that's the easy part there. There's not too much demoing that I can possibly do there, but there is something that I want to talk about in terms of how the light drapes across an object, and a very important piece of this is going to be your value and your edge control. This is a big one. So we'll talk about the first one, first, let me make a new layer. The question with shadow value, how dark do you go with a shadow? Good question, right? I mean, it could be anything. This is one of the most messed up things for students other than a local tone. This is the second thing that I see in terms of difficulty for students, is that they go too dark. Let me move these two objects over here, and I'll just hang out with this one. So say light, this is just a form, it could be like a menu on a table or something like that. How dark, if the light is coming from, say, this side, how dark should this side be in terms of shadow? Well, I mean, you could pick anything, right? It could be like totally, completely black. Here, let me make a selection real quick. Okay, so I have this rough selection. It's not perfect, but it'll work for this demo. What if I do that? Well, now it's in shadow. It's just a really, really, really dark shadow. That's fine. There's some stylizations that you can use that will work fine. I mean, everybody would read that as one side being in light, one side being the shadow. The problem happens when that value is arbitrary. And it's easy to do with just a singular object like we have here, but the second that we go into our bigger scenes where we have an interior or an exterior, and we start going too dark, we get maybe into this value, that's still a little bit too dark. All of a sudden the contrast starts being spread throughout the image, and it's a very, very difficult image to control. So there's a guideline that I want you guys to use that is a general recipe for most shadows, and that is your shadow value can be, or should be, about 2 values darker than the actual object. So if I bring up my color picker, so there's where my object is right there. You see that little dot right there? How far is 2 values? About right there. And that's just a guess, but it doesn't need to be much. You see how subtle that amount is? That's a little bit too much. Let me show you something. So if I have a value here, and then our other value is about 2 values darker, that works for any local tone, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Let me go ahead and copy this, and I'll move it over here, and I will change its value. Okay, so now it's dark. I can grab this exact shadow, and I'm not going to change the shadow at all. I'm just going to drag it over. See, there it is. And I can set it on there. And see, it works for that value too. Now, what happens if I do it again? Move this out of the way. And we go light. Really light with our local value. Well, I can still take that same shadow, 2 values, and it works for that too. So it's just that all the shadows that I have here are the exact same value. I've got them set to multiply, so we're basically seeing through them. So whatever this one is, you just go a little bit darker for its shadow tone. And that's an easy way to think about it. It's just a little bit. Most people go way too far, and the contrast is much, much, much too high. And so that's one thing. I'll talk about that a lot as we go through our demo, but I just want you to pay attention to it now, is how dark do you go? About 1 to 2 values. I do have a value guide around here. I'll pull that up in just a minute and show you, but I keep it when I'm painting, whether I'm painting traditionally or whether I'm doing it on the computer. I have a little step guide. It goes, from white to black, and there's 10 steps between them. And I'm always just paying attention to the relationship of those values from the local tone, which is what we have over here, to the shadow tone, which is what we have on the shadow side of an object. About 1.5, 2 values is perfect. Now, again, there are situations where that will not work for you. If you're in an extreme spotlight situation, it may be more. If you're stylizing heavily, like Mike Mignola from Hellboy, it's going to be, you are going to go from a light tone to a pitch black, and that's a very stylized kind of look. But in general, if we're going to do that interior scene and that exterior scene, we need to control how dark the shadow is. 2 values is about where I want you to be. All right, so let me, hopefully that makes sense. Let me clean up this file real quick to go to the next topic. All right, let me get these back in here. So edge control, what does edge control mean? Well, we've got 3 very similar shapes here, right? We've got one that's a very hard edge. We've got one that's, sort of rounded a little bit, and one that's very round. How hard should your edges be when you are painting on an object? And this is something that I see a bunch when people are doing figure drawings and they don't understand how to control their edges, or how hard should an edge be. If I just pull up, we're gonna go to our soft brush now. Okay, see that? Very, very soft brush. Let me go ahead and make a new layer. Let me turn this off. So that is about as soft an edge as I can make. So that's very soft edge. So how do we get a firm edge? If I click Control, notice how I had to have a hardness scale here. It's set to 0. What happens if I go up to about 44? Need a little more than that. See the difference between those 2 edges? And now let's go up a little further. And now let's go all the way up to the highest point. All right, so we've got as ugly as this file is, we've got a hard edge here. I'm going to write this stuff down. Hard edge. We've got a firm edge. We got a blurred or a soft edge. And then we basically have a lost edge, where really that edge is just bleeding right in. It's just a pure gradient. And so how do you know which one to use? And this is really, really important. This is one of those things where when you do a drawing and you shade it and you look at it and it's sort of not right, but you don't know why. People are really used to seeing one of these edges, and they happen in a very specific way, in a very specific time. And if you get it wrong, if you make what should be a soft edge too hard, it'll look kind of funny, but people won't know why. And vice versa, if it should be hard but you make it too soft, well, it's going to be equally off. And so that's why I've made these shapes right here. Your edge hardness has to do with, especially on a form shadow, remember the object falling on a form, the edge hardness has to do with how hard of an angle something is. So this moment right here, this real sharp edge, that's going to dictate that curve. And so in our examples here, let's go ahead and do this. How dark is it going to be? We're going to pick there. It's going to be about 2 values darker. And so if I walk you through each of these 3, notice how each one has a little bit more progressive of a curve. I'll get rid of all these tabs. There we go. Each one of these has a little more progressive of a curve, right? So this one's going to be an absolute hard edge, like the menu sitting on the table, right? Well, this one here on this side is going to be a very soft edge because it's rounded. The more rounded an object is, the softer your edge is going to be. So I'm going to turn on my opacity control, and I'm going to just make a very, very soft edge. Now you can see all of that. I'm going to go a little darker just to exaggerate it here. All right, see the difference between this one on the right and this one on the left? Sort of the same shape, except for they have a vastly different quality to the stroke. Now, what happens if I put a super hard edge on to this shape. See how that doesn't make sense? It still has a light side and a shadow side, but it's the wrong hardness. So depending on how rounded something is, you need to be able to control that edge. Now, what do we do here? Well, same thing I just did a second ago. I'm going to change my hardness. Maybe we'll go up just a little bit. I'm going to make my brush a lot smaller. That's too hard. And so sometimes you're going to have to find it, but this one's interesting because it's going to be right in the middle of these two. Let me get everything out of the way. So you see the difference there? That's pretty good. It's going to be just still going to be soft, but it's not going to nearly be as soft as this one over here. And so we've got on the right-hand side, we have a soft edge or lost edge. Middle, we've got a firm edge, and here we've got a hard edge. And that, to the viewer, tells them what that edge is. In other words, right now we've got the edge of the object doing a lot of work. Like, even without the shadow, before I put the shadow even in, you know what shape these are because you're looking at the edge of the object, right? You can see the edge. But watch this. This is pretty interesting. If I get rid of that, you'll still know what shape the object is because of the edge control. See, so now I've gotten rid of each one of those indicators on what these shapes are, but a viewer will still understand that this one on the right is a rounded edge. This one has a little bit of an angle to it, but it's not a hard edge, and they will understand that this is almost like looks like a cube, like you're looking at it head on. And so even without our edges to show what these objects are, the audience still knows. The audience is very aware of what those edges are. So I just wanted to show you guys that just in isolation here. I'm going to give you a file right here, and I want you to practice doing a soft edge, a firm edge, and a hard edge. That's going to be one of your homework assignments. But I want to go ahead and look at the other file too. All right, you see this? So it's a very, very rounded edge, and it's a soft edge. Right, it rounds like that, or it's extremely round, and so this is all going to be very, very soft. Same thing here, very soft. Same thing here, very soft. This is going to be a hard edge. Hard edge. This is not quite as soft as the ball, so it's a little bit a firm edge. Same thing here, firm edge, firm edge. Right here, we have this shape here. That's going to be a firm edge, and so I just start to look, and basically it's big, easy questions. When we did the local color, it was how dark or light is something? Is a light object on dark or dark object on light? When you're starting to talk about light and shadow, you start to talk about how much of an angle is there, how soft or hard should that angle be, and how dark should it be. Notice how this value over here is about 2 values. I guess I'll do it on this ball because it's even. So this is about 2 values darker than the local tone. Cast shadow, so there's light coming down. So we've talked about form shadow, that's this one. The light's coming down. This is our cast shadow, and typically a shadow that's being cast, so if there's a light kind of casting that like that, the closer to the object it is, it's going to be a hard edge. Typically, cast shadows near the object that's casting them will always be hard edge. And you can kind of just use that as a guide. It's super easy, hard edge line. Any cast shadow I actually do, I just default it to being a hard line because the audience is used to that even though they don't know it. That's a hard edge. That's a hard edge. That's a hard edge because these are all cast shadows. This is all hard edge, no matter how clumsy that drawing is. Same thing here. Look, here's the light coming down. This is the sun coming down. Hard edge. Hard edge. Hard edge. Because that's a cast shadow. This is a form shadow over here, but it's on a hard edge. Let's go up to our interior. Cast shadow, hard edge. Now look how, once we start to get farther away from the object, it's hard here, and then it slowly starts to become soft. So the farther away we get from the object, you start to lose that definition. I mean, you can do this in your house. Just go shine a light, like a spotlight on your hand on the wall. Right next to your hand, it's going to be hard. And as it goes away, it's going to be soft. And so we can use that just as visual cues. We don't have to be rocket scientists. We don't have to measure it. I just say, hey, is that going to be, if that's a cast shadow, I'm going to make it hard. But if it's really far from the object, let's start to soften it a little bit. That's all you need. You don't have to use math or there's no predictable formula on how quickly the light turns from hard to soft. Just use it as a guide. If it's casting a shadow, it's hard. And then if it gets too far away from the object, it's soft. And if it's a form shadow, like we talked about, the object is going to dictate whether that's a hard or soft edge. So hope that makes sense. We're going to talk about that as I go through and do each one of these, but I wanted to just have my own video here to go back and reference that stuff and to be able to go back and, you know, after you do a demo or after you do an exercise, you can go back and just watch this video and kind of say, oh, okay, I get it now. And that's it for now. Let's go ahead and get into painting our actual objects. Thanks. All right, we're ready to start getting into the actual light and shadow, and I wanted to talk about how we're going to approach this. Remember earlier, I'm gonna do a new share and bring up the document I showed you yesterday. Sorry, in the last video. I filmed it yesterday. The 4 methods of toning. So we've done the local tone. So scratch that. We're done with that. And that is going to carry us quite a bit. Like I said, step 2 is the shadow. Step 3 is the light. Step 4 is the extras. The reason I have this pulled up now is because I debated on how broken apart each one of these things need to be. If I break it apart too much, all of a sudden I'm going to have 100 videos for just trying to get through painting a ball. And so I decided to combine steps in a little bit of a way, but I wanted to talk about why and how it's going to be grouped together. So the next step we're going to start on is the shadows. And so the first part of that, adding shadow, is very simple. It's going to be flat, almost like the local tone, but it's going to give our object some dimension. And the next part is going to be still working within the shadows and completing that whole section of extras, which I'll talk about in just a second, that happen within the shadows. And then the next set of videos will be I'll do the same thing with light. I'll go through, add the basic light, and then I'll do the extras on the light. I just wanted to point that out because if I break it up too much, I don't want to, it could start to get confusing. So the first thing I want to talk about is the elements of light. And so I want to show you guys what all these things are. Remember, we talked about the idea of cast shadow, which is here, and form shadow here. Well, let's talk about all the parts of light, and then we can start to subdivide these things, and maybe it'll make a little bit more sense. Okay, so we've got our just general shadow, but within the shadow, we have the core shadow, which is right here, right as the object's turned. That's the darkest part of the shadow. That's going to be the core shadow right there. Then you can see a little bounced light coming in here. That's called reflected light. All right, that's all we need for a form shadow. Pretty simple and pretty easy. Core shadow, reflected light. Both those are a part of the form shadow. Now we've got our cast shadow down here. What are the parts of the cast shadow? These are the extras kind of that I was talking about before. Right where an object touches down is a contact shadow. Yeah, my handwriting's terrible. And then this gets lighter out here because it's also reflected light. And that's all we have really for the shadow side of the object. So that's the part we're going to do for this next step. We're going to add that part to this ball. We're going to do it easy first, so add the shadow, and then we're going to add the extras from there. And then we'll do the same thing in the light a little bit later on. So let's go ahead and get into that. Okay, so one thing I want to do before we get started though is organize our layers just a little bit. I have a couple of layers up right now. If I back out of this, I got my temp layers. That's some of these top objects. I got my local tones. I got that texture for the bedspread. I'm going to go ahead and group those together. So if I press Shift and hold all and go through, select all 3 layers. If I hit my little folder right here, it'll group them together. And so now they're within one group. I'm going to call this my local tones. And now they're all nice, neatly tucked away. You can even, if you hit Option, you can label it. So now it's got a red label, and it's just another way to keep track of all your layers. Sometimes they can get way out of hand. So I'm going to have a couple of layers, and they're going to work around these two. We don't need our sketch outlines anymore. I'll leave that file down here, but it's just turned off. All right, here we go. We're just going to mess with this ball right now. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new layer. It's going to be on top of the local tones, but we're still going to need this this layer. I'm going to go ahead and put that together. All right, so I can either use my magic wand. There's a number of ways to make a selection, but I'm just going to use my little magic wand. It's going to select that ball, and now we're just going to use what kind of edge? A soft edge, and we're just going to roll that thing around. I should add that, we've got the guide that I have here, so we know where the light's coming from. But if I'm just doing it from scratch, at this point, and I need to maybe do a little rough sketch and say, okay, where's this light coming from? And that's always going to be part of building an image with lighting, is what's creating the shadow, what's creating the side of the shadow, and where's that coming from. One thing I should add, and there's a reason that I picked this angle, is a side or 3/4 view lighting is always going to be a pretty good default lighting for any general scene. And the reason for that is it sets up a real nice light side and shadow side. I wish I had could count how many times a student has been able to select any light source, put it anywhere they want to, and they'll actually have the light source behind the subject matter. So the subject is in full shadow, and the light's behind the character or whatever it is, and that makes adding light and shadow extremely difficult. So when given the option, I pick a side 3/4-ish type angle and have it coming from the top, and that's going to just drape the light right across the scene. And it's a great one to start with if there's no criteria that a light has to be coming from a certain direction. All right, so the local tone, we used all pretty much hard edges. This one, for this ball, we're going to go soft edge, and this one's, we're really going to mix it up between using soft edges and hard edges, like I talked about in the video about which edge is going to be appropriate. We need to pick. Okay, so let's go ahead and paint. This one, like it always is going to be pretty easy. So I'm going to select the local tone. I come a couple of values darker, something like that. I can go ahead and label this shadow. I'm going to pick a fairly big brush. So soft edge, and your opacity control needs to be turned on. And you just lightly want to dust. And when I say dust, I'm just like barely holding my stylus and I'm just pulling it across. A little bit of darkness around the edge here, because that's going to round that form. So if you watch Jake Parker's How to Draw Everything class and some of the other just form-based drawing classes, we are always thinking about that. Like, what is the form, and how can I exaggerate it? How can I stress the fact that something rounds around or something sticks out or goes back, and adding just a little bit of tone is going to do that quite well. So this looks pretty good. I can hide my edges. If you press Command H, it'll just hide those edges, and it's still selected. And if I go too dark, I can just select the local color. So now all we have is basically local color here, and we have shadow here, and it's just a soft edge, and that's telling the viewer, hey, that's a rounded edge. Pretty easy to do, and we're pretty much done with that. I could add a little bit more value up here maybe, but it's just smooth. You just want to make sure it's smooth and not splotchy. That's the one thing I look out for, is if it gets too splotchy, then you're in trouble. So like I was saying earlier, step 2 is adding shadow. So I go ahead and add all the shadow components first, and then I start to cut them up and like I said, add extras later. So even tone shadow, it's all just one tone, not a lot of detailing within that. And now I'm going to make my cast shadow. Go ahead and make another layer. I'm going to put it underneath our ball. So our local tone is where the ball is. And in this case, I'm just going to grab a circle here, or an ellipse rather, And that's going to be my selection. Now, how dark should this be? I actually went a little bit too dark here, I think, but same rules apply to this. So if I'm putting this shadow on basically a white surface, since I've got white all around it, I'm going to select white. I'm going to come 2 values down, and I'm just going to paint that in. Now I can use almost any brush here because the selection is what's making the edge hard, right? If I hide those edges, oops. If I hide those edges, that's what it looks like. So we've got a really even toned soft edge shadow on the ball, and I've got an even flat, basically, shadow as a cast shadow. And the values are controlled. And that's all I want to do. The big thing I want to stress with as we go down and do all these shadows is I stay in the shadows as long as I can, and I do all the work there, and then I move to the light and I do the work there. You don't want to be bouncing between adding lights and adding shadows, adding details all at once. And so that's why I like this approach so much, is breaking it down and knowing what to do at each step. So we've got our basic elements in there. But remember, we had all that other stuff here. We had core shadow and context shadow and all that stuff. So let's go ahead and add that now. Easy to do. So I'll go back up to my shadow. I'm going to make a little bit smaller of a brush. Make my selection again on the local tone layer. All right. Now I'm going to select my local tone, and I'll come just a little bit darker. I could select my shadow tone even and come just a little bit darker, because I want to just give a little bit darker of an edge. Let's zoom in. A little bit darker of an edge as that thing rolls from light into shadow. But the important thing is that it doesn't get splotchy. It stays smooth. It might be a little dark. I'm going to lighten that up just a hair. And all I did to lighten that is I just selected my local tone and just painted on top of it. And I just keep going back and forth, just making sure it's really smooth. And that's all we're going to do. I'll come out and just make a little bit softer of an edge there. All right, so that's our core shadow. Now I'm going to add a little bit of reflected light. So I'm going to select a little bit back here. If I hide my edge, you're going to be able to see this a little bit better. And I'm just barely dusting in a little bit of light back there. So see how that light, it's basically all this white right here, is reflecting onto the ball. And that's going to be the work we did in the shadow. So we started with a very flat shadow, and then we added core shadow on top and a little bit of reflected light, and that's all you need. Just very, very simple. And that's all the work we can do in the shadow on the ball. Now let's move down to the cast shadow. Same thing. I'm going to go ahead and select that. I can just hit Command and hit the layer, and it'll select it. I'm actually going to make one more layer on top of it just so I can keep this the flat cast shadow, and I'll add the extras on top of it so we can turn it off and on. Okay. All right, remember what's first is that core shadow. So I'm sorry, the contact shadow. So right where the object sits down, if I just barely start dusting that in, and again, when I say dusting that in, I'm barely pressing down. Our opacity control is doing a lot of work. I just want to be real smooth about that. You don't want to have a lot of splotchiness, and that's all you need. See, so right where it sits down, it just starts to block the light, and just having that contact shadow, look at what happens. Oh, I did it on the flat. I did it on the wrong layer. Sorry, you guys. See, I end up doing that all the time, just like you probably will. It's a curse of illustrators. Do it here. And you can see how big of a difference. Look when I turn that off. It's a huge difference of how the ball looks like it's sitting down on the surface. And so contact shadow, right when two things come together, really dark edge is going to be right there, and then it's going to fade out really quick. Out here, a little bit of that light is going to start to fill in right there. And then remember, as an shadow is close to an object, its edges are going to be hard. And as it moves away from the cast shadow, as it moves away from the object, it's going to get a little bit softer. So let's go ahead and just soften that edge just a hair. Go for a small brush. And we'll just start to soften using white. And I can select back and forth, just a soft edge. All right, watch, I'll turn that off. See, that's a basic flat shadow that we first added, and then there's the extras. So get your shadow in first, all the details of a cast shadow and a form shadow, and then you add the extra stuff to it, and it works pretty good. Now, we haven't even gone over to the light. We don't need to, we're not gonna do that. That's gonna be the next step, and that's a really fun step as well. But flat shadow, extras, super easy. Let's go ahead and do that with the beach ball and all the rest of them. So I'm gonna do that in the next set of videos. Next, we're going to go ahead and paint the beach ball, and I'm going to show you another technique which I use quite a bit once things start getting a little bit more detailed. Let me make that picture bigger over there. The flat ball is one thing, and this is why I'm doing this video this way, where I can show you progressing difficulty as we go. It's easy to shade something that's very flat. There's no detail on it. There's no pattern on it. We don't have to worry about that. But you start to run into problems if you do something with a pattern on it, or as we get over here into complicated things, how do you shade things where there's a lot of detail? You don't want to have to be selecting individual tones the whole time, basically repainting all these areas that were going to be in the shadow. There's some tricks that and ways to make that step a lot easier, and I'm going to show you that right now. So let's go ahead and zoom in on the ball. Again, if I was going to just start with the same way that we painted the ball up here, I'll bring both of those into view. And I still have a soft edge brush. There we go, see? Soft edge brush. Opacity control is on. Now, if I were to just basically pick the shadow tone here, go 2 steps down, well, I'd have to select the whole ball, which I can do like that. And if I start painting, well, notice how the shadow for the dark, or excuse me, the shadow for the lighter area is too light for the shadow that is over the stripes of the ball. So that means I'd have to select each area independently. I'd have to select this area and shade it with 2 values lighter, like that, right? And then I would have to select this area and shade it with 2 values darker, just so I can start to round that ball. But we do not want to start to do that. That's too much work, and I'm going to show you the easy way around it. I'm going to switch my file back to grayscale because I'm getting a little bit of red in my shadow. Okay, so I'm going to make a new shadow layer, and I'm going to call this multiply shadow. And this is so cool. And like I said, this exists in most sketch programs. Basically, what we're going to do is create a transparent shadow, so we can just paint the whole ball or whatever the detail is. Like if I wanted to paint the side of this bed, which we will do in a little bit, I can just paint right on top of it, and it's going to be transparent, a transparent shadow. So it's just going to be basically draped onto all this detail. It's sort of like what happens in real life. Like a shadow falls across a pattern. Well, that shadow just affects the whole pattern. It's not having to do individual things with value. So multiply shadow, I'm going to change my blend mode to multiply. Remember, that's what we did with the sketch earlier. Remember, the multiply only sees dark and it doesn't see light, and it basically makes an image like stained glass. So I'll just do some examples here so you can understand. Oops, needs to be on the top. Now see, if I shade over this, it shades everything equally. Any value I pick, and we're basically almost looking through it, like I was saying, it's almost like it's a stained glass or something, and we're looking through that. It's transparent. And so the cool part about that is it gives us the ability to paint just real smooth. There we go. So I'm going to select my ball here. I'm going to come up here. I've got a lighter tone shadow, and see, I can just paint right across the whole thing. With the layer set to multiply, it's going to paint everything evenly. I'm going to turn off all that other stuff just so I can see a little bit better. If I need to back out of that, I'll just select white, and that'll start blocking it out. So see, it's really easy for me to paint this whole thing. I don't have to worry about what's in the area of the detail, what's a stripe or what's not the stripe. Go around here and just slightly darken that edge. I'm just looking for a real smooth blend, same way we did here. We just don't want a lot of patchiness, and that's what you're trying to avoid. It's just a real kind of patchy look. I'm gonna bring my layers up again. So again, that's set to multiply. So you can still go too dark. If I go here, then we're still seeing through it, but that's just too dark of a value. So you got to still pick just a really light value and dust it in there. Just in case you're confused right now, because some people get confused if you haven't used multiply before, I'll go down here on the robot and just show you, like, wherever I draw, it always tones everything equally. See how cool that is? I got two values right here, but multiply, so I'm only painting with a singular value, but multiply applies that value to everything evenly, if that makes sense. Basically, we can see through it. We are moving on. Now we're going to go to our multiple shape demo. We already have our shadow on our flat ball, and we have our shadow on our beach ball. And you see how quick things start to look pretty good. Look at the difference between these two. The only thing we haven't added is just the light component yet, and that's going to come next. And now, we're going to add the shadow to this one. It's pretty easy. Now, I will say this, and I'm going to reiterate this as we move forward from this point on, and this is something to pay attention to. The more things that are in a scene, like there's 3 in this one versus the singular ball, the less focus I have on all those little parts of the light. Remember, we were talking about the different parts of the shadow. We've got the core shadow, and we've got a little bit of reflected light hitting there, and the contact shadow, and the reflected light hitting here. Sorry, this is a horrible brush to draw with. So we got reflected light hitting here, and we got the contact shadow here. The problem that I see a lot of students run into is they think, okay, so, they learn lighting on a ball. They got all these different elements. We'll get to the highlight and the lighting and all that stuff in a little bit. But then when you start to get more complicated, do you have to add all those things to each little thing, like this little part right here? Does that need a reflected light, and does that need a shadow and core shadow and all that stuff? Well, a lot of people add all that stuff. It takes a ton of time, and it starts to actually detract from the artwork. So the general rule of thumb that I'm getting at is the more complicated the scene is, the simpler your lighting can actually be. So you would think that that it's going to take more time to do these other more complicated scenes with shading, and it'll take a little bit more time, but you think there's a lot more elements over here, but we're going to simplify as we go down. This will have simpler lighting than the balls at the top. The robot will have simpler lighting than the basic shapes, and the rooms will have even simpler lighting than the robot. And so as my scene gets more complicated, I really want to stress trying to be simple and trying to limit some of the stuff that you're doing. With art, part of the art is knowing when to reduce complexity and how to make a simple statement. And you can't add a highlight and light and a core shadow and reflected light and contact shadows and all that stuff to every single thing in the scene. If you did that with a full home, there would be too much lighting happening in the scene. So you actually simplify as you get more complicated. I just want to throw that out there. I'll reiterate that later as we go, but that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do the class this way. If I just showed you all that stuff on the ball, well, it doesn't actually translate to some of the other stuff that well. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to stay in multiply mode. I'm going to put all the shadows just on this layer. I'll hit Control and just give myself a little color there, and that way I can always go to that layer pretty quick. I'm going to slightly adjust my drawing here. I messed up just a little bit, and I want to smooth that out. So I'm pressing down, and I'm just going to use the eraser. I want to flatten out the top of this thing a little bit. Okay. If I needed the artwork back on top of it, like I need like where my line is, I can still add that stuff. I mean, I can move that stuff back. Put the lines up here. I can still turn them back on. So you can always do that if you want to go back to that. I'll leave them here just for a second. So I'm going to go to my shadow, and again, same questions happen when we were doing the local tone. What's the biggest thing that I can do to make the biggest impact? That's how I'm going to start this one too. So my lighting, I want it to be simple, and it's going to be coming from the upper right. Again, we want to have the light just stream across it. Now, I do want to talk about shadow mapping. Our light might be coming from like a little bit from the front, but I made the cast shadow on these other balls just being basically like it's a side lighting. That is how much freedom you have in lighting. And again, remember in the intro, I said we're going to avoid all that really, really technical stuff. Now, if I were to really map, like here's our light bulb here. And I was going to map where all those shadows fall exactly. The shadow might actually come back this way or whatever, depending on where that light is kind of rotated to. I don't care about all that. I just make it up. The light's sort of coming from this side, from the right, and it's streaming in left. So my shadow, that's how I think about it, is it just needs to come in and stream to the left somewhat. Now, there's some purists that might say, hey, you really got to get a handle on this stuff, but you don't. Again, as long as if I showed you guys this scene, would any normal person viewing it would not say, oh my gosh, the shadow's like totally out of place. I love being able to have the flexibility to slightly move my shadow. I mean, if I move my shadow right here, would that make a difference? Probably not. If I move my shadow back up here, would that make too much of a difference? No, it's just a shadow. All we're trying to do is saying, hey, this object is on the ground, and you have a lot more freedom than you think, I guess is where I'm going with that. All right, let's do the same thing. So there's our local value. I'm just going to use my lasso tool. And you see how we're just using the most simple tools here to do this. And I love that. All we're using is a simple hard brush, simple soft brush, lasso tool, magic wand. These are just very, very basic things. All right, so I'm going to switch to this. And again, it's just going to be basically a value. I have a crazy brush selected. I don't know what that brush is. I could use either brush because I'm just going to fill this thing in, soft or hard brush. Kind of go about 2 values lighter, or excuse me, 2 values darker, sorry. That's a little bit much. Remember, I want to, and this is another thing to keep in mind, I want to, the more complicated the scene is, the closer in value I want my light and my dark. So I don't need to aggressively do a shadow. I'm going to lighten that up a little bit. Again, I'm just selecting over here and pressing Option Delete, which fills it. See, now that still looks like a lit side and a shadow side. I can always come back to it if I need to. So the light's coming on top. Now, the question that I would ask here is, which side is going to be darker between the top and the front? I'm going to make my brush smaller. In other words, I've got a plane here, and I've got a plane here, and a plane here. Which one of those is going to get more light? Well, again, you have the flexibility to sort of make it up as you want. It could be either one. I'm going to say maybe the light is a little bit lower. So maybe it's just a tad bit lower than that. And I'm just going to pick one, like maybe the light's like right here or something like that. So I'm going to say this front one's getting just a little bit more light because it has a little bit more surface space. I don't have to mess with it too much. I could easily pick this one too, but I just want, anytime there's a change in plane, you're going to get a change in value. So remember that one. Anytime there's a change in plane, there's a change in value. So one of them has to be darker than the other one. And it depends if this light's right in the middle, it could be either one of them, but I just need to say, hey, one of these is darker than the other. I'm going to slightly do that. It's not going to be much. Easier way of doing that, I'm going to go back down here. I can use my magic wand if I want to. There we go. So that's just selected there. I'm going to use my hard edge brush. Still too dark. When you're on multiply, it doesn't take much. There we go. All right. I can erase if I kind of mess up a little bit. I'm going to turn off that sketch because we don't really need it now. And again, the more rendering that you do, the tighter this part has to be, the tighter that this drawing has to be. So that your shading has to be accurate. You can't have like funny lines and stuff like that if I'm doing a photographic rendering. But now look, I just added just a little bit of value to that. Now we have a box that's actually lit from the sides. Now I'm gonna stay within. So we're doing the form shadows first, and then we'll do the cast shadows. Same thing we did with the more complicated, or with the balls up here. We did the form shadow, then we did the cast shadow. We'll do the same thing down here. Next up, I'm going to select this one, and I'm going to go ahead and just add my shadow all the way through, and I'll show you how to start to manipulate that with some selection tools. So this is a rounded surface, right? Let me move that out of the way. Rounded surface, so it's going to be a soft edge, right? Soft edge, opacity control on, and I don't need much. And I'm just going to paint right through, get a little bit more value, right through the object, sort of a flat value. And see, now we have, it needs to be really soft though. There we go, because that's a very rounded surface. So we're going to get basically a lost edge between there. Very soft, like a perfect gradient. Notice how I've gone on top up here too. I'm going to mess with that in just a second. I'll leave that alone for now. Well, I guess while it's selected, I could go ahead and add my core shadow if I wanted to. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll pick a little bit darker value, not much. And I'll just come through and just make it slightly darker right in this little band right here, basically like that. It's going to be just a little bit darker there. That's going to be my core shadow. Don't need much. All right. That's pretty good. Now I'm going to take my ellipse tool. I can do this a number of ways, but I'm just going to go ahead and try to get that ellipse right on top of it. And I can adjust that with transform selection under your select menu. So again, anytime I'm doing something with man-made tools, or anytime I'm drawing something that's man-made, I want to try to use some kind of man-made device, and that is the ability to control an ellipse like this. I'm going to go a little smaller there. All right, so it's a little bit off of my drawing here. I'm going to try to see if I can get it a little closer. I'll zoom in. There we go. That's pretty good. Now, it's still a little bit off. You see that? So I'm just going to change my local tone. That's why I love having, I can turn off my shadow here. There's just the flat version. And I'm just going to fix that part right there. And if I select inverse, if you come up here and go to inverse, select inverse, it's going to basically select everything except for what's in there. So now I can erase that little bit that's right there. And I get a much better selection. There we go. I'm going to go back the other way, inverse it again. So since this is already selected, I'm going to go ahead and change it up a little bit. Now, that's a flat plane. And so what do I need to do with that? I can either go lighter or darker. Remember, anytime there's a change in plane, there's a change in value. So I could go a little bit darker than the side or than the front is going to be. I can go a little bit darker. It doesn't matter which way I decide to go. I'll just go, in this case, I went a little bit darker. I'm going to do the same thing here. So first I'm going to delete the little bit of bleed that we had there. And well, maybe I'll go just a tad bit lighter. So I'm just going to fill that whole thing, because it's the flat plane. I'm going to fill that whole thing with just a little bit more. I'll go darker, just to push it back, maybe. You have the choice, so you guys may be saying, okay, how are you deciding some of this stuff? Well, just try it out. Again, it's not rocket science. All right, oops, that was an eraser. What if we, ooh, that's way too dark. Just go a little bit darker. And I'm just barely pressing down. You see I got to fix a little spot right there. That's pretty good. I left a little bit of gradient right here towards the front, and it just like separates those two planes, which we're going to add a highlight there anyway. I still think that's too light or too dark though. There we go. A little dusting of paint back there, not much. It's a flat plane, so we don't need to worry about it too much. Okay, so I'm going to delete that selection, so we have nothing selected now. I'm going to paint just that little edge right there. I need to have that be on my local color. Hard edge brush. So I'm all the time shifting between hard edge brush, soft edge brush. Looks like I got a little spill over here somewhere. And this doesn't have to be perfect. You can see how rough it is right there. Just trying to get the principle across. I mean, again, these shapes, if I'm rendering something and this is going to a client, I need it to be accurate. Okay, so we've got our shadow done here. We've got our shadow done here, form shadow. Now we just need to do it on this box. Now, this box is so dark already. Let's zoom in a little bit. So I have my marquee selected, and I'm just pressing Option to get a minus. And that should give me just that front plane right there. I can adjust that if I want to. And now I'm going to go up to my multiply layer, where my shadow is, and I'm just going to paint that in. There we go. It's a flat, hard shape. Easy breezy. This is so dark, I'm not going to even mess with the change in direction or the change in lighting right there. We'll handle that plane change with just the highlight on the edge. No big deal. I don't need to really do anything. And that's going to do it. That is all of our form shadow. Let's go ahead and add some cast shadows. And so this is where we get a little bit of liberty to just sort of mess around. So I'll go ahead and make another layer just for fun. I'll call this cast shadow. Now you need to set that to multiply too, because remember, we're looking through these objects. And then, if the light bulb is over here, I just sort of guess at where it might be falling. There is a massive amount of freedom that you have there. And we can just use a hard edge brush and paint it in if we want to, just to get an idea. All right, there's about 2 values difference. And I don't even need to change that up too much because it's set to multiply and it's just the same value each time. So this corner is getting hit with light. Light is going to come down. It's going to hit that corner and just project it down there. It's going to stream across here. And I can just sort of make this up as it goes. Maybe it'll come this way. And I'll adjust this with an eraser, just like we did with everything else. The light's coming in. It's going to hit this corner and kind of project down there. And then it's going to be rounded, because remember, a shadow that falls on something is going to round. Now the question is, could it round this way? Absolutely. Let's go ahead. Like on this side, I rounded it this way, so it looks curved. Let's try to do it the other way and see what happens. And again, remember what I was saying earlier about no one cares about it? It should work fine either way. So that's the art part of this whole thing. Let's just do that. Now I'm just filling it in with a hard edge brush. I'm not going to use any selections. So you don't always have to mess with selections like I was doing before. And some of you guys, if you're not too familiar with key commands and all that stuff, may be actually getting confused with some of the selections. So I'll just paint on this one. All right, there it is. And now I'm going to take my eraser. Remember, I got a very hard edged eraser, and I'm just going to clean that up just a little bit. And I'll paint it back in if I don't like something. That's in the wrong spot. Remember, so your corner just has to make sure you hit the corner. That's all you need to do there. Now, you'll see that, like, without using my eraser, it's really hard to get a really strong edge. I feel like my eraser has a little bit of a soft edge there. I want to switch it. Oh, it does have a soft edge. No wonder. I don't want my opacity turned on. So there's just a massive amount of just back and forth that happens with this between the brush tool and the eraser tool. It just has to look believable. Again, there's no shadow police to come looking for you if you if you map the shadow incorrectly. Well, let's back up and see how that looks. Does it look okay? Does it look like light is falling on, hitting this cube and landing on these other cubes and shapes? It does. It's fine. Same thing here. I'm just going to draw these light hitting that side. Just has to look believable. All right, and then now we get the benefit of doing this easy one down here. Have it come out a little bit. Just make up where it goes. It's a cube. That's too high. Still want to try to do it well. Again, if you're a purist, you're probably looking at this going, "Oh my God, those shadows aren't being put in the right spot." It's okay. No one cares. Something else I was going to say about doing the cast shadow here. I'll get around to it in a minute. Now, notice I do have a little bit of shadow underneath here. Now, if the box was really sitting on a surface like that, there may not even be that, but I always try to add a contact shadow if I can. You can see the contact shadow happening right here, down here, and so we'll get to that in just a second. So let's do the same thing that we did before. I'm going to lay that in there. 2 values. I'm going to go a little lighter than that. And notice how it covered up my box. Well, I still have my selection or just my local flat box down here. That's the beauty of having everything done in a flat way like this, because I can still select very easily thing. I don't need it. The magic wand will not do that when there's gradients everywhere. And so I can just come back down here, select my box, go back up to my cast shadow, oops, and just get rid of it where I need to, not everywhere, obviously. I'm on my eraser. And there is a million, I should add, that's what I wanted to say. There's a million ways to add this stuff in Photoshop. You can draw it, you can select it like I'm doing on some of these, you can paint it. There's just so many options to do this stuff. I love the eraser because it just, the lasso tool, because it has so much control. But I could draw all this stuff, I can select it. I just need to get something in there. And now we've got all the ingredients. Now let's go ahead and manipulate those flat shapes the same way we did up here. Remember, we had the flat shadow and then we messed with it. So I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to go ahead and select a little bit darker. I'm going to make sure my soft round brush is on because we want it to be smooth. Lock my opacity. And now I'm just barely going to be painting, and I need a big brush. It's going to be my contact shadow. See how that sits it right down? Now I don't love the shape of that shadow too much, so I'm going to change it. But that sits it down. That's our contact shadow. That's all I need to do. I'm going to leave this edge hard because I don't even need to really mess with that either. But I'm going to just come back here and just cut that off. Just change that angle just a little bit. Look how good that looks. It's so easy and so simple. And it's just, and we've only been doing the shadows. Like we haven't added any light yet. And that's pretty much gonna do it. I'm gonna add a little bit of variety up here too. So I'm gonna lock my opacity. And I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna do the same thing. Gotta be really gentle though with this step. Slightly darkened underneath it, but it still might be getting a little reflection up here. Good enough. And now I'm going to draw just a little bit of a contact shadow underneath this ellipse. I'm going to rotate my canvas just so I can do that smooth. I'm just going to freehand this. And again, this is why this whole thing is really important, to show the full deal of different drawings, not just the ball, because this is we're having to do way more stuff that didn't happen with the ball. Like you know, once you have multiple objects, you have to deal with all those objects in some way. All right, I need to get the shadow off of there though. So I just added a little bit of a contact shadow there. I'm going to come back down here. I'm going to select this. And I need to just delete that off of my box because I freehanded it. And that's pretty much going to do it. It's pretty simple. And all we did is just lay in flat shadows, and then we adjusted them a little bit. And that's pretty much it. Okay, let's move on to the robot, adding shadows to the robot. So look at the three that we've done. Pretty good. They're coming along nicely. Okay, I'll see you guys in the next video. I should point out, you know, earlier I said that as we get into bigger scenes, they're going to become simpler. There's other things that we're going to deal with besides adding all the elements of light that do take time, and so I want to just throw that out there. We can't just like to spend 1 minute on shading a giant scene like this and 20 minutes shading a set of objects that go together. Just different considerations, and the lighting is simpler, but each thing needs to be thought about, and so I just wanted to point that out. As we move forward, here's our loosely drawn robot. You see, as we get close, this thing's pretty rough because I just did it quick. Again, if you're doing something that requires precision, you're going to spend longer time on the local tone stage, and then you'll have all these like flat shapes that you can pick to get perfect shadows, and things go pretty quick. So let's go ahead and dive into this thing. Pretty easy. We've got our, again, I'll point out, we've got our flat shapes down here. We've got our shadow shapes up here. We've got our multiply shadow, and that's the one we're going to be working on pretty much. I'm going to go down to my local tones, and we're going to again start with what's the biggest thing that we can shade. In this case, instead of trying to pick each little thing to select, I'm going to pick outside the whole thing. Notice I click for my magic wand. I'm just going to click outside this object. And this is our local tone layer. So it's picking basically all the area around my robot. I'm going to go to select, and I'm going to inverse. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Inverse that. Command-Shift-I is the key command there, but I just thought I'd show you where it is. And now my robot, the whole robot is selected. So I can shade in sort of a global way. And that's what I'm going to recommend here. Soft edge brush, just like before. Remember, this is a round object, and so it's going to get a very soft edge. Same deal. So you're probably seeing, hopefully you're seeing the similarities of all these things. It's the same step each time, and the same questions I'm asking each time. What's the next biggest shape, and is it a angle? What's the angle on it? Is it soft? Is it hard edged or whatever? All right, so I'm just dusting in there. Look how far we get just by adding that shadow to the light. It's going to be very, very soft. There's no complexity there. It is just a flat shadow. If I switch this layer to normal, you'll see that's all I did. That's all I laid in there. It's just brushing in some dark. You don't have to do too much. That looks pretty good. It's about two values darker, and we just brushed it all the way across there. Now I'm going to go just a tad bit darker, and I'm going to go ahead and add that core shadow. Big soft brush, and I'm just painting in real smooth. I'm going to do exactly what we did with the ball too. I'm going to just barely darken this side. Notice how, I'm going to go backwards and forward and show you that. Notice how when I darken the right side of this robot, it rounds that corner just a little bit. So it's sort of an optical trick that we're doing there, and it's super effective, really, really quick and really, really easy. I'm going to exaggerate that core shadow just a little bit more through this space. Now at the top, notice how our shape rotates in this direction from the top of the robot's head. And so I'm going to want to probably pull a little bit of shadow that way. You know, it could be getting light up there. It could be getting darker up there. The point is we just need to follow that angle in some way. I just want to make sure that's really soft. Okay, that's good enough for right there. Now I'm going to start selecting some local areas, local tone. So I get out my magic wand again, go down to my local tone, and I can go ahead and make my shadow there. And that's a real down plane. So I can go fairly dark. Oh man, I'm on the wrong layer. Sometimes what I'll do on that is I'll lock it. If you guys go to the local tone layer, see this little lock here in the layer menu tab? Just lock that, and then that means it won't let me paint on it anymore. That's a good thing to do. There we go, that's what's supposed to happen. So maybe a little too dark. So since this is so tucked under, I might go just a tad bit darker than I regularly would have. Now this front part is not, shouldn't be getting too much shadow. I'm going to keep it just slightly lighter. And again, it depends on the shape. I didn't truly define that shape in that specific of a way, but I'm assuming the front that's got like a little lip that's probably the same angle as our main portion of the body, and then it tucks under. I should probably zoom in just a little bit. I'm being a little clumsy. There we go. I'll soften that back. There we go. Maybe just a little bit less shadow on that thing. So I'm going to take my eraser and I'm just going to lower my opacity. I need a softer brush too. That's being really hard right there. So understanding some of these settings is going to be important. There we go. So it's a back and forth a little bit. That works pretty well. All right, so if the light is coming from this side, this whole thing might be in shadow, and that's part of our exercise here for toning some of this stuff too, is if just thinking about where the light's coming from and saying, okay, what's in shadow, what's not in shadow, and I could either keep going down the figure and do this portion, or I could do the arm, but I'm thinking like probably most of that arm, this upper part of the arm is going to be in shadow. So I'm just going to really softly put it into shadow. And go back over here, do the same step so I can get my selection going, inverse it, and now I'm just going to paint. I'm just going to dust that whole thing in with shadow. I'm going to go a little darker on the middle just to give it a little bit of a core shadow, and that'll make it almost look like reflected light is coming off of it. And we don't need to have too much detail. Maybe this arm is getting just a little bit of light. So I'll just add a simple shadow there and just a little hint of core. And then the hand will be in shadow as well. Let's see how, like with this bigger object versus these, I can be just general. I'm just kind of dusting the shadow in and not worrying too much about it. Gotta get my selection going again. Same thing here. What I'm going to do here, since light is hitting the object, or hitting the top of the robot, and it's going to be casting that shadow, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paint this shadow in. And then taking my eraser, see my cursor hit, and I'm just holding the pen like that. I'll come in and start to erase that. So all the time I'm adjusting how much I'm painting and how the light is hitting. And again, do I need to know exactly where that thing hits? Probably not. Not that important. Just need to show that there's light coming across it. So hard edge on the cast shadow, and then, but the bottom of this thing is rounded, so that's going to be a soft edge coming up. See how good that looks? It's so quick and so easy. I'll go ahead and add shadow on this side if it's going to be light coming from that side. This whole side of his leg is going to be in shadow. That looks a little dark. There we go. Remember, we want that like basically 2-value swing. Now this edge right here, that's going to be fairly firm, which it already is, luckily. I have half my hardness selected, and that's just going to be a firm edge. It's not going to be super sharp. If it was sharp, it would look like that. Let me go bigger. If it was sharp, it would look like that. See how that would say, hey, to the viewer, hey, that's a sharp edge, and it's going to be a perfectly hard, sharp edge, but it's not. It's sort of a rounded edge. So I'm just adjusting the settings on my eraser. I'm changing how hard it is. I'm changing a little bit of the opacity just to get that soft edge. I'm not totally loving it, but I can go back and forth between my paintbrush and the eraser. All right. We're going to go, I'll keep going down this leg just because we're already there. Now it's going to be fairly dark under here. So I might darken just a little bit. And I like painting with a soft brush here and then erasing if I need to around the hard edge part. It's going to be pretty dark in there. And I'm just guessing where these lights are going to be hitting. I lost my selection. I need to reselect my object. There we go. I'm just going to leave those on so you can see what's selected and what's not. I'm just going to add a little bit of darkness back here on this side of the object. And this part of his leg is probably under, getting a little bit of that shadow as well. Maybe there'll be some shadow from his arm, actually, but we can make it up. It doesn't matter. Maybe a little bit of shadow right there from the arm. Good enough. All right, same thing down here. My brush is going to get a little bit smaller. And I'm just going to basically simply shade a cylinder. Go smaller and add a little bit of core shadow. But we don't need all that stuff like we were painting. Remember, we painted the ball and we were real careful about all that stuff. On this, it's just more general, sort of general lighting. You don't need a bunch of core shadows and reflected light and all that stuff. We can just basically just dust in shadow. Look how quick that is. You just paint it in. It looks fine. So that's why some of this stuff is so fast. Like when I do bigger scenes, the shading part of it is actually easier than something that's real close up, like the ball was. I just go through the steps, simple lighting, add a little bit of core shadow. Don't need much. That's all we need. Little core shadow. Same thing over here. Little core shadow. And now I got to shade this side. It's going to be a firm edge. Be dark down here. Shadowed edge. Shadow edge. I don't even need to worry about any of that stuff. I just need to put a shadow there. I'll go a little darker under that knee. Done deal. Doesn't require much. Maybe a little darker right there. And then you just start making stuff up. You just look at it and say, okay, what does it need? Looks pretty good. Everywhere has a shadow. I think the lighting is going to be what really sells it. So you want to keep the shadow pretty simple. And I think that's going to be it for now. I don't really need to do much. Let me hide that edge or deselect it so I can look at it. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's go ahead and move forward. There's one thing that I forgot to do on this one, and so I'm just going to do it real quick, and it is the area of the eyes. So I'm going to go back down. I'm just going to do that real quick. I'm going to select that area. I'm going to hide, well, I'll leave the selection on. Go to my shadow. Soft edge brush, same thing that we've been doing. And basically going to just darken as it is darker at the top, a little bit lighter at the bottom. And it's pretty dark in there. So I'm going to go fairly dark. Now, the one thing that I haven't added there is some of that other extra stuff in there. So I'm going to go back down to our local tone. I'm going to unlock it. And I'm just going to make some little marks with a fairly hard brush. So I'm just making a couple of little shapes. Maybe there's some stuff going on back there. And same thing as before, I will erase and I'll redraw. And don't need to get too detailed with some of that stuff back there. I'm going to hide my edge because having that thing, those little ants moving around, it's distracting. See, and that's all we're adding there. But it looks kind of sort of chaotic in the local tone area. But once I turn on the shadow, see, all that stuff is pushed back, and that's why I didn't want to add it during the local tone stage of it. We just want some hints of that stuff hitting back there. Now I'll add a couple of little lighter areas, maybe that's getting a little bit of light. And we'll add the rest of that stuff during the lighting stage, which is next. There is one thing that I noticed that I forgot with our robot, and that is the cast shadow. I was saving it for last because there was a cool little trick I wanted to show you. So let's go ahead and add that cast shadow. This is going to be so quick and so easy. I just painted it here. There's, like I say a number of times in this video, there's a million ways to do all this stuff in Photoshop. And in this case, I just kind of drew one out. It works pretty well if you're going to fake it. Again, just like the light coming up here, which direction is the light coming from? Is it coming from the back, coming from the front, or from the side or whatever? You got a lot of leeway to move that thing around. Same thing is true here, but this is such a complicated shape. So how do you figure out what that shadow shape should be? This is why Photoshop is so great. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let's just go ahead and I'm going to just grab this whole thing right here. And I'm going to copy it. Command C will copy it, or I could go up here and just say copy under your edit menu. I'm going to paste. Now there's our local value robot. That's the same thing that here, if I turn off the shadow, all I did is copy our local tone, which is right there. Now, I'm going to put that underneath the local tone layer. This is going to be my robot shadow, robot cast shadow. I'm going to lock my opacity. I'm going to just fill that with a flat value like that. And since it's behind there, see, it's now behind that object, I'm just going to make that into the shadow. And so if I go to transform, which is under edit, and go to transform, free transform, there we go. Command T will get you there as well. And all I need to do, basically line it up and smush it. And I can pull it any direction that I want to. Sort of get the feet lined up. And you can just sort of play with it like that. Super easy and super fun. Anytime I have a really complicated shape. Now you'll notice he's, since he's in front of this thing, he's blocking that. So I'm just going to go ahead and set this layer to multiply. And we'll see through it as well. I'll go ahead and erase it where it's behind this other guy, just because that bugs me. All right, so now we got this guy. I'm going to lock his opacity. I'm going to pick a slightly darker color and a soft brush, and we're going to add just a little bit of darkness as it's coming from the object. Add a little bit of softness as it gets away from the subject. Same as we did before. And that's it. Pretty easy way to do it. I can still adjust him even further. I can make him flatter if it's going to be. And then sometimes you might have to do a little bit of painting to get it perfect, line up the feet and all that stuff. But man, it's a believable shadow. If I have a car or something like that, or motorcycle, it's a great way to do a shadow. Person in some weird position, running position or something, works pretty well. So give that a whirl, see how it goes. But it's a perfect match for our character. And so we don't, I'm looking for ways to speed up production. Illustration is paid, if I'm working on one illustration, that means I can't be working on another one, which would give me more pay. And so the faster I finish illustrations, the more money that you can make in this field. So I look for any shortcut like that. If it is a professional looking result and gets me there faster, that's what I'm going to do. And so that's a nice little tip. Hopefully you guys enjoy that and can apply it all over the place. I know I use it quite a bit. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on over to our interior. Let me clear this space up. Okay, so you can see here's our sample painting. And this gets even easier than the robot because, again, as the scene gets more complicated, we want to simplify our lighting. And so we basically have, let me zoom back in, we can talk about it. We basically have very, very simple, almost flat lighting everywhere. And the only difference being whether it's a hard edge or a soft edge. And it's all pretty much flat. So the first thing we need to do when establishing lighting here is figure out which light is turned on. So listen to this tip very closely because it's important. I put two lights in here intentionally because because I wanted to talk about this issue. A lot of times I'll see illustrators and there's multiple points of light within an image and they turn on all the lights and all of a sudden you have a focal, any kind of light in a scene is going to be a focal point. So I've got a light here, I got a light here, and now they're competing for my attention, and you don't want to do that. So typically I will have only one light turned on in a scene. Even if there's multiple lights within the scene, I'll have one be dominant and the rest be subordinate to that. So I could turn them both on, but I would not have them be the same brightness if I did turn them both on. Ideally, you just want to have one light turned on. And so that's what we did in the sample painting here. Just this one is turned on, I left this one off, and that makes things a lot easier. If this was daytime, and all of a sudden we had daylight coming in and filtering in, that would be another light source as well. And so you just want to simplify where you can. Again, if it's a complex scene, I look for ways to simplify, and that is a very, very intentional choice of limiting your light source and trying to control that in a little bit simpler of a way. So if this is the light that's on, we just need to ask ourselves some very obvious questions. Where's the light going? Which direction is it going? Well, it's going to fan out in different directions like this. Now, do I need to pull out my ruler or compass and get it exactly right? I don't. I can just sort of start at the light and see that, oh, when it hits this dresser, it's coming down. It's the bed, it's coming this direction. And that's going to do it. When it hits the top of the bed right here, it's going to hit that. And so we just kind of fan out from the light source. I don't need to track that to be perfect. I just need to sort of acknowledge that that is where the light source is. And so that's what I'm going to do. So here we go. So we're just dealing with the shadow still. Let me turn my layers back on. Soft edge brush. Soft edge brush. Opacity control on. Same settings we've been doing up to this point. Actually, I'm gonna switch that though. For the bigger scenes, I typically like to work with a sort of a hard edge brush first, and then I will soften the brushes as I go. So let's go ahead and start, and I can pick anywhere to start this scene off, but I'm going to pay attention to the direction of light. And so let's go ahead and just, what's the biggest item in the scene? It's the bed. Same questions that we've been asking before. So let's go ahead and start with that, I'm going to turn that off. So I'm just going to do flat lighting, just like we did our local tone. I'm going to do flat lighting all over this thing. And you'll be amazed I can even turn on my shape control to get a little bit more control of the shape. So again, I'm gonna put a little indicator here that my lights are coming out this way, just for now. So light is hitting the side of this pillow. And this is just totally flat. And it's just one tone. And it's amazing how quick you can do this. This side of the bed would actually be in shadow as well, obviously. And the whole chest would be in shadow as well. I don't want it to go too dark though. And so I just do this step really loose. I'll come back and use my eraser quite a bit, so make sure my eraser is at 100% opacity. And this step can go pretty fast. And this is a wonderful way of doing comps if you guys ever do lighting comps. So it's going to come out this way. Remember, there's our lighting direction. And I'm just painting all this stuff in flat, pretty easy. And so the light's going to come down, hit the bed, and it's going to be somewhere like that. And this is just hard edge. And the reason I do hard edge first is because remember earlier when I said one of the main issues that students have is doing too many things with soft edges. So I'll do all the hard edges first, make sure they're right, and then I will come back in and do the softer edges. So I'm fairly zoomed out. You may wonder why I'm not like zoomed in like this, doing very careful detail. I always work small, and I recommend you guys work small too, and just get the overall scene in there. Make sure it looks good as an overall, and then zoom in if you have to detail it. I'll zoom in just a hair on this stuff because it's a little bit more detailed. So light is over here. It's I'm gonna turn off my layers because I don't need it right now. So light's over here, hitting the bed. It's going to cause some kind of shadow. Again, is this the perfect shadow that we could ever do in our life? Maybe, maybe not. Does it matter? Nope. Not really. We just have to say, hey, there might be a shadow being cast. Maybe it's hitting that little ball there. And I can come in and I can erase as well. And so I recommend being more of a designer when you are shading. And just think about these shapes as just being interesting shapes. So we'll massage these things and make them look a little bit better in a little bit. But I just want to do a hard edge first, like I said, and just get the overall scene kind of blocked in. So the light's coming over here, hitting this lamp. Where is that going to hit? It sort of doesn't matter. Somewhere. Just needs to look like a light is hitting a shadow. I mean, the light is casting a shadow. All right. A little bit of shadow coming off this. You just kind of got to go around the room and say, okay, if the light's over here, it's going to cast some shadows over here. And look how fast this goes by. It's pretty quick. Here, the shadow would actually be on top. I'm going back and forth between the shadow. The side of that curtain's going to hit and get a shadow. This is all the same tone shadow. It's just since it's set to multiply, it's just applying that value equally, no matter what value it's on top of. So that's why that's such a powerful tool. A little bit of shadow on that side of these little things. Let me erase these arrows now because we're already over here. And I'm just painting with the hard edge brush with a little bit of shape control. That's my brush. Nothing fancy. Shadow under here. Bit of a shadow under here. A little bit of shadow under that chair rail molding. Now the light's coming down, right? So it's going to hit these pillows. So I'm doing all cast shadows and form shadows at the same time. I'm just kind of moving around the scene. I'm not just doing form shadows first like we did before, because the reason for that is because I want to think globally, and cast shadows are a huge deal when dealing with the overall scene. So this light, again, light's pointing down, so it's going to cast some kind of shadow here. Maybe change it a little bit from the other drawing. Comes down, goes back to its corner, and I'm just designing. I'm not doing math or anything. Little cast shadow from that pillow. So there's just a little bit of logic and sort of fun. You're here saying, okay, maybe that hits, and maybe there's a shadow there, and maybe it hits this thing, and there's a shadow there. You can always adjust it. Okay, light's coming from this direction. Going to hit, I can almost make a line. And come over here. This would be totally in shadow if the light was truly right there. But I'm going to, remember, anytime there's a change in plane, there's going to be a change in value. And so I need to show that. But I'll just go ahead and block it all in first. So that's what I call this stage, is a shadow block in. Now we got these little shapes up here. It's a little trickier. So light's coming this way. Maybe it's casting the shadow from that little bear over here by the globe. We can just make up that shape. There's the globe. It's amazing how much freedom you actually have doing this stuff. You can just make it up. As long as it sort of looks okay, then nobody really thinks too much about it. Again, depending on your level of realism too. I'd hate for somebody to want to be doing perfect representational realism and being as loose as I'm being here. You can't be. It's all going to be dependent. But if I was going to do realism, this would take a lot longer. This would be a 75-hour video. Cast shadow from the bear. This wouldn't have any much of a cast shadow except for on this front edge, because the light's going to come up, hit the frame, and then cast a little bit of a shadow onto the frame, and then also a little bit from the mat. Now, remember I said I'm going to change when there's a change of plane, so I can do two things. I can either lighten the front of it or darken the side. I'm always going to err on the side of being a little bit conservative with the values, like I said earlier. So I'm going to probably just go and keep this a little lighter here. I'm doing this with the curves command. See there? So now it's in shadow. Let me get my layers. So it's in shadow. See, if I turn that off and on, there's a little bit of shadow there, but we do have a separation of plane. And so that's really what you want. And I realize this is a faster version of it, but like I said, I don't want to be here drawing forever for a demo. I'm just trying to get the point across. I need to have that be a hard edge brush. It doesn't feel that hard edge. Let's pick another one. Hard edge eraser. There we go. All right. So now I'm going to back up, and I'm going to look at it and say, okay, does that look pretty good? We haven't added any light. All we've added is shadow. It's, again, amazing to me how far you can get with that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my soft brush, and I'm going to start to smooth out some of that stuff, some of these edges, if it's a round edge, right? So if it's a firm edge, sort of like this, the side of the bed, like that's a pretty fast turn from the top of the bed to the side. It's going to be a firm edge. If it's going to be the shadow out here, it's going to be a soft edge. And so I'll basically keep a full soft brush. I'll just change how big that brush is, which will either spray a bunch of paint if I need a soft edge, or be a tight line if it's going to be a firm edge like it is right here. I need to turn off my shape control. And I'm just going to start basically going in the same order. See that little change we just made right there to the bed? I'm going to go back and show you. See that difference? Now it's a soft edge. If I go back to a hard edge, you see how different that is. And that shows, that's what I was talking about earlier in terms of how showing how something rounds, the difference between a firm edge and a hard edge, or a soft edge and a hard edge, makes a huge difference. Same thing with the pillows here. And I'm still just painting with the exact same color. Now I'm just have a soft brush. Soften that, and all of a sudden it becomes round. Soften that edge, and it becomes round. And that's a very gentle edge right there. And then I still have my hard eraser. This is what's cool about this. And so I can kind of go back and forth between hardening edges and softening edges. And all I'm going to do, I'm going to, again, break down each step into something a little bit easier and simpler. And so I'm just focusing on the shadow. I'm not focusing on the extra stuff yet, which is the context shadow and the core shadows and all that stuff. These things are going to cast a little bit of shadow. I don't worry about them too much because they're casting a shadow on black. And so you're not going to see too much there. But look at the difference that the hard edge and soft edge makes. It's a massive difference between how soft edge and hard edge show what that surface actually is. All right, next up, look how sloppy this is. So I need to basically go back and clean up some edges. And again, I don't want to spend too long doing this. I didn't add any detail to some of this stuff. I mean, I need to add a drawer and all that kind of stuff, and I probably can do that in the local tone part of this. So I'm going to clean up that shadow right there. Now that's going to be a cast shadow coming off the lamp, so I need to go hard with that. It's going to spray over here. And then what's the shadow going to be on that lamp? It's going to be soft, right? Because it's a round surface. Easy. Same thing here. This is I'm going to go real small here because there's going to be little lines. I'll just take out a couple of these and then I'll spray them in as that thing rolls around into shadow. And I might go a little bit darker. Where's my color? For some of these details, just to have some kind of detail in there. Where, you know, there's those ridges in a lamp, so it's probably not getting too much light in there. Go a little darker there. And again, I'm not rendering, just trying to show you guys the kind of general idea here. Lamp here is going to be hard edge. Somehow I erased that. There we go. All this is just pretty flat. We'll go back in and add the, like I said, the true darks. Just cleaning up some edges right now. And adjusting my shapes. Cast shadow, it's going to be hard. Cast shadow, going to be hard. All right, cast shadow on the curtains, also going to be hard, but the shadow on the curtain themselves, that's going to be soft because it's rolling around. That's a round shape. So a small brush with a soft edge will do it. Big difference. Hard edge here, it's cast shadow. Hard edge, soft edge. Hard edge. Any cast shadow is hard edge. Any form shadow on a round surface is soft. Soft edge on the pillow. Soft edge on the bottom of the pillow, soft edge on the bottom of the pillow. And this is the beauty of working with multiply. I would hate to try to do a soft edge and have to paint inside all those little dots. hard edge cast shadow, and just erase that out to get a little smoother. Hard edge cast shadow. Hard edge cast shadow. Hard edge cast shadow. Soft edge form shadow. Soft edge on the arm. Soft edge on the globe. Remember, we haven't added lighting yet, so we'll do a little bit of that detail there. All right, like I said earlier, as this light starts to get away from the light source, it's going to get soft. Soft edge on the rounded top of the chest. It's a little much there. So I'm going to go to my eraser. I'm going to lower my opacity. And I'm lightly going to just paint right on top of that. I'm going to change my shape. I'm going to soften this just a little bit here because it's getting away from the object, which is the bed. It's probably going to dive down here. Change my eraser setting. All right, now that's going to do it for us. We can check how this looks. I can just turn it off. There's the flat drawing. There's the shadow. And now we get to add that other stuff where we can start adding some dimensionality to that shadow. But we have a variety of soft edges and hard edges. And now we're just going to do the same thing we did with the ball. You know, with the ball, we added, you know, contact shadow and darkening towards the object and, you know, some of that extra stuff. But we don't need to add core shadows everywhere and reflected light everywhere and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go up to my shadow. I'm going to just select a darker tone. And some of the stuff I'm going to just like, say there's a contact shadow right behind here. I'll just do like a light selection. Oh, by the way, we should lock our opacity. Remember, we painted that stuff in solid. If I switch this to normal, where is, oh, sorry, I'm on the one that I already finished. It's confusing me. There it is. Okay, so remember, this is flat. If I turn this on to normal, there's all our shadow. It's just all painted in pretty evenly. Set it back to multiply. I'm going to lock that opacity. And again, I'm going to start selecting some of this stuff. I know that I went over the wall right there. It's no big deal. Again, it's just the kind of the theory that I'm trying to push, not a rendering of this thing. So I really want that thing to, this dresser to feel like it's sitting against the wall, right? So I'm just going to go darker right there. And again, I'm just barely moving the stylus. I'm just barely pushing on it. I need to move my selection just a hair closer. And like I said, the more detailed you're going to get, the more accurate you need to be with these selections. I'm going to hide my edge just so I can see what I'm doing. Now look at the difference between that little selection right there. Just adding that drop shadow, or excuse me, the contact shadow, where it's going to darken as it gets close to the back side of that dresser, really makes a difference in seating that thing onto the ground. Let's do it over here as well. So there's the flat one. My opacity is locked so it won't spray everywhere. Whoa, that's way too hard. Big brush. Just a little bit of darkness towards the object. See how different that looks? It just gives it a sense of realism. So behind these pillows, I'm just kind of moving around. That's going to be a contact shadow there. So I'm just going to darken that a little bit. Got to make a smaller brush, obviously. See how I'm going to hide the edge just so you can see it. See how that seats it right down? Pretty neat how quick that happens. It's amazing, actually, the difference that will give it. All right, I'm going to move over to the bed here, and I can just probably paint without doing a selection. It's going to be a little darker. I might as well go ahead and do it, I guess. All right, I selected those items on the bed. Now I'm going to inverse my selection, which selects the opposite. And I'm going to hide my edges. So it is still selected. You just can't see those marching ants. And now I'm just going to darken. See how that seats that stuff right down? There's my shadow. I was on the wrong layer. No wonder. So all these layers start to get confusing. You just got to be careful. Got to figure out which shadow that we're actually painting on. It doesn't matter because they're all set to multiply or whatever, so it's adding the same amount. All right, so that's that shadow there. It's not flat. So now we've darkened as the light tucks under the bed. The bed's going to block more light, so it's going to be darker under the bed. It's going to get a little bit lighter as it comes out, where the rest of the room is reflecting a little bit of light in there. And again, this isn't physics. It's just pretty simple math, simple lighting. All right, so that's the stuff that's already selected. And so I'm just going to hide that and darken behind this thing. Pretty easy. There might be a tucked in little area here maybe on this little nightstand. So I'll darken inside there. And it'll be darker at the top, get a little bit more light at the bottom. Pretty easy. Now, same thing with the dresser. We need one side of that thing to be a little bit darker than the other. I realize my drawing's way off here. That's okay. I'm going to hide that edge. I always like to hide the edges when I'm painting because I like to just be able to see what the paint is doing. I could add a drop shadow here. Not super important that I do that, just because it doesn't have to call. I don't want to call attention to itself, but I can go ahead and do it anyway, just to show you. So there's a flat shadow. Going to add a little bit of darkness as it gets close to the bed. I gotta watch out for doing too much over here on the side of this thing. There we go. Tuck a little bit of darkness behind the dresser there. Okay, and I'm gonna do a contact shadow here behind this curtain, right where the curtain's hitting the wall. I'm gonna hide that edge. Command H is the key command to hide the edge. And see how that'll just push that curtain right against the wall. Same thing over here. Right where it sits down, it's gonna be just a little bit darker. A little bit of coarse shadow. Again, I'm not rendering these scenes, so I'm just kind of doing global lighting. And that's going to do it for us for right now. It's pretty sloppy right there. Hold on one second. Let me clean that up. I'm going to try to select that bed and clean that edge up. That's why it's nice to have this stuff as the local tone layer just be flat, because then you can just select big things and just paint right into them. All right, that's going to do it for us. That looks pretty good. I can do a little bit of a core shadow right here on this thing. A little bit more light's going to hit the top, but the whole thing's in shadow. See if I turn it off and on. Works pretty good. That's going to do it for this thing. Next, we're going to add light and just pop the scene a little bit, but that's all we need for that one. Pretty easy stuff. Don't struggle with it too much. Again, there's a lot of different ways to do this stuff in Photoshop. I'm just moving around, painting with a hard edge brush and a soft edge brush, just making some simple selections and painting into them. Nothing too complicated about that, and then just using some just basic idea that light is coming from a certain direction, and it's going to cast a shadow in that same direction. You get better at that, at faking that as you go. At first, it might be kind of complicated and tough to figure out, but it's not too bad. Okay. let's move on to the house. All right, we are zooming through all of these. We've got the flat ball done, the beach ball, the multi-object scene, the robot with a cast shadow, and the interior scene is done. And now the only one we have left is our exterior shot right here, and that's what we're going to do now. Hopefully you guys are seeing that just adding these shadows is a pretty simple process, and all you do is just go through and evaluate what the shape is and where the shadow is, and you just paint it in there. It's not too hard, and by keeping it on its own layer with multiply in your blend mode, it's pretty easy. You know, if I were to paint over this whole scene right here, oh, I need to get on my new layer. There we go. Yeah, by painting over this whole scene, you can see that you can just see through your multiply, and this scene's going to work exactly the same as this. I also want to point out how simple this scene was to do. All we did is just lay in a flat shadow, adjust the edges, and then slightly make some areas of the shadow a little bit darker or lighter, and that's all you need to do. You're sort of done. It's not that complicated of a scene, or not complicated of a thing to do, and we're going to do the same thing here. If we look at the sample image I did, you see some very direct light, and that's it. The exterior scene even gets easier than the interior scene. And so as we've gone from the ball all the way over to here, we've gotten easier by the time we get to these kind of bigger scenes. So a couple things I want to point out. With a big scene, you want to avoid putting detail in your shadows everywhere. You want to avoid putting detail everywhere. And I'll go over what I mean by that. Let me make my brush a little bit smaller. Okay, so we've got a couple of different levels. We've got a foreground, we've got a background, and we've got our subject matter, right? Where do you think the most detailing should be and the most thought should be in terms of where we're putting our effort? Should be here in the subject matter, right? But I see too often people do either a big interior scene with a lot of different levels, or they do a big exterior scene with a ton of different levels, and they're putting shadow shapes and all that stuff back here in the background, and over detailing some highlights and stuff up here in the foreground, and it's just too much stuff. So you want to, again, like I've said before, make your lighting as simple as you possibly can. And do the least amount of work. It's funny because people put in too much time and it actually makes the image worse. They do the same thing with perspective. I see city scenes where they go back in space, and how much detail you have going all the way back, you're not going to have that. If you took a picture with a camera, everything gets blurry past a certain point, right? But when people are drawing, they draw all that detail all the way back, and you don't need to, because that's not the way we see. So think about where you're putting all of your attention, whether that's detail or whether that's lighting and shadow, all of it, size relationships, contrast levels, and I tend to save that stuff for the subject matter. So notice in our scene here, I just left it alone. There is no rendering at all, and that's what happens once something's far enough in the distance. The atmosphere fills in all the shadows. You might get a little bit of light dark if it's a really bright sunny day, but for the most part, things that are really far in the distance just stay flat. Likewise, things in the foreground might be contrasty, but we want to limit that, so I'm going to keep that flat as well. Now, even if I was rendering this thing out, I would still, I would do more than have these be a bunch of dots and stuff like that. I may need to render like some leaves and stuff, but I wouldn't put direct sunlight ever hitting this area up here, because there's no need to. We want to keep all that stuff back here. So that's very intentional, and I just want to mention that before we just start going. In any scene that you have, you're going to have to take the first couple minutes and really just look at it and say, okay, what am I doing here? All right, so let's go ahead and get into it. So same as before, I'm going to pick a favorable lighting direction, and that's going to be coming from this direction. Again, anything that's going to rake light across the scene, that's what I want to have happen. And so same steps as we did before. Let me make sure I'm on the right layer. I am. I'll pick just a shadow shape, and I'm going to do the exact same thing I did in the interior. I'm going to just start going around the scene and just adding simple shadow rather. See that? Now we have a shadow side. That's all you have to do. Look at the difference between that. It's really simple. basically 2 value steps between here and our shadow. And I'm just going to start, the roof is the biggest thing on there, right? So that's why I started with the roof. And I'm just thinking about what's going to be in shadow as I move around this scene. I'll go ahead and do it like this. So there's going to be a little bit of shadow hitting on the underside of this little block. And all I'm doing is just basically pretending like I'm an ant and I'm walking around these scenes and what's going to get hit with light and what's going to get hit with shadow. And I just draw that in there. See? Easy. And you can, like I said, I'm doing this kind of fast so I can finish in a reasonable amount of time on this video. But you don't want to, you could spend all the time you want to and render it and make it perfect. I'm not going to do that for this. So if light's coming from this way, basically this whole side is going to be in shadow, right? So that makes it easy for us. That's what I'm going to do. This is sticking out just a little bit from the edge. And there may even be some shadow here because the house is casting that shadow. So maybe I'll go up like that. Again, you can always lay it down and then adjust it. Easy. Look at how big of a deal that just made, just with a simple selection. And that's just an even coating. I didn't do any drop shadows, or I didn't do any lightening or darkening yet. That is just a flat shadow sitting over the entire thing. Same thing here. That shadow's going to get hit this front of this board and then cast a shadow down here. So some of this, if you're like going, how do you know where to put the shadow? Some of that is just going to be getting used to seeing how shadows fall on different areas. I've done a ton of neighborhood drawings and stuff if I do in children's books, and so I pay attention to how these things hit. That's a weird little part of the drawing. I'm not going to worry too much about it, though. If I was actually doing it, I'd fix whatever that is. That doesn't make any sense in terms of form. Okay, but the light is still coming from this direction. I'm going to leave that arrow there. That way we can keep it in reference. And I do that a lot, by the way, especially when I was first learning lighting and stuff. I would just draw a couple of arrows just so I know, hey, this lighting is hitting on that side and I need to pay attention to it. Just went a little bit darker. Okay, I'm going to go for a hard edge brush. I'm going to turn my shape control on. I'm doing sort of the same thing that I did in the interior. I'm going to select all of that area and hide the edge. Come back up here. Now I can just draw. And remember, if light's just coming from that direction, it's going to hit some of this stuff and be blocked. So these are, I'm basically thinking about the ball and how half of it gets blocked and the other half doesn't. Most of that's going to be in shadow if the light's coming from that direction. With trees, you get a lot of leeway. So basically, I'm thinking like little ball here, here, and the overall shape is a ball as well. So it's just getting hit with that directional light. And I can come in and clean that up if I want to. I'm doing the same thing we did before with the eraser and the brush. Just draw, and then I take a little bit away, and draw, take a little bit away. Now, if the light is hitting right there, it's going to do the same thing with for the stalks, right? So it's just part of this stuff is just logic. And then the left side of that stalk is going to get blocked, right? And it's going to cast some shadows over here. Same thing we're doing with the trees. There's just going to be a little bit of shadow everywhere. This whole side of the house is going to be in shadow, and so is this side of the column. So again, if I needed to go back and turn my drawing on, again, if this was a real precious kind of thing and it needs to be perfect, you could do that. But I'm just kind of indicating where it's going to be. And I'm just like we did with some of the shadows on the multi-object right here, I'm just kind of making up where that cast shadow is. I figure most of this stuff's probably going to be blocked. This underside of this is definitely going to be blocked because this the roof overhangs this wall. Oops. You might see a little bit of that, these little rafters bending down. This whole shape is gonna, the whole porch is gonna cast a shadow. So I'm guessing probably all of this is gonna be in shadow over here. And again, I have no idea of how the shadow would actually look on this. If you are one of those people that wants to really stick with how this stuff really works, like some of my friends do, they really care about if the shadow is accurate or not. You can get just build a little model out of foam core, and I have a lot of friends that do that, and it works great. Just build a little house, light it, take a picture of it, almost trace that. So I'm just thinking now about what the light's going to be hitting. Same thing, this shadow's going to come down, maybe something like that. Again, it doesn't matter if it's accurate, it just matters that it's believable. Does that look believable? Maybe. I don't know. Again, worst case scenario is it's just a drawing and you just change it if you don't like it. Some shadow, gonna hit the stairs. Again, I could do that really clean, but I'm not gonna take the time because I don't want these videos to be too long. Most of our foundational videos, we're trying to keep, hour-ish, 2 hours, but sometimes it's just hard to do everything I want to do in that amount of time. Going to be a little more shadow there from the overhang. Good enough. And because these are all cast shadows off of hard objects, I don't even know that we need to soften those now. We'll change the value of them a little bit, when we get into context shadows and things that are a little closer or not. But for the most part, we just want this to look pretty good. Now I'm going to come out. Now I'm going to do some kind of global shading. And I'm going to come out with a firm brush. And I'll just talk about what I'm going to do first. So I think this is too bright, and this has nothing to do with architecture or directional lighting. This has to do with sort of directing. And I want you guys to start thinking of yourself as directors, so maybe there's some trees that are off camera, and these trees are over here. They're just basically a big circle and a trunk, and they're casting shadows onto our scene. So if you think of yourself as almost like a set designer or a director, I think maybe there's some big trees over there, and they're just casting a bunch of shadow over here. So I want to just darken this stuff because I don't want it to play too much of a role in the design. So maybe we're seeing some stalk kind of shapes coming through, and I can erase into this too. I've got my opacity control on. So maybe all of this is in shadow. And if I don't like it, it doesn't matter. I can just erase it since it's on its own layer. Again, that becomes the beauty of this methodology where we got all of our local tones. See, there's my shadow layer right there. If I just turn off my local tone, that's all it is. And notice I'm working a little bit smaller on the screen. I could zoom in a little bit, but it looks worse when I do that. But it's important to know which step you're on. Like for me, I know this is going to look a little bit looser than I would do if I wanted to do a rendering, but I know that that's the level that I'm taking it to for this particular exercise. But I would still work this way even if I wanted to make it nice, and then I would just go in and clean it up to the point that whatever I need it to, the level of finish that I need it to be. Like I'm going to do a book cover later this week, and I know it's going to have a similar scene. It's an outdoor scene. There's raking lighting across it. I'm going to start exactly this way. It's going to be really loose, and then I'll just spend, instead of doing this in 20 minutes, I'll do this in 3 hours, and I'll make it really nice and have all the lighting going in the right spot. Maybe there's some branches. Only thing I'm really trying to do is just direct your eye to this area. And I can make up how that happens. and darken a little bit right there. And I can come back with a little bit of dappling of light. Like I said, Will Terry is going to go over some real ways of dappling light in his video where you are getting detail. If I zoom in, look how loose this is. So this is just form shadow and cast shadow, and that's it. I don't even need to get really detailed here, but I could come in and do, like, the underside of these windows. I'm not going to mess too much with that. Again, global lighting on an environment, a little bit easier than other stuff. Look how good that looks. Pretty quick and easy, and we've got it just, if I turn this off, that's all my shadow is right there. But look, even that describes our scene quite well. Just the shape of the shadows. We got some looser shadows over here in the trees, some loose shadows here in the grass, and then some really tight shadows within the actual form. All right, let's go ahead and take our flat shadows and let's start to add some interest to them. So I'm going to lock my opacity, same step we did before. Soft brush. I'm going to go a little bit darker, and things like the underside, kind of make sure your pressure or your size control isn't on. And this is an instance where it does look like it's turned on, and I can't turn it off unless I go here. And there's that spacing problem too. See that? It's all kind of ratcheted out. So you got to pay attention to what the brush is doing. Sometimes it'll go back to another default that you had before. So I'm just going to darken into that porch, just right up there at the top. But on this side, I need to come in and select that so it doesn't get everywhere. A little bit darker at the top. It makes a massive difference, that little bit of darkness. All right, same thing here. I'll make my brush a little smaller because that shadow's a little smaller. Same thing on this side here. And I want to separate my some of these values. So I'm going to go just a tad, let's go maybe a tad darker under here. All I'm trying to do is just separate some of this stuff. Okay. I'm just going to lightly darken from the top down where there's going to be less light because of that overhang. And again, you don't need to know all this stuff in detail. Whoops, that's a bad selection right there. Hold on one second. Let me fix that. Again, I don't know how much light would really do this. I'm just kind of making it up and seeing what looks okay. That's enough. Doesn't need to be a lot. I might darken just a little bit more to the bottom too, because there's probably not going to be a ton of light entering in right down here because of these plants. I got to be careful though. I don't want to start getting splotchy. And that's one thing you really want to watch out for with shadows, is just getting a little bit too splotchy, which I feel like I might be doing right now. That's nice. I'm going to clean that edge up a little bit. Go back to a little bit lighter tone within that. Whoops. See, anytime there's a change of plane, there's a change of value. So we got a down plane and then a side plane that goes back up under, and I want there to be a change there. I'll do the same thing on this side. And then I'll do the same thing on the chimney. I'm going to hide that edge, but it is still selected. I'm just going to hide that edge. Command H. Very light touch there. Watch out for getting splotchy. Okay. Maybe a little bit of darkness down here. All right. And now I need to decide which side of this thing is going to be darker, this side plane or this front plane, basically. I don't know. Since this one has the front plane lighter and the side plane being darker, I'm just going to do that, mimic that. I'm not even going to look and see what I did in the sample image. Maybe it was the opposite, but I'll show you if it was. It doesn't matter which one I pick, as long as I pick something. Hide that. Little bit of darkness. Not much. See, all I need to do is just get that plane in there. Oh yeah, I did do that same thing on that one. All right. Everything out that I do at past this point would be detailing. And it's important to know that because you could detail for a very, very long time, and you got to be careful about getting lost there. Now, some people like Will Terry love to hang out in that detail. Jamie Zollers, who I teach the book illustration class with, book covers, she loves to get in that detail, and I do too sometimes, but there's a place for it, and you just got to watch out that you don't get lured into it without being aware of it. I'm going to go over here and just do a couple of little cast shadows off of these plants. I know I haven't been really detailed in terms of what these plants actually are. If I was doing this for a client, I'd probably think to myself, what kind of plants are these? And I'd be specific with these leaves and whatnot. Right now, they're just dots and stuff. All right, done deal. Now we are, let me erase these arrows. We're basically done. That was so fast and so easy. I just added shadows, and then I just adjusted the shadows. Pretty easy, light selection tools, very basic brushes, and we're ready to move on to the light. See you then. We are ready to move on to the next section, which is going to be doing the light, and this is a really fun payoff kind of thing. All the work, or I'd say the big portion of work for this technique, comes in the local tone stage, which is what you did first, then the shadow stage, which is a little bit faster than the local tone stage, but doesn't take a ton of time, but you still got to think about stuff. And that starts to define most of these objects. If we back out of these things, look at how these images look. I know they're probably small on your screen, depending on the size of your screen, but that's what's intended. I'm supposed to be like basically a thumbnail right now. And notice the difference between the ones that we have done already and these are the ones that we're working on. These are the ones that are already finished. Look how close they are. And that's what I was saying when in the original intro, when I'm talking about local tone and all that stuff, and the shadows being the most important thing. Local tone being the very most important thing. Shadow step, which is step 2, is the second most important thing. Then adding the lights and rest of the details just adds to the image, but the real heavy lifting has already been done once the local tone's been established and the shadow tones have been established as well. Notice how I finish everything in each step before moving to the following step. So I finished all the local tone first, no shadows. Then I finished flat shadows. Then I work within the shadows, and I do all that. I'm not worrying about the light at all, and I do as much work as I can in that stage, in that shadow stage, and then I move on to the next stage, which is where we're at now, which is the light. And I'll do the same thing here. I'm only worrying about the light, and I try to do that primarily in almost every step of my illustration from start to finish. Is I'm working on one thing and that one thing only. So it tends to help, and it tends to simplify most of the process, at least in my head it does, and maybe it will in yours too. I'm going to put these layers together because they're just all shadow. So I'm going to grab all 3 of them by holding Shift, and I'm going to call them shadows. So now I got my local tone, my shadow layer, and then a couple of the cast shadows are underneath. See those? So those are together. Okay, so let's go ahead and put another layer on top. This is going to be called light. Now I got a couple of things I want to talk about within the light. Remember I said earlier I was going to show you guys or warn you guys about things that go wrong in student work, or at least a lot of student work that I see, and where some pitfalls are. And there's a big one with this initial lighting stage, and I'm going to go over that right now. Let's go over the parts of the ball first, though, that exist in the light. We haven't gone over that yet, I don't think. So let's go to this finished version. And we have right in the center, that's your highlight, specular highlight. And that's just that brightest little gleam of light that is coming down. And it typically is very small, but it can define a form quite well. But that's the really shiny kind of stuff. And that's always really fun to add. There's a little bit of actual light. So there's a highlight, then there's light. You can see just a little band of it right there. This is all obviously local tone. But the reason I want to point out the local tone is once we add the shadow, which we have here, this becomes lit already. The local tone does have light falling on it, almost like a generic kind of lighting falling on it. It's not a super hard spotlight, obviously, and you can tell by sort of how dull this stuff looks, but it is lit. Otherwise, there would be no shadow, or this would look really bizarre without having lighting on it, but it doesn't look bizarre, right? It looks like a lit ball on this side and then a shadow ball on this side. So I do want to point out that typically local tone is part of the light. And it's interesting because you don't really think of it that way. You're like, oh, that's just its base tone. But it does get moved over to the light. That's going to lead me to my next points, which I'll point out some problem areas. So sometimes I see this action. Where I see this real bright kind of light coming from the back. And people do this a lot, and they call that reflected. They're trying to do reflected light. Reflected light, but really what they're doing is a key light. Now, a key light is an actual separate light source. Like you'll see that on the front of like an Arnold Schwarzenegger poster, where the main light's coming in, and then there's this real hard light coming from the other side, typically a cool color. It'll be warm in the main light and cool on the other side. And that is an actual light source. It's not reflected light. And so you got to be careful that this light over here should never be as bright as the light over there. Otherwise, it's a second light source. So that's something I see a lot from students, and I want you guys to not do that unless it's a very special situation where there literally is a spotlight coming from the back. Don't add this thing in there because all it does is complicate the lighting needlessly. So beware of overcomplicated lighting. So that's basically the step. So I'm going to get rid of that. Now, reflected light will never be as bright as the stuff over here. Not the local tone, not the light, and not the highlight. Reflected light is just a very, very slight light, and you can actually already see it in here if we zoom in. Just by adding the core shadow, when we were doing the shadow, it kept this area just a little bit lighter, so you don't need to add reflected light as part of the light step that we're doing right now. That's the first problem that I see. So the second problem I'm going to go over now. So I selected my ball on my local tone layer, and I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to grab very light value, and I'm going to basically start doing this light step, not the highlight, but just the light. All right. So got this big light that I just sprayed on there. It looks okay, right? If I go ahead and add a highlight, there's that spot. Now, why is that problematic? Hopefully you're able to answer it yourself. We have basically committed the error of over lighting something. So what happens with student work when they go wrong with this, so they're basically over lighting. I'll write some of this stuff out. Over lighting. That means you're spraying light everywhere. So we sprayed light over this whole section, and remember, here's a way to think about it. The local tone, like if this was an orange, it's in black and white, but just pretend like it's an orange. So that's your local tone. The orange is the local tone. We added shadow all on this side, and we just sprayed all this light right here. So how much of the orange, the original orange, is left? It would only be this center little stripe. So now we just have spray paint. Basically, we've added too much light everywhere. Now, it's no big deal if it's on a ball, not that big of an issue. But what happens if you do an entire scene like that where you're spraying light all over everything, and all of a sudden the scene will become too contrasty and be overlit. It'll have too much lighting or be overlighting. And so you can see the difference if I go back and take those marks off. Look at the difference between these two balls. So on this one, we have, if I were to ask the same thing, if you're holding an orange, how much of that original orange, the only areas that we don't have that orange is here and here. But this whole area, except for that circle, is still just the base local tone orange, and it's going to look a lot better. So you see the differences between these two balls, same local tone, but they look totally different in terms of value, right? So there's too much spray paint on here, too much light. And that's one of the main things I see a lot of students doing. So be careful there with overlighting. All right, let's go back and let's do it correctly. How about that? So how much light, if you're not supposed to spray the whole thing, how much light should there be? Well, my thought is not much. You don't have to actually, if this was a matte ball, you don't have to add any. You don't have to add really any light. This is just almost like an extra step. Like maybe I'll add this much. I mean, it's just such a small amount. That's too much. It's such a subtle little thing. Again, it's not even necessary, but maybe that's enough. And I could make that a little softer too. Just barely spraying, but we don't even need it really. And then I'll come in and add our highlight. And look how small I'm keeping the highlight. I'm not making this giant highlight over here. It's going to be very small, almost looks like a cue ball when we do that. And that's sort of all we need. We got our highlight, we got our light, we got our core shadow, we got our reflected light, we've got our contact shadow, we got our cast shadow. And that's basically all the pieces that we need to light something. Now, the question that I have next is, well, how and where do we put this highlight? Typically a highlight is on the corner of an object, or if it's a ball, it's just reflecting right where the light source is hitting it. It's like at a perfect angle. So if our light is here, it's just coming down and hitting, and that's what you're seeing, that little piece. If it's a square, the light's coming down, it's going to hit right on that edge, right? Pretty easy. And so there's each one of these things is going to have, each one of the objects that we have here has a different approach. But again, when we're really close up, this is going to get a little more attention in terms of some of these little details, or one like this where we are going to add some of those little details. Once we get out here, there's no highlights unless you have like a metal house or something like that, or a really special kind of lighting situation. There's nowhere in here that I would add too much of a highlight. And if you go outside your own house right now, or just look out your own window, find a highlight on an exterior that looks like this. I guarantee you will not find one. And so again, the closer we are to an object, the more of these little details you're going to get. Like I've got this coffee cup right here. Look at the highlights. Now look around at the rest of the room in my camera. How many of those highlights are you seeing on anything else? There's none. And so it's funny because the closer you get, the more detailed that stuff becomes. The farther you get back, the easier and simpler it is. So that's going to do it for our main ball. And so I guess this will just be my lighting lecture, and I'll include the ball with that. And we'll move around the rest of the images real quick. This stage should go pretty fast and be pretty easy. So let me go ahead and erase all this stuff. And I hope you guys are doing all these exercises. You should, you don't have to do them all at once, but there's just such a value in going through each one of these things and saying, oh, that's why how a ball is different than a multi-grouped item. And that's how the multi-grouped item is different than the robot and all that stuff. But I'll go over some individual lighting stuff in the next videos as we get more specific into those subject matters. Okay, thanks. Okay, we're going to go on down to the lighting on the beach ball. As you may have guessed, the lighting on the beach ball is going to be very similar as the lighting on the gray ball. There's not really any difference at all on that. We can just keep it on a normal layer. We don't have to do any of the tricks that we did with the shadow, typically, because the lighting is so simple. One thing I should point out is how hard edge your light is. Now, this is a very basic class. This is, we're right in the foundation, and so I'm trying not to get too specific. As material surfaces change on these things, your lighting quality and some of the shadow quality will change as well. For example, if this gray ball is matte, like super absorbent light, maybe it's made out of, I don't know, leather or something, and like a really taut hacky sack, and this is a beach ball that's out of that real shiny plastic, the qualities of light are going to be different. So it's hard for me to just say this is what happens with lighting, because material, especially when we're focusing on one object, material comes into play quite a bit. The glass I held up earlier is going to behave differently than something else. That even a can, it behaves differently than the glass does. There's a different kind of reflectivity. So I don't want to go too deep into that, but I will just mention it here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just erase what I did up here on the ball, and I'll play off of these two as different materials just to mention it. And in Will Terry's class or some of these other later classes, you will go into some of that stuff. So I'm going to add the light, very soft. And I don't even need to add white. I can add just a little bit of lighter gray. See that? It's not much. See that? And now I'll add a very, very soft highlight and not go to pure white if this is going to be a object that isn't very reflective. Oh, it's kind of clumsy. Got to watch out for getting splotchy here. You might have something like that. If it's not going to be, you're not going to get this real hard highlight like we have over here. It's just going to be very, very soft. As we back out, you'll see that. And even that's too much. I'm going to go back. It's too bright. It's just going to get a little bump in value. There we go. A little bit of a bump in value. If I turn it off, you might not even notice it really. So your highlight's not going to be that hard little bit. Now we're going to go down here to the ball. That's the one we're on now. And that's going to get a little bit more. Obviously, it's going to get a harder shadow. So at first, I'm going to add a little bit of light to it, not too much. Just a little bit of an area. And then I'm going to come in. I'm going to go for a way harder brush. And I'm going to make that highlight. And that's just going to be pure white. Now, if it is going to be a very reflective object, you might start to get bounces of light in other spots as well. So where the light is coming down and then bouncing up and hitting right there, you might get a lot more reflective light on a really bright, or excuse me, a really shiny object. And some of those are going to be hard edged like that. So there might be more reflectivity, but my point is that there is a difference, between these two balls once reflectivity changes. And I wanted to mention that. You can go for just a standard ball here. If you're just like, you just need standard lighting, that's what that is. But don't go too hot. See how hot I went right here versus right here? So you do need to think about, is this a reflective object or is it not a reflective object? And if it is, then you can add a little bit of light kind of bouncing around. You can make it up. It doesn't have to be exactly perfect. See, I didn't do it over here. It still looks like a beach ball. So the question that goes back to, is it a believable beach ball or not? In this case, I think this one's a little bit more believable because you have those little pieces of light that you don't have over here. But that's going to do it. That's all we need. A little bit of light, a little bit of specular highlight, and we're done. So hopefully that makes sense between materials and things like that. If you want to see something interesting, go onto Pinterest or just regular internet and do a Google search on different different reflectivity levels on spheres. People have done some great both paintings and drawings, and also just 3D models and stuff like that of glass and chrome and all that stuff. And you can see how all this stuff plays out. But in this class, we're just looking for just general lighting, and so I'm gonna stop this one here. All right, next is going to be the multi-tiered object. Okay, let's go ahead and get started on the multi-grouped object. I do want to start out by, I always like to zoom out and see how things are looking. I just want to point out how little work we did on adding the light, even on the close-up object where we're drawing right here. You turn that off and it makes such a dramatic difference. I just wanted to give you guys a little story. I saw some article where a painter had digitally removed all the highlights on a Vermeer painting. I think it was the girl with the pearl earring. And it looked so flat and looked like there was nothing there. And then when they added the lights back, there was only like 5 or 6 little bitty specular highlights, sort of like what we have here. And it made a massive difference. I could not believe how much those little dots and little highlights made a difference. Even looking at, especially like this robot, the difference here, it looks totally different, but there's not much work there. And so the cool part about that is once we made our local tone, remember local tone is part of the light, that's a ton of the work. That's doing most of the heavy lifting in an image. And then the shadows are doing the second most heavy lifting. And then the lights are just, I almost view them like you would like a habanero sauce, for example. Sometimes I use that as an example. You don't want to use it everywhere. You don't want to put highlights all over. Like if I'm adding highlights to every single surface, you don't want to add them everywhere because it ends up looking like bird poop. Literally, I'm not using that as an adjective. It just looks like a bird pooped all over your image, and there's just white stuff all over the place. You want to have just a couple of little spots. Be reserved with it. You don't need a lot, and I'll talk a little bit about kind of how to massage some of those highlights in there with our multi-level object here. I realize this ellipse is a little bit too open, but I'm not going to worry too much about the drawing right now. Let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to start with, again, the biggest object I possibly can. Now, a couple of things with adding highlights to objects. You rarely want that highlight to be even all the way. So the first thing I'm going to add is highlights typically hit edges of objects, especially the more squared off an object is, the more that highlight is going to be right on that edge. So 2 things with this. You don't want your highlight to be the full distance like that. It's never going to be that even. So if we've got our little light bulb up here and it's shining the light down here, it's going to hit part of this thing more than another part of it. It's going to be probably a little brighter towards the top. So let's go ahead and I'm going to switch to again, we got a hard edge line. I'm going to switch to a hard edged brush. I'm going to turn on my shape control and I turned off my opacity control. And I am just going to lightly paint in a highlight. But the brightest part of the highlight, I'm going to put here towards the top, and then I'm going to have it feather out. Now I am going to use I'm going to switch my eraser. However your brush is what your eraser needs to be as well. So I'm going to go for a hard-edged eraser as well. So I've got the same brush and the same eraser, and now I can taper that down a little bit. So a lot of times I'll paint a highlight in, and I'll taper it with my eraser. And we don't need a ton there. See, that's what I did over here too. Just a little bit. And you don't want it to be all even. I can turn on my opacity control and even darken it a little bit as it goes down. Now, will there be a highlight on both of these edges? This edge right here faces away from the light. There's not going to be any highlight there. There might be a little bit of a highlight going from this side to this side. Same thing, I don't want that thing to be even all the way across. Just a hint of it, maybe a little bit more on this side, right at the corner. And there's a little bit of flexibility that you have here. Same thing with this one, and it also depends on, the quality of that is what's our material? Is it going to be a really shiny material? Is it going to be very matte? So that's going to make a difference. So I'm kind of doing just general highlighting. Now, is this highlight that goes on this going to be the same value as this? Is it going to be bright white? No way. Probably not. What I do is always start with the darkest that I can and see how it looks. That's not light enough. I'll go with that. And I'm just going to hold shift down as I pull down. I'm going to erase back up. The light's going to be going along this edge. I'm going to taper that just a little bit. And that's not going to be as bright as this front one. Now the question is, maybe in real life this one would be brighter than the one going down. But since the one going down has so much real estate, I'm going to focus on that one a little bit. I'll give it a little bit more sort of bling at the top, and maybe just a hint of being lighter here, but it's not going to be a real hot highlight. See that? Just a little, clean up that edge. And see how it warbles a little bit bright, a little bit darker, and then light again? Just makes it look a little bit believable. Okay, now here we are on a soft surface. So let's go ahead and do the main area first. I'll just select it like that. I just want that edge. I just need that edge to be clean. And I can go back and erase into it as well. This is going to be really soft because it's a soft edge, remember? All right, again, depending on material. So the first thing I'm going to add is the light. Just a little bit of light. That's all I need right there. I'm going to hide that edge. Look how good that looks. And then again, depending on material, maybe there's a smaller area that has a little bit more light. Now it's going to get the same thing. It's going to be a little hotter in one area than the rest. And if this is a very reflective object, that edge will be perfectly hard like that. I'm going to just keep it as being a kind of a generic soft object. Easy enough. Pretty fun. Let's back out and see how that looks. Looks like a lit surface, right? Great. I'm going to rotate this again just so I can get a smooth stroke. Now, what is that going to be? What is it going to be, a hard edge or a soft edge? It's going to be a hard edge because that's a hard edge. So this stuff becomes very predictable if you just ask yourself the right questions. Now, where's that going to be the brightest? Probably right where the light is. I'm way zoomed in. That's too far. So if I was smart, I would have probably a selection tool. But I'm going to try to freehand this. And a lot of times it's going to look like really bad right when I lay it in. And I know that. And then I just erase, smooth it out. Maybe one spot's a little bit brighter. That's all we need. Nice. We're done. I could add a little bit of reflected light over here if I wanted to, again, depending on if that is what the material is. Soft edge for a soft round surface. Not much. So I'm going to pick that value. I will go a little smaller and a little bit lighter. Maybe a little reflected light coming in. There we go. It's just small little increments over here. And that's all we need. We don't need anything in this area. We've already done it. We've got our lit side. We've got our shadow side. Just adding that little highlight. That's really all you need. That's going to do it for this one. Pretty simple, pretty easy. Time to do the robot, and I know that's the one you guys have been waiting for. I know that because I'm exactly the same way. There's only so much interest that you can have in art school with painting a ball, a beach ball, or some basic shapes. Those things are so important to paint. I mean, I understand it. I was given those exercises when I was in school as well. But the difference, just emotional content, the emotional difference between painting a cool robot versus painting a ball is it's just different. And so let's go ahead and dive into this one. Luckily, we've already done most of the work, just like on the other ones, and the rest is just decorating and having some fun with these little bitty light elements. So we'll start with, again, how do we start? Where do we start? What's the biggest object? It's always going to be the starting point. So that's going to be the main body, and it's a round surface. So is it going to be hard or soft? It's going to be soft. So I'm just pulling straight down. Notice that it's a little hotter here than it is down here. I'm just pressing and lightly lifting, and that's where you need to start to develop some touch. In other words, I'm just basically doing it like that. I'm not going like this and pulling really hard through it. It's just a real light touch. Pull it through, and I'll go ahead and just finish each section as I go. Same thing, your highlight is going to be up here. Now I can do this a number of different ways. I'm going to just do a real hot highlight there. Over here, I went with a little bit smaller, so I could show you how to do that as well. I mean, you have a ton of freedom here. So again, if this is a hard edge, reflective kind of object, I can just basically taper that off. And then I'll switch my brush to a hard brush. And taper that down. You're going to just get that real hot highlight there. I still think I can go a little more subtle than that, so I'm going to start over. And please feel free to start over. I mean, this is just the fun part, and you can consider it almost as just a sense of play. And that's how I think you should treat everything. So I went a little darker there. Now I'll come in with my hard edge highlight and have a little bit more value to mess with. All right, and now we'll do the same. So if the light is coming down this way, it's going to start hitting some of these surfaces and making some little reflections. So that's where you're going to do, this is basically the edge of this. It's going to be the exact same thing as the edge of this. Light's coming down. It's going to be a hard edge. Turn off your opacity control. And give it a little bit of a taper. And then you can taper that with your eraser as well. Same thing right here. So the light's coming down. It's going to hit the edge of this side, this circle right here. And I'll use my eraser to taper. And those are the details that are just super fun to do. That's probably going to do the same thing right there. And if this type in here was indented, you might get a little one right there too. You can start going nuts with this stuff, so you got to be careful that you don't go too crazy. See how that automatically makes it start to look indented? Same thing down here. Now you don't want to start adding this stuff everywhere. Like those two marks I just made, way too bright. So just like your shadows only being 2 values darker than the light, your highlights should not go crazy. Like I don't think I would do a white if I'm going to paint up here, which I'm getting ready to do now. I'm not going to go pure white. I'll go something pretty light though, but not white. A little bit of light hitting that corner. Then I'll make that smaller. Probably go a little harder. Sometimes I should add, by the way, and maybe I'll do that from here on out. Sometimes I'll add 2 layers, a light layer and a highlight layer, and that way I can be real rough with whatever that highlight is, and then I can carve it with my eraser without hitting the light that I've already put in there. And so it's just a little trick, and I do that a lot, so I'm gonna go ahead and just do that for the rest of these. I'll taper that. Now, this stuff over here is in the shadow. It's not going to get a highlight, and that's another problem that I see students doing a lot. Is even after an object has wrapped around into the shadow, they still start highlighting all this stuff, and it looks funny. You don't need to do that. So here we have like a kind of a rubberized material. You're not going to get much light in that, but you will get a couple of little hard highlights. Sometimes those are fairly bright, and it's going to taper. Don't got to do much. See that? That's all you need. Just a little dot and then a little tapered line will do it. And we'll do a much darker one over here. It's not going to be close to white. So again, you don't want your work to look like bird poop. Same thing with a light going across maybe this thing. It's going to be soft edge because it's a round surface. You can be really general and really loose with all this stuff. I'm just going to be painting along, looking for little areas where the light's going to hit real hard and then taper out. I don't know what all this stuff is, so I'd probably need to do a little more research if I was doing this for real character design. Let's make those things be indented. Put your light in there and then carve it with your eraser. Maybe a little bit of light on this edge. So I'm just making all this stuff up, but it doesn't need to be much. It's the same stroke over and over. A little darker area. That rubberized material. And the light's going to be way out here because this is going to be casting a shadow on this section over here. I'm going to go back to my soft brush. Just a little bit of light there. And I'm not going to mess with too much down here. You really don't want to overpaint these areas that you don't want people looking at. So I'm not going to put any hot highlights down there. And back to my hard brush, and I'll do a few more little bits. We'll call this done. Now again, if this is a reflective material, you might start to get some hard reflective light from this other side over here. Oh, we got to do our eyes. That's like a major thing. These buttons do need some kind of dimensionality, so I'm going to take a fairly dark brush and just give them a little bit of an indent. So that's a little bit of light that's kind of catching on that side. All right, let's do the eyes. That's going to be a soft edge brush first, and that's going to be a part of our light. And I'm just using a soft edge brush, and I'm just painting that thing in there. Add a little bit of brightness to the eyeball itself and a little bit of spray, and then I'll add just a tiny bit of reflected light onto these little bits. Still soft edge, fairly. And then that light is going to reflect up into the edge of your object. You always want to give your object dimensionality, and you got to think there's going to be a thickness there, which I haven't really given it much of. Go up to my highlight. I'm going to make a couple of hard marks. I'm just making this stuff up now. Good enough. Man, that's fun to do. All right, that's going to do it. Pretty easy. You know, I have a little bit of lens flare on some of this stuff. You can add that stuff if you want to. All you do is just go to a soft brush and just spray paint a little bit, and it'll give you a little bit of a flared kind of look. That's going to do it. I don't think we need to do anything more to him. He's looking pretty sharp. Again, you can add a little bit of light on this other side if you want. If it's a reflective object, that light is going to wrap around a little bit more. But you need to make sure that this side doesn't get as bright as the other side. And that's going to do it for our robot. We have completed this left side. Now we only have the interior and exterior to do next. So stick with me. We're getting some good work done. All right, we have done the left side of the page. Now we're going to go ahead and do the interior and exterior and wrap this this series up, and at least in terms of the demo portion of it. So let's go ahead and dive right in. Like I was saying earlier, as we go through all this, it gets easier and easier as we kind of back out of the scene and move the camera back a little bit. So what do we have to do with this one? You know, if on the ball, we added the light section and the highlight and all that, a little bit of reflected light. We do here. Answer, not much. Like I said, it gets a little bit easier as we go. So I'm going to start with, where is the light source? So I do want to show you guys a couple of little tricks though. And it depends on how you want the scene to look and what's happening in the individual scenes. But we know that this is our light source right over here. And you can see me just pressing down on that. That's all we have to do, is just illuminate our light source. I'm going to turn on my opacity control so I can control that really big brush at first. And I'm just going to turn this thing on. All I'm doing is barely pressing down. And I'm just going to go in a little bit of a circular motion, but not much. Look here, I'll turn that off and on. And all that's doing is just spraying a little bit of opaque paint around the side. I can come in a little bit if this thing's really bright and just get a little closer to the actual light. Now that thing is really turned on, and illuminating a bunch of light out there. So you don't have to do much. You want to err on the side of caution. If this light was on too, and remember I talked earlier about having one light be dominant and the other light being subordinate. If this light was turned on, it would get a lot less of a kind of thing. But all we're doing is just spraying, and look how good that little area looks right there. Just illuminated that edge of the bed. But I didn't even intend to have that thing turned on. Now the question is, what else do we do? Well, a couple of specular highlights that are very hard is all we have to do, and we don't even have to do that. The key is not going too crazy with this stuff. But close to the object, close to the light, you may start to get just a little bit of light. Same kind of thing, you want to taper it. On reflective surfaces, you might start to see just a little bit. Again, the light's coming this way. Now, how much reflection are you going to get on the edge of these four-poster bed? Not much. Four-post bed, just a little bit of a sort of a dot. So your little bit of highlight that's on the edge of this thing is just going to be just a barely lighter than the black. In other words, even as bright as I went there, I just selected off the wall this gray. Like, that's how light that that little dot is. Don't need much. If this light is on, I'll add a little bit of highlight there. Again, tapering that around, but you see how small the details are here. There might be just a little bit of a light on the front of this edge. And light typically likes to be right at the edge of objects. I'll taper that off. Even though that's not facing exactly perpendicular to the light. Same thing here. But wow, we sure don't need much. Maybe there's a little bit of interior detailing on this frame. And see, that's how you start to indicate things without having to draw everything. And it works out quite well. But we do not want to spray a bunch of light all over the place here. That's all we need. If I just turn this off, look at the difference. So all it is turning the light on and off. Now, under some circumstances, I'm going to turn these two off and I'm going to make a new layer. Sometimes you want your light to be transparent and not opaque. In this case, I just sprayed a normal layer. The layer option is set to normal. I do want to talk about screen and overlay. So you can scroll down through these different blend modes. If you haven't, they're all pretty fun, and there's no rhyme or reason to stick with one over the other. Sometimes I just play around, see how things look. But I'm going to go ahead and set this to, let's go ahead and do it to screen. I'll turn off these other two layers. And that should give me, it should give me a transparent light. And that may look exactly the same, we'll see. Now, as I start, it looks sort of similar right there, but if I were to spray paint this over, it does look a little bit opaque. Now let's go ahead and switch it from screen to overlay. There we go. So that's going to be way different. See, if I spray the whole thing, see how part of the darks stay there? And so you can get different looks. Like right now, that's a little heavy-handed, so I'm going to start it here. But this will allow us to actually have quite a bit of light without it being completely opaque on top of the image like this one is. There's a little bit of difference. See, on this one, if I spray paint, I could just cover up the whole thing, cover up those bears and everything. But on this one, where it's set to overlay, you can get quite a different look and a little bit more, it looks a little bit better because some of your tones still show through. It's kind of the opposite of the multiply layer. And so a lot of times when I'm using that particular thing, I'll spray paint it in, and then I'll back off of the opacity a little bit, and it really looks like natural kind of lighting. So I did want to just point that out. That's the difference between overlay and light. You see how that almost looks like hazy because I just sprayed the light right on top of it? I prefer the this one where it's set to overlay for the lights, and it works pretty good. And you can still add highlights and everything on that layer. So just something to play around with the lights when you're doing a interior and there's actual light sources. So there's a couple of ways to handle that. But that's really all we need. I don't think we need to go in and, the tendency is each step you need to do a whole bunch of stuff, but you don't. You see, like we just add a couple little things in there, and it works quite well. Let's go ahead and back out and look at our overall image. Pretty good. Get rid of this stuff over here that was on the light layer. I'm just on my eraser now. There we go. And this one too. There we go. Lights turned on. Now if I turn off these light layers, I'm going to put all three of these in just a group. Now if I turn all of them off, you see there's not a ton of work there, but it's doing a lot of stuff, just a small little amount of marks that are there. If I turn them off and back on, you see like kind of a major difference between each one of those layers. And so that's how important they are, but that's also how simple we want to keep these things. Got one more to do. Let's go ahead and do this exterior, and that's going to wrap it up. Okay, time to go ahead and get this last one underway. The question is, what do we do here? There's no light source. Like I was saying, over here we have, or the robot, we have this, implied light source coming down, all these little specular highlights and light areas. Same with this one and these. In this one, we actually have a light source or two. And now we're down to this one. So light source is coming from the right-hand side, just like it did on all the other ones. And I do that for like 90% of my 90% of my images, just coming from the right-hand side. It's just easier. So there's our light. And you can see the shadow kind of up here on the roof. we're not, all these materials are dull. They're basically going to be painted wood. Grass is not reflective, and so you want to avoid having highlights, reflective lights, all that kind of stuff. Remember earlier when I was pointing out the qualities of light landing on this, that we have local color is in the light. Now this is just direct light, and it's just like sprays a little bit of light on there, and then the specular highlight is that hot spot. Well, we don't have those things here. So what do? Not much. I'm going to go up to my overlay layer, and I'm going to do the same thing. I mean, if at most, the only thing I would do here is I would use a real soft brush, and there's not really much to even do. The highlight, or excuse me, the local tone is doing all the lighting. This still looks like a lit scene, but if I wanted that to appear like brighter midday sun, I'm just going to dust a little bit of light in just to give it kind of an afternoon glow sort of thing. And so all I'm doing is just accentuating just a little bit of that light. You really don't want to do much here. You can get out of control real quick and make it look terrible. And then I'm going to erase some of that too. All right, so that's it. That's all I would do. And that's just going to give us a little bit of more, mid-morning kind of light, or even starting to get towards sunset. See how subtle that is? I don't like it in the trees. You don't want an image that starts to look spray painted. And so you got to avoid that. Almost all of our work was done already here with our shadow layer and our local tone layer. The rest is just going to be, if there's any kind of specialty lighting that you need to do, that's where it would take place. Otherwise, that's really all you need. And we're done to go, good to go. Yeah, I didn't even put any of that stuff in this one. You know what I mean? This sample paint. So it's kind of funny that the bigger the scene, almost the less of this kind of stuff happens. And you can just get away with doing the local tone and the shadow, and that's it. All right, folks, that's going to walk us through. Hopefully you guys followed me through all of these demos. It's a lot of fun to do all this stuff and to walk it through something very simple all the way to something that's seemingly complex, but it's not really that complex, as you have now learned. The next section is going to be on what kind of light you're going to use and what out of all this you're going to choose. And I'll show you the differences it makes on some other artists' image. So stick around. We still got some fun stuff to explore. Now that we've wrapped up the demo portion of the video, I wanted to go over just real quick some of this stuff, and then we'll talk about practical application for all this stuff and what we're doing. So the parts of the ball and the lighting and all that stuff that we went over is shown right here. And so going through all that stuff, there is, here, I'll switch this over so I can draw. Specular highlight. Direct light is that little band of light that's sort of around that. Local tone takes up the majority of our lighting, as we have learned. Overall, this is a form shadow. Falling right there within this band is the core shadow. A little bit of reflected light ends up on the other side. Contact shadow is right there at the bottom. And like I said, obviously this is a form shadow. That's the cast shadow. So that's all there is. I mean, it's a pretty simple kind of thing when it's a singular light source, and it's just these few things. So it definitely pay to learn this stuff. But the real question is, how are you going to use this stuff? And that's almost more important. We have to learn how to do this stuff first, but then asking this question is really, really important. Like I said in the intro to this whole video, well, if you're going to do this, that sort of implies you're almost going to do realism. In a way, if you're going to add all these elements of light, the more of this stuff you do, the more real it's going to be. And I noticed that throughout the years as my own work has changed, and I've watched other students and professionals' artwork change, and then the nature of how the lighting that they're using changes as well. So let's back up. And I've got this document out here. And this is so interesting to me. This is the first time I've actually lectured this to you guys because it's the first time I really paid attention to it, that lighting and stylization have such a direct relationship. And on one side, you have very graphic and stylized work. On the other side, you have very realistic work. And let's take a look at each one of those, and then using our ball up here and all these labels, let's see what's happening with each one. We're going to start off with the very graphic and stylized, and we'll work our way across. And these are those artists that I showed you guys earlier. Sorry, they're a little bit pixelated because I'm going pretty big here. So using our ball as a guide, and then using Ezra Jack Keats' image down here, how much of this stuff is ending up over here? There's only one thing that's ending up there, and that is local tone. There are no shadows. There is no specular highlights. There is no form shadows. There's no nothing. He is literally just almost like you're cutting paper and just setting it on top of each other. And, there's no shadow underneath. There's no light source hitting this wall and, toning part of it. There's no light under the dog. It literally is just based on shape and texture, and that's it. And what I find so interesting about that is you can learn all this stuff, and you can also disregard all this stuff. Your work may be better by not having any of that stuff, and that's going to be all the way on the, here, I'll zoom out a little bit. That's going to be all the way here on in terms of our continuum here, all the way to the left. That's as graphic and stylized as you can get and still have representational imagery, especially in the context of a lighting and shadow class or a value-based class. All this is just local tone, only one thing. He's not doing any of that stuff that we talked about. And he's very famous, and it works out really well. And so, that's going to be, farthest to the left. Now, we come this way a little bit, you end up here on the continuum line that I made here, and that's me. And I'm just guessing where these things are. It's not a math problem or anything like that. There's no scientific proof of any of this stuff. I'm just things that I've noticed. So in my image, I'm sort of working like Ezra Jack Keats, except for in this particular image, I don't have, oh yeah, I do. A little bit, it's going to be pixelated here on your screen, but it's okay. I can still talk about it. So most of my image is exactly like Ezra Jack Keats. I'm just using flat shapes. This rabbit, this tree, and texture is carrying most of this image, and local value. That's all I'm doing is local value. But when I need it, like on the underside of this plane, this paper airplane, I do add a shadow, either a form shadow, or in some of my work, I'll add a cast shadow. And so I'm not playing by the rules of any of this stuff other than where it's convenient. If I need a cast shadow as a design, I'll throw a cast shadow on there. And nothing else in the scene might have a cast shadow. I might have a form shadow on one thing and no form shadows on anything else. And so I'm kind of using it. I use all this stuff as an option that I can go to, but I don't use it a lot. I only use it if I need it. And it's been pretty fun for me. And I used to think, okay, if I add a highlight or a shadow in one spot of my image, well, I sort of need to do that everywhere. And that's not actually true. We're not trying to recreate photography. And that's an important thing to learn, that we're not trying to create photography. We don't have to have all this stuff if we don't need it. So just like Ezra Jack Keats, I use local tone, and then I use form and cast shadow lightly. I don't do any of the other stuff. I never add a specular highlight. It's rare that I add direct light. I never add reflected light, and I sure don't add a core shadow. So I keep my lighting very, very simple. It's very flat, but I do use it as a design element. So mine falls a little more toward the realistic side than Ezra Jack Keats. All right, next up, and these two fall pretty similar to each other, we're going to go to John Klassen. This is John Klassen right here. And let's look at his image. Okay, what do we have here? We've got a almost abstract lighting in a way. Like, where are these shapes coming from? I don't know. But we do have light source. We've got cast shadows. So that's what this is, a cast shadow. Same thing here, a cast shadow. We've got direct lighting. So that's lighting that's coming in, I think, from the window. This lighting here, I'm assuming is coming in from the window that's on the bed. I'm not sure. And then we've got a form shadow on this side of the bed. It's still very abstract and very, I guess, painterly might be a good way to sum it up. He's got some line work that's holding some of the edges, so we're not getting plane changes within the lighting that's falling on this image. He's almost using it as a graphic design similar to what I was saying that I do on mine, but there's a lot more lighting in this one. So for John Klassen, he is using, in this case, some local tone, just like Ezra Jack Keats and just like me. He's using form shadows, just like me sometimes. Much more cast shadow, but he's not doing some of the other stuff. Well, look right here, this darkness under the bed, that is a context shadow. We've got a darkening over here. So he is starting to gradiate the light a much more than I do. So that's why John Klassen would fall over here. I'd say, actually, that's maybe a little too far. Maybe he's over right here. Again, I'm just making all this stuff up. So next we have Jake Parker on the list. Let's look at what Jake's doing. So Jake's here because he's doing some things that John Klassen, me, and Ezra Jack Keats are not. So Jake has a little bit of a stylized background here. Now Jake has a couple of different styles. This is also Jake here. And this style has a lot more of the lighting elements than this one does. Well, let's go over here. So Jake did the robot, originally drew the robot that I ended up demoing in the previous section of the class. So what do we have here? So we definitely have local tone. We've got direct form shadow all over this thing. So there's the form shadow on this little edge, form shadow right here, form shadow on this guy right here, cast shadow right here, form shadow. There's no shadow under his feet, so there's a little bit of an area of stylization there. We do have a highlight. That's the first time the highlight has appeared. John didn't do a highlight. I didn't do a highlight. Ezra Jack Keats didn't do a highlight. But we are getting a little bit of highlighting and direct lighting with Jake's work. Now there's no core shadow. Look, we have a lit side of this arm. We have a lit side of the arm, and we have a shadow side of the arm. But there's no highlight right here, and there's also no core shadow. So he's not getting too detailed. It's a very graphic representation of light and dark. It's still very stylized. I put it kind of right in the middle, leaning a little bit towards the stylized side, but he's doing a little bit more than me, John Klassen, and Ezra Jack Keats in the fact that there is some lighting that's starting to show up on here, like on the axe right there. There's a little bit of light. There's a little highlight on this glass. A little more realism, and then the fact that he's using glass and things you can see through. Me, John Klassen, and Ezra Jack Keats don't do that. There's a little more realistic materials in his and material variation in Jake's piece right here. So I put him about right here on this line. All right, moving on towards realism. That's what we're doing right now. We have Will Terry. Now this is where we make a pretty big jump up the line. Look how much space there is here between these two. There's 100 artists that are between Jake and Will right here. 100 artists at least, maybe thousands of people, and you might be one of those people. But let's look at Will. So Will's is really interesting to me. He's using a stylized color, so it's got a saturation to it, and some of his shapes are very stylized. But let's just look at the lighting coming across. So we've got local tone. We have direct light. We have cast shadows. And this is a big difference between some of the other artists too. We've got gradual gradients in light and dark. I'm going to say this in shadow. So we do have this nice, it's light right here. It slowly gradiates to being shadow. That's going to make it start to be much more realistic lighting. There is a core shadow here. I'll use a different color because I can't see it. Core shadow right here on this little fox. There's not too many more rounded objects. Core shadow, core shadow here on the plant. So we do have core shadow. And now look at this, we actually do have reflected light. There's light bouncing from this light source here, which is the water. And Will also has this kind of blue purpley light, reflected light. So he's got almost all the ingredients that we need. He almost has everything that I went over in the ball. There's every single bit of that. Now, why is his work not totally realistic? Well, he's using it in a very cinematic way. He's basically treating the scene not as a, what happens in nature and naturally, but he's using it as a almost like a set. Like he's built this set and he's now the lighting director. He's putting a spotlight over here and he's putting some little accent lights over here and he's putting a gel on this one so it's blue and he's putting a red gel on this one so it's red. And so he's really controlling it so it's leaning towards the realistic side, but what's pulling it this way in terms of stylization is how he's treating that light. He's really controlling the light. He's not putting these animals in a realistic setting, and it's important to know and notice how he's doing that. He's a great composer, great designer, and he's using it to his advantage. But then, you look at the difference between the lighting and how soft or hard the edges are and all that other stuff that's on the ball. You look at Will's work versus John Klassen's, it's so different because those elements are there or because they're not there. And you're the one that can choose to maybe you're right in the middle of these two and you have some of Will's stuff and some of John's stuff, and it would give it its own look as well. So let's go on down the road a little bit. So we got Jake's image here. So we got Jake Parker. We can compare Jake versus Jake. We've got Jake here, stylized Jake, and realistic Jake. And look at some of the stuff that's happening here. We've got a very natural gradient starting to happen from the sky. Anytime you have a smooth gradient, it's going to naturally start to lean realistic, more realistic than a heavily stylized version. If we bounce real quick between Jake's version here and Ezra Jack Keats, it's shockingly different because we don't have a gradient coming down this wall. But Jake does have a gradient there. We have real naturalistic kind of lighting. We've got some direct light hitting the top of the whale, and then that light just rolls around, a little bit of shading on the side there. Each of these animals has a gradiated shading. We do have a form shadow, like under, get another color, Santa Claus right here. Sorry, it's going to be so pixelated, but that's okay. So we have a form shadow here. We got form shadow here on the animals. But he's doing a little bit like Will is doing. He's making up some of this light. There's not a definitive light source that's coming around, so he's got just kind of an illumination, but each thing has a light side and a dark side. In this case, we're not seeing a cast shadow, but there's not really anything to cast a shadow, and because our light is over here, it's not direct, and so we're not getting some of these hard shadows that might be moving around. So so I don't know. The only reason I think this seems a little more realistic than Will's is that Will is really, really, like I said, almost a set decorator with the light, or a lighting director, and Jake seems a lot more naturalistic, and we don't have all those lights within the scene. He's not putting the lights in there, and it has a little bit more of a natural feel just because the light is so subdued. It's not a direct light, it's a very soft light. Maybe another one of Jake's images might be over here if there is a hard light in there and he's doing some of the things that Will is doing. Okay, so now we're all the way up to what I would call close to realistic. It's not photoreal though. I mean, there's 100 artists that are way more this way than Gregory Manchess. But if we look close, what are the things that Gregory Manchess has? We definitely have form shadow, on the bears. We have form shadow on this aviator traveler guy. We've got form shadow on the mountains. We've got reflected color and light within the mountains. We have direct light hitting the animals. We do have a core shadow that's everywhere that there is a light getting hit. There's a little bit of an area of core shadow. We've got a natural gradients happening everywhere, and so that's going to definitely lean it toward the realism. Notice back here we've got a really subdued value control, but even back here we have a lit side and a shadow side. So we have a light side and a form shadow. And he's doing all that in a very realistic way. He's not composing it and having very vignetted lights or spotlights like Will's doing. So it takes away a little bit of that stylization, and the colors and lighting seem very naturalistic. So he's leaning towards the realistic side. It's still stylized somewhat, though. This is not. It doesn't look like a photo. And if you did take a photo in a scene like this, it wouldn't look as good as Gregory Manchas. So that's kind of my take on it. And again, I just picked where these things are. It's not math, but it's important to know and to just start to compare the relationships. And so what I would like you guys to do in a homework assignment, and there'll be a sheet that goes with this portion of the class. What I want you to do is to make a time or make a little line like this, and one side's going to be graphic and stylized, and one side's going to be realistic. And I want you to take 5, 6, 7, 8 images of people that you like. And I want you to figure out where on this graph, where on this bar would they be? Where are your? Take some of your images and put it on there. Where would you be on there? You know, how much of this stuff are you using? Are you using all of it? Are you using just one thing? Are you using none of it, like Ezra Jack Keats? And so you can start to make conscious choices about lighting and get to where you want to go quicker if you know the choices that you're making versus them being arbitrary, or maybe you don't even, maybe you haven't questioned how you're really using lighting and how you're using shadow. So now's the time to do that. It's a fun exercise. It only takes a little bit of an afternoon, and you know, sometimes I'll do this over time. I'll change and I'll look at different artists, and maybe my sensibilities have changed, and I kind of pay attention to what's happening with the lighting, what's happening with the color and the edges and all that stuff, and see where they land on this graph. So I hope you find this helpful. I definitely think it's interesting because you know, you can learn all this stuff about lighting, but then the practical application is really what we're trying to get to. So do this exercise, and I'd love to hear what you guys think. If you want to put it on the forum or within the context of this class, if we're going to open up comments to it, I'd really want to hear what you guys think of this. Okay, hope you enjoy it. Hey guys, I just wanted to wrap up and thank you guys for joining me on this journey. I think this class, like I said in the beginning, is a really important one, and having value and shading and lighting at your disposal is going to make your images more powerful, easier to convey. You're going to be able to do comps better. You're going to be able to do finished paintings better. And so I really appreciate you joining me on this journey. Make sure you do all the work from the foundational videos. That is going to make the biggest difference in your life as being an illustrator, and it's going to set the stage for doing more complicated stuff down the road. So be sure to do all the applications, and you can even go above and beyond and do more stuff if you want to. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time.